Football, starting with the templates of Ronaldo, Ronaldinho, and Cristiano Ronaldo. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction. So please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story in all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter. And if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 126 The Bernabeu Stadium, extinguished by the flood waters. Van Nicholas missed the ball? No. He let it slip by. Yellow. Casillas rushed out. Yellow dribbled past the goalkeeper. Shoot? No. Keep dribbling forward. The angle is too small. Shoot. Gual. In the commentary box, Cope radio commentator Andres's mouth was like a machine gun. When the ball was shot into the goal, he immediately raised his arms and shouted. Real Madrid, playing at home, is behind. Yellow scores. Málaga takes the lead. Yellow is simply a giant killer. He doesn't falter at all when facing these top teams. Andres exclaimed. On the field, the Madrid commentator's face was slightly grim. This goal was really demoralizing. Just when Real Madrid was preparing to gain momentum, Málaga scored. This goal was like a bucket of cold water poured over the heads of Real Madrid players. As Yellow ran towards the sidelines with his arms outstretched, the camera focused on Cristiano Ronaldo, hands on hips, shaking his head slightly in frustration, his resolute gaze tinged with a hint of helplessness and dejection. The camera tells us that Yellow has scored, so how will Ronaldo respond? On the sidelines, Pellegrini was also pumping his fists in celebration. This goal might not bring Málaga victory, but it would at least give them an advantage and the initiative in the remainder of the match. Marino stood on the sidelines, shaking his head slightly. This goal fully demonstrated Yellow's speed and positioning ability, showcasing his strong off-the-ball movement. Of course, now was not the time for Marino to marvel at Yellow's prowess. His team was behind, and he had to find a way to turn the tide. He gestured to his Real Madrid players on the field, continue the attack. At this point, Real Madrid had no other choice. If they didn't want to hear the boos from the Bernabeu, they had to defend their home ground's honor through attack. In the media section, the Chinese reporters collectively raised their arms in cheers, drawing sidelong glances from the Spanish reporters nearby. Laurent's face was ashen. He had always disliked Pellegrini intensely. Now, he realized that Yellow had replaced Pellegrini as his most hated figure, of course, because Yellow's goal had embarrassed Real Madrid, but Laurent refused to admit it. That's right, it must be these Chinese reporters being too loud and annoying. Yes, that must be it. These Chinese guys, so carried away, be careful they don't get their comeuppance. He thought viciously to himself. Inside the VIP box, the club's general manager, Sanz, was also present to watch the game. Sitting next to him was Real Madrid president Florentino Perez. After the goal, Sanz smiled and stood up to applaud, unlike the ecstatic fans in the stadium. Florentino, however, was also smiling and applauding. When Sanz returned to his seat, Florentino smiled and said, "He's a good player, isn't he?" Of course, Sanz smiled, but a thought crept into his mind. This summer transfer window saw several big moves exceeding 50 million, like Agüero and Falcao. If Falcao was worth 60 million, then wouldn't Yarro's 120 million release clause be a loss? Actually, for Málaga, 120 million was already a huge profit, but businessmen always feel they've lost out until they've made their money. He will become the most commercially valuable player in the world, but... Florentino looked at Sanz and said, "You understand what I mean, Fernando." Of course, Sanz said, but a hint of helplessness appeared on his face. However, "We don't have much influence over Yarro's transfer right now. With a 120 million release clause, Yarro can go to any team if he wants." Florentino frowned slightly. For Real Madrid, 120 million euros to bring in a star player is a huge sum, but they can afford it. More importantly, there's the commercial value Ye Luo represents. If Ye Luo joins Real Madrid can maximize his commercial potential. This is something Málaga absolutely cannot do. Florentino remained non-committal. Real Madrid has a huge influence in Europe, and a star like Ye Luo joining Real Madrid would almost guarantee him the Ballon d'Or. He believed that Real Madrid's appeal was significant enough. Florentino looked towards the pitch, and Sands frowned slightly. Although the media hadn't reported it yet, he had received some inside information. UEFA planned to investigate the financial situation of teams like Malaga and Manchester City that had received foreign investment. If Malaga couldn't get things done with UEFA, then Malaga would face at least a fine, and at worst, a ban from European competitions. Thinking of this, Sands smiled and said, "Sir, what do you think of Isco? Pretty good." Florentino turned to look at Sands. "Next season, we can send him to the Bernabeu," Sands said, looking at Florentino. "What are the conditions?" "I heard UEFA is investigating the financial situation of some clubs." "Understood." Florentino didn't give a clear answer. Sands smiled, but felt helpless. What connections could Malaga have with UEFA? If Malaga is banned from the Champions League, the big boss probably won't continue to invest heavily. Is Malaga only good for 1 or 2 seasons? Sands looked at the pitch. Malaga really has a group of good players now. The game quickly restarted. After conceding a goal, Real Madrid launched a frantic counterattack. Amid the cheers of the Bernabeu, Real Madrid's attacks on both flanks were very effective. Whether it was Ronaldo and Marcelo on one flank or Di Maria and Arbeloa on the other, they played very quickly. Real Madrid's relentless attacks down the flanks put immense pressure on Malaga's defense. Meanwhile, Kaká, supported by Benzema, frequently launched attacks from the center. For a moment, Malaga could only tighten their defense and temporarily avoid direct confrontation. In the 28th minute, Kaká received a pass back from Benzema on the edge of the penalty area and unleashed a powerful shot. The ball skimmed the ground towards the goal. Bang! The ball struck the post, bounced back into the penalty area, and was kicked out of bounds by Demichelis. A gasp rippled through the Bernabeu stands, followed by thunderous applause. Kaká. Beautiful. He's regained some form this season. After 8 league rounds, Kaká has scored 2 league goals and provided 4 assists. This is an efficiency he couldn't achieve in previous seasons. Injuries have had a significant impact on Kaká. He's far from his peak form yet, but without injuries and with consistent playing time, he can still deliver a stable performance. He's still the Ballon d'Or winner. Just as the commentators were praising Kaká's performance, the camera focused on Kaká, who almost scored. The result? The frustration and pain on Kaká's face. Almost all of Kaká's fans who saw this were slightly stunned. Then they all sensed something. Kaká was touching his groin, the culprit behind his recurring injuries. Since joining Real Madrid, Kaká's groin injury has been plaguing him. He underwent groin surgery last season, missing 50 days of matches. It seemed he was cured after the surgery. However, after the South Africa World Cup, he injured the same spot again and underwent surgery at the beginning of last season. For a player, recurring injuries to the same area are the most fatal problem. Kaká is touching his groin, said Andres, the commentator for Cope Radio, shaking his head. In the stands, many Kaká fans covered their faces with their hands. They had thought Kaká was starting to regain his form this season, but if he continued to get injured, this would be his last season at Real Madrid. The team doctor quickly entered the field, examined him, and then signaled for a substitution. Meanwhile, Moreno was already pointing and gesturing at the field with the injured Kaká. Although Kaká's injury was a huge disappointment for both Kaká and his fans, Moreno was only thinking about the game. Soon, Real Madrid made a substitution. Kaká had a groin injury, and the injured Kaká came on as a substitute. Injuries are truly a player's #1 enemy. Ye Luo looked at the injured Kaká as he left the field, feeling a pang of sadness. What does it mean for a hero to grow old? Ye Luo turned his gaze away. For Malaga, Kaká's injury and substitution might seem like a good thing, but in reality, even after Di Maria entered the game, Real Madrid's attack remained relentless. They truly deserve their reputation as the best performing team since the start of the season. Their fierce offensive paid off in the 41st minute. In the 41st minute, Di Maria dribbled into the penalty area and crossed the ball, which struck the arm of centre-back Matheson. The referee awarded a penalty. This decision greatly angered Malaga's players. Ye Luo immediately rushed towards the referee. His arm is retracting. You can't expect our players to cut off their arms. Ye Luo shouted at the referee while trying to calm his teammates back. As the team captain, he naturally had the right to appeal. The referee simply wrote something in his referee's report book and shook his head, saying, "The ball hit his arm, I saw it clearly, it's an indisputable penalty." Faced with this situation, Malaga could only helplessly accept the result. Cristiano Ronaldo stood at the penalty spot. Ronaldo's penalty was quite confident. He took a run-up, shot, and the ball grazed the left post and flew into the goal. Caballero was helpless against such a high-quality penalty. The penalty was converted, and Ronaldo excitedly rushed to the sidelines, sliding on his knees in celebration. This Ronaldo wasn't so bad yet. Penalty converted. Real Madrid equalized before halftime, and both sides are now back to square one. Malaga fans must be especially disappointed. They almost went into halftime with a lead. Malaga has been equalized, and the game is now suspenseful again. Both sides have chances, but judging from the latter part of the first half, Real Madrid is clearly the stronger team overall. Moreover, Real Madrid is playing at home at the Bernabeu Stadium, where they will definitely have the home advantage. So, Malaga is probably in danger. After his team equalized, Mourinho celebrated wildly on the sidelines. He raised his arms in triumph and hugged those around him. After the hug, he clenched his fist and waved it forcefully towards the stands, his expression one of gritted teeth and ferocity. It seemed his expressionless face when conceding the goal was merely a facade. In reality, he was also very tense and under immense pressure. This goal completely released that pressure. Although this match was only early in the season, and it's too early to say its impact on the final league result, it was of great significance to Real Madrid. They needed a victory to wash away their shame, maintain their lead in the standings, and build enough confidence to establish a psychological advantage for the long league season ahead. Mourinho is undoubtedly a championship-winning coach. He has a wealth of experience in leading teams to league titles. League matches are different from cup competitions. League matches require playing one game at a time, taking points one by one. During a long season, teams experience fluctuations in form, injuries, and the possibility of draws or losses. Therefore, for a team to maintain its lead over a long season, it needs to seize every opportunity to build and accumulate advantages. When its advantages are sufficient, winning the league title was a natural consequence. Mourinho clenched his fist and excitedly waved to the fans in the stands. The atmosphere at the Bernabeu Stadium reached its peak at this moment. The entire stadium was like a boiling pot of oil, radiating suffocating heat. Cheers resounded through the sky. After the game resumed, Real Madrid launched a series of fierce attacks in this atmosphere. For Malaga, the whistle for halftime was a relief. The moment they heard the whistle to end the first half, almost all Malaga fans breathed a sigh of relief. In the fervent atmosphere of the Bernabeu, Real Madrid was indeed a formidable super team. Fortunately, the first half ended. Otherwise, if the high-spirited Real Madrid had fully unleashed their full potential, the outcome would have been uncertain. At the Bernabeu Stadium, no team dared to say they could withstand Real Madrid's relentless attacks when they were in top form. Back in the locker room, Pellegrini clapped his hands and shouted, "The first half is over, we did well. There are still 45 minutes left. If they continue to press forward in the second half, we don't need to panic." Pellegrini held up one finger. "We only need one counter-attack. One counter-attack, and we'll crush them. This is their home ground, the initiative is in our hands, we have nothing to worry about." Pellegrini was relieving the pressure on his players, downplaying the negative impact of conceding an equalizer. Meanwhile, in several locker rooms, Mourinho clenched his fist, adding fuel to Real Madrid's already high morale. "Our performance after conceding was world-class. This is our home ground, this is the kind of performance we should be putting on. We deserve to be the winners. They'll probably try to counter-attack in the second half, but don't panic." Khedira, whose name was called, looked up at Mourinho. "Ye Luo is their only reliable counter-attacking point. Don't hesitate to foul him. If he shows any sign of charging forward, bring him down." Khedira nodded. The other Real Madrid players weren't surprised by Mourinho's arrangement. Malaga's only option for counter-attacks was Ye Luo. At least from this match, he was the only attacking threat to Real Madrid's defense. Real Madrid players certainly wouldn't hold back against such a player. After the start of the second half, Real Madrid's attack became even more aggressive. 5 minutes into the game, Malaga hadn't even crossed the halfway line. Real Madrid's attack was like a tidal wave, like a colossal tidal wave, frantically assaulting Malaga's crumbling defense. Every attack made Malaga's fans' hearts leap into their throats. Every attack seemed poised to breach Caballero's goal. This period was also the most exciting time at the Bernabeu. Fans sang and danced, cheering for their team's attack. That's it. That's it. These Malaga bumpkins think they can compete with Real Madrid? They're courting death. In the media section, Roritz, a veteran Real Madrid fan and editor-in-chief of AS, clenched his fist and shouted from his seat. Now it was the turn of the Chinese reporters not far away to frown at him. Roritz gave those Chinese reporters a provocative look. See? You Chinese. This is Real Madrid. This is Real Madrid's attack. The Madrid commentator was very excited. Real Madrid has launched an attacking frenzy. Perhaps we will soon witness the moment of reversal. Malaga is in a passive position. Perhaps they need to counterattack, pass the ball upfield, pass the ball to Ye Luo's feet. Duan Zhuan, the commentator of China's national television, said worriedly. He was actually considered by many to be a Real Madrid fan. But at this moment, he clearly stood on Malaga's side. Everyone says we need to counterattack, but it's easier said than done. Counterattack, counterattack, counterattack. How can we counterattack if we can't even get the ball? Real Madrid is just too strong. The Chinese fans became even more agitated after hearing Duan Zhuan's words. Theoretically, everyone knew what to do. Everyone knew that if Malaga could launch a counterattack now, they could extinguish Real Madrid's attacking onslaught. But while that's true in theory, it's incredibly difficult in practice. Commentators, fans, and football experts can talk the talk, but real football isn't like a video game. Malaga wasn't unaware that they needed to counterattack. But Real Madrid's offensive was simply too intense. Malaga's players didn't dare to attack much, given their current defensive vulnerability. They were gambling that Real Madrid wouldn't score in those 10-odd minutes of attack. Because no team can maintain such a frenzied attack for long. No team can withstand such a high-tempo game. Adjustments and changes in rhythm are inevitable. And when Real Madrid's attack slowed down, that's when Malaga's attack began to threaten Real Madrid's goal. Regarding this, the Malaga players were incredibly confident. They firmly believed that no defense in the world could stop Ye Luo. They trusted Ye Luo's abilities. At this moment, they could only place all their hopes on their star player. Otherwise, what kind of star player would they be? If they could only score when things were going well and disappear when things went wrong, could they still be called a star player? Ye Luo's face also showed a serious expression. He had occasionally encountered this kind of scene in the virtual arena. The opposing team was completely on fire, their attacking pressure was unprecedented, and his team barely even touched the ball. And in this situation, they were almost guaranteed to lose. He knew he had to find a way to change the team's current situation. For example, he needed to interrupt Real Madrid's attacking rhythm when they were at their most intense, score a goal, and completely extinguish their attacking frenzy. Like a sudden downpour when the flames are raging. Sizzle, the fire is extinguished. The world is quiet. In reality, there are many exploitable spaces in Real Madrid's defense. However, Malaga's players are unable to get the ball into those areas. Furthermore, Real Madrid's players are marking Ye Luo more rigorously. They're even willing to foul. In 10 minutes, Ye Luo has already had his shirt grabbed by Khedira twice. However, this is the Bernabeu, Real Madrid's home ground. The referee hasn't shown Khedira a yellow card yet. It seems that simply staying near the center circle isn't enough to shake off Khedira's entanglement and change the current situation on the field. He needed to shorten the distance between himself and his teammates, receiving the ball in the backfield. However, this meant he was further from the goal, requiring a longer attacking distance, thus reducing the chances of scoring. The process also carried significant risks. For example, losing possession in the backfield, which wasn't impossible, was a possibility. Ye Luo couldn't guarantee a 100% success rate in dribbling past opponents. Even for a peak Ronaldo, a 60-70% success rate was considered excellent. While there were risks, as Mourinho said, how can you win a game if you don't dare to take risks? Therefore, Ye Luo didn't think for long. He knew that if Real Madrid continued their attack, Malaga was highly likely to concede a goal. Real Madrid's pressing in the attacking third was extremely aggressive. Every Malaga player who received the ball faced immediate counter-pressing from Real Madrid. Therefore, they couldn't comfortably pass the ball forward. The distance was too far, time was limited, and teammates were finding it difficult to deliver accurate shots. If Ye Luo continued to stay in the attacking third, he might indeed get a chance if he was lucky. However, Ye Luo didn't want to rely on luck to decide the outcome of the game. To score, one must take risks. Scoring easily is rarely so simple. Khedira saw Ye Luo running back and didn't hesitate to follow him. This time, he followed him past the halfway line because Real Madrid was now dominating the attack, and Ye Luo was their most threatening counter-attacking point. If Ye Luo was neutralized, Malaga's counter-attacks would be impossible. Khedira knew why Ye Luo was dropping back. Therefore, he was even more determined not to let Ye Luo receive the ball comfortably. Now that the other Malaga players were pushed back, Khedira's job was much simpler. He just needed to stick close to Ye Luo, never leaving his side. Ye Luo dropped back very deep, almost back into his own defensive third. After dropping back, he raised his hand to ask for the ball. Originally, Talalan was forced into a desperate attempt to clear the ball, but upon seeing Ye Luo, he instinctively passed it to him. However, the instant he passed, he regretted it. Besides Khedira, the other Real Madrid players were rapidly closing in on Ye Luo. If he passed the ball, Ye Luo probably wouldn't even be able to turn around in time. This wasn't an area in the attacking third where there was plenty of room to utilize speed, it was the most fiercely contested area. A slight mistake could lead to the opponent intercepting the ball and immediately launching a dangerous pass into the goal. But now that the ball was gone, there was no use in regretting it. Talalan immediately retreated a few steps, preparing to recover should Ye Luo lose possession. Seeing the ball pass to Ye Luo, Khedira immediately accelerated, rushing towards Ye Luo. In fact, the Real Madrid players were no ordinary players. They knew what Ye Luo was going to do the moment they saw him retreat. A trap to hunt Ye Luo had been set up. In the first instant, Benzema, Di Maria, the beggar, and Arbeloa almost instantly formed a shrinking encirclement. The trap was complete. The hunt was on. Khedira suddenly delivered a fierce collision from behind to Ye Luo. He wanted to use such intense physical contact to make Ye Luo lose his footing, ideally preventing him from even receiving the ball. Khedira! Andres exclaimed. From the commentator's perspective, the Real Madrid players in their white jerseys resembled ferocious hunting dogs, surrounding a rabbit. It seemed that the poor rabbit was destined to be torn to shreds by the hounds. Ye Luo actually knew that Khedira wouldn't let him get the ball easily. He was well aware of the situation behind him. So, as he ran towards the ball, his brain was working at high speed, thinking of a way to escape Khedira and the Real Madrid encirclement. He rushed towards the ball, and before Khedira could collide with him, he lightly tapped the ball behind him with his right foot, then quickly turned around. He was almost about to pass Khedira, completing that spectacular Cruyff turn. But who was Khedira? The German national team's defensive stalwart. His defensive technique was superb, and his match experience was incredibly rich. Just as Ye Luo completed his turn, Khedira's arm blocked his path. Faced with this situation, Ye Luo didn't raise his arms, scream, roll 3 times on the ground, raise his hands to complain to the referee, wailing to gain the referee's sympathy and hoping the referee would show Khedira a card, preferably a red one. Ye Luo realized that this was a perfect opportunity to get rid of the defense. Because Khedira's hand was outstretched, and he hadn't even had time to grab his jersey. Although Khedira was already prepared to do so. So Ye Luo quickly stopped. His body, which was about to accelerate forward, suddenly stopped, his left leg exerting force, and his waist using its strength to forcefully twist back to his left. Powerful muscle strength and superb balance overcame inertia, propelling Ye Luo away from Khedira. Khedira was shocked. His opponent's sudden stop and turn required an incredibly high level of core strength and balance. However, Khedira knew this wasn't the time to admire Ye Luo's physical abilities. He quickly reached out and, at the last moment, managed to grab Ye Luo's jersey. Just then, a tremendous pulling force came. Khedira was pulled forward, losing his balance, but he still clung tightly to Ye Luo's jersey. The referee had his whistle in hand. If Ye Luo stopped or fell, he would blow it. But Ye Luo didn't want a free kick in his own half. At the crucial moment, his hamstrings unleashed a powerful push, speed, and explosive power. With a sudden burst of speed, the jersey Khedira had hastily grabbed ripped open. Then, he saw Ye Luo accelerate forward. The referee didn't hesitate, immediately raising both arms. Advantage. Play. Continue. My God. 2 consecutive turns. How did he do that? Are his knees made of titanium? Andres exclaimed. He was in the stands and saw it clearly. The scene was truly breathtaking. Cruyff turned and then twisted again, both at high speed. This puts immense pressure on the knees. Of course. It also requires powerful muscle explosiveness. 2 consecutive turns aren't difficult. What's difficult is completing them in such a short time, with almost no deceleration. How short? Perhaps half a second. Such consecutive turns seem to defy the laws of physics. Even with inertia, one would have to stand up, grab a glass, and walk. But Ye Luo accomplished it. This result is astonishing. Everyone says Ye Luo's technique is superhuman, but I think it's his physique that's superhuman. Most people would be in the hospital by now if they could do that, Andres said, shaking his head. At that moment, Ye Luo had already dribbled the ball past midfield. Real Madrid players were desperately tracking back. Their backfield had a lot of space, but Ye Luo received the ball in his own half, turned, and accelerated. This gave Real Madrid time to recover. Soon, Ye Luo faced Xabi Alonso's defense. Facing Alonso's direct interception, Ye Luo paused, then accelerated. This sudden stop in acceleration was too much for Alonso, who wasn't known for his speed and reaction time. And Ye Luo faced fewer defenders ahead of him. Real Madrid were pressing Málaga in the attacking third, leaving their backline with a lot of space. After Ye Luo dribbled past the center circle, he was faced with a vast open field. Real Madrid players quickly retreated, desperately accelerating towards Ye Luo. At this moment, even fouls and cards were worthwhile. A piercing chorus of boos erupted from the Bernabeu. In an instant, the once enthusiastic Bernabeu seemed to panic. The Bernabeu fans had witnessed Ye Luo score 3 goals in a single match. They knew Ye Luo's dribbling ability, they knew his speed. The sharp boos represented the fear Real Madrid fans had of Ye Luo. Khedira gritted his teeth and chased back. His predecessor, German international midfielder Jeremies, had once told Vieira, "Hey buddy, see the halfway line? That's your line. If you cross it once, I'll make you scream." Now Khedira was determined to learn from his predecessor. Even if it meant a tackle from behind and a red card, he would never let Ye Luo continue forward. Xabi Alonso's defense slowed Ye Luo down a bit. So, he caught up. And then, directly, a flying tackle. Khedira. Danger. Duan Juan exclaimed. Not only him, but the commentators were filled with exclamations. In the stands, Malaga fans were also exclaiming, many of them staring wide-eyed at the scene on the back of the field. But Ye Luo seemed to have all his attention focused on the front, on the approaching Ramos. He raised his foot and cut inside. At the same time, Khedira came flying in with a tackle. Some people covered their faces with their hands. The scene that would happen next seemed predictable. A flying tackle from behind. A solid tackle on Ye Luo's right foot. Khedira, red card. Ye Luo, injured and forced to leave the field. This was the image that flashed through almost everyone's mind. However, back in the real world, Ye Luo gritted his teeth. Even if it's a den of dragons and tigers ahead, it can't stop me from scoring. At the crucial moment, he feinted with his right foot, dribbled with his left, and accelerated. The ball passed Ramos. He also swept past Ramos like the wind. Khedira was prepared to receive a red card. But when he tackled, he didn't touch anything. Ye Luo's pace was faster than he had imagined. He stared wide-eyed, his heart in his throat, looking in horror at the back of Malaga's number 10. 182 centimeters tall, with that pace? Was this guy not from Earth? Khedira watched helplessly as Ye Luo unleashed his full speed, overtaking Ramos, who wasn't actually slow. But Ramos's movements, in Ye Luo's presence, seemed like slow motion on a television screen. He turned, reached out, and leaned forward. He didn't grab Ye Luo's jersey, instead, he fell to the ground. Ye Luo. Ye Luo. Ye Luo. Ye Luo broke through. Gugagago. Marcelo. Flying tackle. On the field, Marcelo was also racing against Ye Luo. He was definitely slower than Ye Luo, but he could make a desperate defensive move, a flying tackle. This wasn't giving up on defense. It was a signal. A warning to Ye Luo, if you don't give up on continuing your breakthrough, you might break your leg. But Ye Luo ignored this warning. He stopped abruptly at the crucial moment, and then Marcelo slid across the field, performing a dramatic, Afro-haired emergency stop right in front of Ye Luo. But Ye Luo certainly wouldn't stop to admire it. His sudden stop was also instantaneous. Then, he started again, accelerated, and charged towards the penalty area. Boos erupted in his ears. Goalkeeper Casillas had already rushed out of his goal. This was the second time he had faced Ye Luo's one-on-one chance, and this time, his expression was incredibly ferocious, as if he wanted to tear Ye Luo apart. This was also a form of intimidation. But his intimidation was clearly not enough to make Ye Luo fear. At this stage, Ye Luo's ears had blocked out all other sounds, his eyes were only on the goal. Casillas stared at Ye Luo's feet, and he saw Ye Luo's body lean to the right. Like last time, would he continue to break through? Just as Casillas lowered his center of gravity to prepare to tackle the ball at Ye Luo's feet, Ye Luo's lower leg made a slight, quick, and subtle movement. Before Casillas could react, he saw the ball fly directly into the air. In a panic, he jumped, reached out, and tried to punch the ball away. But he was a little too slow. The ball flew over his head and then fell. Casillas turned his head in midair and saw the ball heading towards the goal. It was a lob shot. The Bernabeu, which had been burning with intense passion, like a pot of boiling water, was suddenly doused with cold water. The water cooled down. Chapter 127 Explosion. He is a ray of light. Ye Luo, Ye Luo, Ye Luo. A lob shot. Gual. Andres shouted. Ye Luo. Beautiful. 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 It's in. Facing Casillas, a shot. Goal. Málaga has taken the lead again, 1-2. Málaga has scored again. Ye Luo has scored again. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Duan Zhuan's voice was hoarse and even cracked, but such passionate commentary obviously resonated more with the audience. After Ye Luo scored, he turned and ran, almost colliding with Arbeloa, who was tracking back. But before that, he nimbly twisted his body and slipped past Arbeloa. Arbeloa was stunned. Is this guy even this slippery when he dribbles past someone after scoring? Before he could react, Ye Luo had already plunged into the arms of Malaga's players. A group of people surrounded him, cheering and celebrating the goal. After scoring this goal, Ye Luo has completed his brace in this match, marking his 5th goal against Real Madrid at the Bernabeu, and his 7th against them overall. In the rankings of players who have scored against Real Madrid, he ranks 4th, behind only A2, Messi, and Real Sociedad legend Xavi Prieto. And he only needed 3 matches, no, 2.5. If he scores a hat-trick in this match, Ye Luo will have 8 goals against Real Madrid, equaling Xavi Prieto's record, just 1 goal behind Messi, and 2 goals behind A2. Andres, in the commentary booth, found a different meaning in Ye Luo's goal. It's unclear where these commentators got all these strange records and data. Ye Luo is a true Real Madrid killer. Andres added. Now it's Mourinho's turn to have a headache. His team conceded a goal at the peak of their attacking momentum. This goal was like a bucket of cold water poured over the heads of Real Madrid's players, instantly chilling their fiery attacking form. In the live standings, Málaga has now overtaken Real Madrid. Málaga's outstanding performance this season is truly surprising. The television camera focused on the sidelines. Mourinho's brow was furrowed. He stared at the pitch, his expression extremely serious. His assistant, Faria, came to Mourinho's side. Mourinho shook his head helplessly and said to Faria, "What can you do about conceding a goal like this?" Real Madrid's players had undoubtedly tried their best, fought desperately. But what was the result? Ye Luo still managed to pierce through Real Madrid's defense in an unbelievable way. Mourinho even thought for a moment that this guy was unstoppable, that he wasn't even from this earth. However, after a brief moment of shock, Mourinho immediately threw himself into battle mode. There are no invincible players in this world. Mourinho took a deep breath, glancing up at the big screen. It was the 59th minute of the match. The game wouldn't restart until the 60th. There were still 30 minutes left in regular time, plus a few minutes of stoppage time. Over 30 minutes. 2 goals needed. It wasn't time to give up yet. Mourinho glanced at the excited Pellegrini beside him, then turned back to the pitch. The Málaga players were still celebrating excitedly, while the Real Madrid players stood with their hands on their hips, looking quite dejected. Mourinho quickly called over Xabi Alonso, who was closest to him. "Coach, I'm sorry, Xabi Alonso began to apologize. They actually had several chances to stop Ye Luo, but after Ye Luo charged forward, the Real Madrid players only resorted to extreme measures, and by then it was too late. Both Khedira and Marcelo's tackles were a step too slow. However, Mourinho interrupted Xabi Alonso before he could finish. "This isn't the time to talk about that. The game isn't over yet, and we haven't lost. Go up there and tell the players that we still need to attack, we need to score, but we can't keep pushing forward like this. Otherwise, they'll use Ye Luo's speed to keep attacking our goal." We need to solidify our defense. Only with a solid defense can we create opportunities to attack. The team's attack relies on your long passes. Tell Ronaldo and Di Maria that we need their speed, long passes, attacks down the flanks, counter-attacks. Understand? Xabi Alonso nodded repeatedly. Mourinho planned to have Real Madrid tighten their defense and then use Xabi Alonso's long passing ability to find the flanks. This tactic, though simple, was very effective. If Málaga tried to capitalize on their momentum after scoring and push forward, they would face the risk of a counter-attack. After pushing Xabi Alonso back onto the field, Mourinho said to his assistant coach, Faria, have Lassana Diarra warm up. Faria nodded solemnly. However, he still asked, who will he replace? Benzema. Mourinho said coldly. Faria looked towards the Bernabeu stands. Mourinho said, we can't worry about that now, all we want is victory. He knew that if the team was behind, substituting a center forward for a defensive midfielder would definitely be met with boos from the Bernabeu fans. Sure enough. When Lassana Diarra stood on the sidelines, the substitution board showed that he was replacing Benzema. Is this a mistake? We're behind. We're behind. How can they substitute a striker? What does Mourinho mean? Is he trying to minimize the loss? Benzema was also stunned. He looked closely and realized that it really was him being substituted. He walked off the field somewhat angrily. Just then, boos began to ring out. Real Madrid is making a substitution, Lassana Diarra for Benzema? This is a truly unexpected substitution. The commentators in the commentary box also showed expressions of confusion. Real Madrid are now behind, so why are they substituting an attacking player? Amidst a chorus of boos, Mourinho put his arm around Lassana Diarra's shoulder. We'll play with 3 defensive midfielders, compressing the space between the defensive line and the defensive midfielders, not letting them get any opportunities in that area. Lassana Diarra nodded repeatedly, I understand, coach. The key now is defense, limiting Yellow's impact. Football is largely a game of utilizing space. Compressing space, tightening the defense, preventing the opponent from getting space to shoot, dribble, or even pass. Ignore the boos, our goal is to win. Mourinho patted Lassana Diarra on the shoulder. He also patted Benzema on the back as he left the field to comfort him. The game restarted. Real Madrid indeed began to tighten their defense. With 3 defensive midfielders on the field, the 2 wingers pressed along the sidelines, waiting for counter-attack opportunities. Meanwhile, Malaga's excited players, in high spirits, seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack. This was quite common in the game. When a team scores, their morale soars, and their overall performance improves. In this situation, it's perfectly normal for Málaga to try and continue attacking. Unless Pellegrini forces his players to retreat, Málaga will definitely launch an attack. If they can score another goal while Real Madrid's morale is low and their mentality is unstable after conceding, it would be a huge win. Pellegrini also saw Real Madrid's substitution. Unlike the fans, Pellegrini didn't think Mourinho had simply surrendered. They were definitely preparing an attack, and this substitution was very likely a bait to lure Málaga into attacking. However, Pellegrini didn't stop Málaga's attack. Because Málaga wasn't going all in, with all their players pushing forward, resulting in a large-scale attack on their defense. On Málaga's side, only a few players like Ye Luo, Cazorla, Van Nistelrooy, and Isco were trying to combine in the midfield and attacking third, using short passes to disrupt the opponent's defense. Even without a goal, the attacking players would still be exhausted. Pellegrini was already prepared to make substitutions. Van Nistelrooy wouldn't have the stamina for 90 minutes, he'd definitely be replaced by Baptista, and Isco had Bonartino as a substitute. Cazorla had good stamina, and as for Ye Luo, he was an alien, not to be judged by conventional standards. Therefore, facing Mourinho's defensive counter-attacking strategy, Pellegrini didn't interfere with his players' attacking choices. He had nothing to fear. In fact, even if his team were to equalize, it wouldn't be a big deal. On the contrary, Real Madrid, playing at home, couldn't accept being defeated, or even forced to draw, at home. If Málaga could score at this point, it would not only secure the victory but also severely damage Real Madrid's morale. Even from Benzema's expression when he left the field and the boos from the Bernabeu fans, Pellegrini knew very well the immense public pressure Mourinho would face if he lost this match. This is the price of coaching a top club. Many head coaches' problems aren't about coaching ability. In fact, there are many excellent coaches in the world, But not every coach can manage a super club like Real Madrid. In such a team, strong tactical skills alone aren't enough. Media relations, locker room dynamics, and so on can all lead to coaching failure. No media outlet will scrutinize Málaga with a magnifying glass, but countless media outlets will scrutinize Real Madrid. The media pressure faced by the head coach of Málaga is completely different from that of the head coach of Real Madrid. Former Real Madrid coach, now Málaga coach Pellegrini, has a lot to say about this. Real Madrid adopted a defensive posture. Malaga's attack began to gain momentum. Ye Luo was much closer to the goal than before. Previously, he was always near the center circle, even in his own half. Now, he could receive the ball 30 to 40 meters from the fans, looking for opportunities. Being closer to the goal is certainly a good thing. But that didn't mean he could easily score. As Real Madrid tightened their defense, the opposition piled up a lot of defensive forces in these key areas. With 3 defensive midfielders and 4 defenders, and with Uzi and Di Maria also dropping back to help defend, Real Madrid briefly formed a 4-5-1 formation. Leading the attack was their star player, Cristiano Ronaldo. To put Real Madrid in this situation, in La Liga, besides Málaga, only Barcelona could do it, right? Commentator Andres remarked. As his words fell, a cross from Málaga was blocked by a Real Madrid player, and the ball fell to Xabi Alonso's feet. Alonso looked at the attacking third and immediately launched a long pass. The ball flying diagonally to the left flank. Ronaldo controlled the ball and dribbled forward, unleashing a long-range shot from within 30 meters of the goal. A powerful shot. The ball slammed against the crossbar and bounced out of bounds. The Real Madrid fans in the stadium quickly switched from boos to cheers. Real Madrid's retreat doesn't mean they've lost their attacking options. So close. If that ball had gone in, Cristiano Ronaldo would have put on another world-class performance. Will Málaga dare to continue attacking? The commentators in the stands exclaimed. This counter-attack proved Real Madrid's counter-attacking ability. What choice will Málaga make? Ye Luo reached for the ball in the attacking third. He was already a key target for Real Madrid's marking, and after scoring twice in this match, he naturally received even tighter marking. This time, with Las Diarra's help, 2 defensive midfielders were on Ye Luo's side, greatly increasing the difficulty for him to threaten the goal. With Las Diarra's assistance, plus the other Real Madrid players tightening their defense, Khedira's defensive pressure was significantly reduced. In these few minutes, Ye Luo hadn't received many passes, let alone a shot. The moment he made a move to receive the ball, he was immediately surrounded by multiple players. This made Ye Luo realize that his position couldn't be too fixed. He had to run. For Ye Luo, what situation hadn't he encountered on the field? So he quickly moved laterally in 3 directions, left, center, and right, and even without receiving the ball, he still managed to throw Real Madrid's defense into disarray. However, even on the wing, Khedira followed, forming a pincer movement with Real Madrid's fullbacks to contain Ye Luo. Ye Luo quickly received the ball on the wing. He was the team's primary target for forward passes, and given the opportunity, other Málaga players would immediately pass the ball to him. Therefore, he had many chances to receive the ball. Just as he stopped the ball, Khedira charged forward, blocking Ye Luo's path. At the same time, Xabi Alonso came to help, forming a double team with Alonso. Ye Luo, of course, wouldn't wait for them to form a double team before making a move. Before Xabi Alonso could close in, he chose to dribble and cut inside from the center. Khedira immediately turned and blocked Ye Luo's path. Lateral dribbling was possible, but forward dribbling was out of the question. Just then, Ye Luo suddenly stopped abruptly, then flicked the ball with the outside of his right foot, a sudden stop and change of direction. It was a very simple, ordinary dribbling technique. But because Ye Luo's speed was fast enough, Khedira didn't have time to react before Ye Luo brushed past him. Xabi Alonso wasn't a defensive midfielder. Although he was a defensive midfielder, he was an organizing type, Real Madrid's midfield metronome and commander. In one-on-one defending, he wasn't as good as Khedira. When Khedira was beaten, Alonso didn't even have the chance to foul. He could only watch helplessly as Ye Luo dribbled past him. Khedira, of course, wasn't going to give up so easily. He immediately dropped back diagonally to defend, and when Ye Luo came around from the outside, he was in front of him again. This time, no matter how Ye Luo feinted, he couldn't waver. He stretched out his arm, maintaining a safe distance from Ye Luo, blocking him on the outside. Khedira's defensive technique is excellent. He kept up with the rhythm in this defensive play. He didn't try to tackle Yellow's feed, but maintained his position in a safe distance from Yellow, preventing Yellow from breaking through even though he had possession. As long as Yellow can't break through, it's difficult for him to tear apart Real Madrid's defense by passing. Yellow's threat level when passing the ball is far lower than when he keeps it at his feet, said Cope radio commentator Andres. Yellow dribbled along the outside all the way to the byline. Upon reaching this position, Real Madrid supporters breathed a huge sigh of relief. Moreno on the sidelines also smiled. With Lassana Diarra's return from injury, choosing between Khedira and Lassana Diarra was a happy dilemma for Moreno. Both defensive midfielders have considerable defensive capabilities. Comparatively, Khedira has better positional awareness, while Lassana Diarra has stronger physical attributes, with better speed, running, and coverage. But in this round, Khedira's defense against Ye Luo completely impressed Moreno. His defense was almost watertight, forcing Ye Luo to the byline, where Ye Luo seemed to have lost his threat. Now Ye Luo had stopped the ball. Ye Luo didn't continue dribbling, and he couldn't use his speed advantage at the byline. What else could he do? At most, he could pass the ball out, and if he was lucky, he might pass it into the penalty area, but it would most likely be intercepted by Real Madrid players, resulting in a corner kick. Even then, Ye Luo's attack wouldn't be a complete failure. Xabi Alonso also chased back. Near the byline, if Ye Luo was entangled, possession would most likely be won back by Real Madrid. Ye Luo stopped the ball. He looked at Khedira in front of him, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He hadn't expected Khedira's one-on-one defensive skills to be so good. It seemed that simple dribbling techniques were no longer enough to get past Khedira. So Ye Luo quickly made a decision. There wasn't much time for him to think on the field. Players often face choices on the field, and these choices require them to make judgments in a very short time. Stop to think? Your opponent won't give you that time. Just as Xabi Alonso was closing in, seemingly about to double-team Ye Luo with Khedira, what happened next left everyone speechless. Ye Luo slightly lowered his left shoulder, flicked his right foot, and then gently nudged the ball with the outside of his right foot, seemingly preparing to break through from the byline. Khedira had already anticipated this move. He stepped back, ready to intercept as soon as Ye Luo dribbled the ball out. Just when everyone thought Ye Luo had nudged the ball towards the byline and was about to break through, Ye Luo's right foot, which had been nudging the ball towards the byline, suddenly whipped out like a whip, turning the ball to the left. A high-speed version of a cowtail. From a standstill to the start, the speed was incredibly fast, seemingly without any pause. Xabi Alonso couldn't see exactly how Ye Luo broke through. He only saw Ye Luo's body sway slightly, and then the ball passed Khedira's right side. Ye Luo also took a long stride, passing right past Khedira. Xabi Alonso was startled. Before he could even warn him, Ye Luo, who had stormed into the penalty area, instantly became the focus of everyone's attention. Ramos, Pepe, Marcelo, Arbeloa, Lassana Diarra, and others all made the same move at that moment. Stepping forward to pounce on Ye Luo. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. As the Real Madrid stars raised their legs to pounce on Ye Luo's right leg swung. With a flick of his toe, he poked the ball towards the goal. The angle wasn't large, but the speed was incredible. Not only the speed of the ball's movement, but also the speed of Ye Luo's shot. If he continued to adjust, swinging his thigh driving his lower leg, he would unleash a powerful shot. There were definitely Real Madrid players who could react in time. Pepe, at least, was close enough to dive and block most of the angles. To score, the only option was to kick the ball high, but a high ball at such a tight angle would be much harder to get past Casillas' goal. So, Ye Luo spun a somersault, and Casillas' descent was already incredibly fast. But by the time he reached out, dived, and made the save, the ball had already darted past him. Everyone remained in their initial positions, turning to watch the ball. Boom. At that moment, time seemed to slow down. The ball suddenly crossed the goal line and was swept up by the net. The Bernabeu stadium fell into an eerie silence. Ye Luo has been forced to the byline by Khedira. He needs to pass the ball quickly. Alonso is also pressing forward, and Marcelo is right behind them. Once. Duan Zhuan's tone was urgent. Many Chinese fans were also watching this scene on the field with wide eyes. He's being a bit selfish, someone thought to themselves. After all, dribbling past an opponent is impressive if you succeed, but failing to do so is seen as hogging the ball and being selfish. However, Ye Luo's goal tally speaks for itself. He's the best football player in the country. Under these circumstances, even seasoned football fans hesitated to criticize Ye Luo for being too selfish. Just when everyone thought Ye Luo's shot was illogical, that he was cornered, Ye Luo broke through. Due to the distance of the panoramic camera, most commentators and viewers didn't actually see how Ye Luo broke through. They only saw Ye Luo's body sway, and he flashed past Khedira. The next instant, they didn't even see the ball roll into the goal before they saw Ye Luo raise his arms in celebration, and then they saw the ball spinning in the net. How did that go in? That was the first thought that popped into almost everyone's mind. The Bernabeu. Silence. Everyone stared blankly at the ball that had rolled into the goal. Real Madrid fans were dumbfounded. Malaga fans were dumbfounded too. No one could see how the ball went in. Did Ye Luo have magic? Did he control objects with his mind and send the ball into the goal? How could that be? If he had that ability, why would he even bother playing football? Everyone looked at the stadium's big screen. Under the high-definition cameras, everyone finally saw Ye Luo's dribbling and shooting movements. Is he even human? His cowtail dribble is that fast? Are his knees made of iron? My God! Real Madrid fans exclaimed in shock. In the commentary box, the commentators were also dumbfounded. Andres was the first to react. He took a deep breath, clenched his fist, and raised it above his head. Ye Luo. Goal. No other commentary was needed. Just that roar was enough to express the shock of the goal. In the commentary box, all sorts of shouts rang out. Ye. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. My God. What kind of skill and ball control does it take to score such a goal? A hat-trick. A hat-trick. With only 20 minutes left in the game, it's practically impossible for Real Madrid to score 3 goals in that time. Their chances of even equalizing are slim. A triple kill? Is Malaga going to beat Real Madrid for 3 consecutive games? Real Madrid killer Ye Luo has scored his 8th goal against Real Madrid. He only needed 3 games. Just 3 games. My God, this goal is so beautiful. How did he do it? Look, even in slow motion on TV, the move is still stunning. This elastico dribble is even more beautiful and exciting than Ronaldinho's. Because he's faster, and at the very first moment after dribbling past his opponent, Ye Luo's right leg swings and he pokes the ball with incredible speed and smoothness. Real Madrid's defense simply couldn't anticipate it, couldn't stop it. In the stands, the fans finally reacted. The Malaga fans cheered wildly. The Real Madrid fans had much more complex expressions. Some booed. Some covered their faces with their hands. Some pointed at the coaching bench and the players on the field, cursing angrily. Others held their heads in their hands, sighing to the heavens. On the field, Khedira sat on the ground, staring blankly at his goal, speechless. He had once thought he had found a way to deal with Ye Luo, and had even felt a surge of pride. But now, the cruel, cold reality told him, stopping Ye Luo? It was truly a ridiculous idea. Alonso shook his head helplessly, looking at Ye Luo surrounded by Malaga. Too terrible, Alonso muttered. In the attacking third, Cristiano Ronaldo, who ultimately failed to receive a pass from the back, looked ashen-faced. On the sidelines, Moreno also looked ashen-faced. All his calculations had failed because of Ye Luo's goal. Real Madrid's defense had been quite good. If they had held on for a few more minutes, Real Madrid could have launched a counterattack. But there were no ifs. Moreno immediately moved Higuain to the sidelines. Because Kaká's injury wasted a substitution, Real Madrid now only has 1 substitution left. Who should be replaced? Higuain is on the sidelines. Real Madrid is going to bring on a center forward. If only they had known this would happen, a commentator said. You can't say that. Who could have known Ye Luo would score in this way? His assistant said. The commentator nodded. Yes, Moreno is so unlucky. Real Madrid is so unlucky. Almost every time they encounter Ye Luo, who is in top form, unstoppable. While Real Madrid was preparing their substitution and Malaga was celebrating wildly, the television screen was replaying the entire process of Ye Luo's goal over and over again. From the dribble to the shot, the whole process was very short. Although the slow-motion replay stretched the time several times, it was still only a few seconds. The television broadcast had enough time to replay the goal a dozen times during the time Malaga's players were celebrating. However, The fans watching on television at this moment would certainly not blame the broadcasting organization for replaying the goal. This is a goal worth watching again and again, one that still feels breathtaking even after watching it countless times. Duan Zhuan exclaimed. At the same time, the video and gif of this goal quickly went viral on the Chinese internet. Everyone was shocked by Ye Luo's goal. Everyone was amazed by his dribbling skills. The beauty of football at this moment captivated many Chinese people. Perhaps this is the significance of having a superstar-level player for China. At this moment, a light appeared in the dark sky of Chinese football. An eternal light. In the darkness, those who love football can see it simply by looking up. Even in darkness, one should yearn for light. This goal completely destroyed Real Madrid's fighting spirit. Even though they launched a counter-attack in the last moment, Real Madrid ultimately failed to score even a single goal. In the 5th minute of stoppage time, when Cristiano Ronaldo unleashed a powerful shot that flew high over the crossbar and into the second-floor stands, the ball had not yet hit the ground. The referee then blew the final whistle to end the match. Chapter 128. The man who went from Channel 5 to Channel 1. Match over. Match over. Málaga has defeated Real Madrid 3-1 away from home, with Ye Luo scoring another hat-trick. In the standings, Málaga, with 7 wins and 2 draws for 23 points, has overtaken Real Madrid, who have 7 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss for 22 points, and is back at the top of the table. Málaga is now the only undefeated team in La Liga. When the referee blew the final whistle, the commentators, except for the Madrid commentator, all shouted in unison. The Madrid commentator looked somewhat grim. However, nothing was as grim as Moreno's grim expression on the field. The moment the final whistle blew, Moreno stood up from the bench and walked straight to the players' tunnel. He didn't even shake hands with Pellegrini. On television, the camera focused on Real Madrid's coach, Moreno, whose ashen face perfectly reflected the current state of Real Madrid supporters. Seeing this, Florentino Perez's face darkened. For the Real Madrid president, the outcome of a single match wasn't actually that important. But Moreno's behavior, in Florentino's view, was a tarnishing of Real Madrid's brand image. Real Madrid is a world-class club. Even in defeat, they should maintain their composure. But that's Moreno for you. Those who love him passionately. Those who hate him to the core. But regardless, this madman Moreno, destined to leave an indelible mark on the world of football coaching in the early 21st century, may never have cared about the outside world's opinions of him. If he could lead his team to continuous victories, all the ridicule would become a joke. The winner takes all, that's the way it is. But now, his team has lost. Therefore, the mockery is unrestrained. The Catalan commentator, unsurprisingly, began to mock. Look at Moreno's face. Real Madrid lost to Málaga at home, which isn't surprising, because Málaga is really strong. They even held Barcelona to a draw at Camp Nou. On the sidelines, Pellegrini was raising his arms in celebration, appearing extremely excited. They had defeated Real Madrid in the 9th round of the league. In the first half of the season, they had achieved a win and a draw against 2 super teams, Real Madrid and Barcelona. This was an absolutely proud achievement for Málaga. Unbeaten against these 2 Spanish Super League teams, Real Madrid and Barcelona, this gave Málaga a huge boost of confidence when facing other La Liga teams. Perhaps, we really could win the La Liga title, Pellegrini said excitedly as he embraced his assistant, Maresca. Maresca's face showed worry. Unless you can play every game of the season. Pellegrini's excitement didn't fade. Why not? Why can't he play every game of the season? This guy is a monster. I even doubt if he's even from Earth. What's so strange about him playing every game of the season? Our medical team's report shows that his bone and muscle toughness is extraordinary. In other words, he has that rare iron physique. Actually, there are quite a few iron men on the football field who are not easily injured. But someone like Ye Luo, with such amazing attacking talent and such incredible durability, is truly a first. It's said that when God closes a door, he opens a window. But Ye Luo seems to be God's favorite. Forget about opening doors and closing windows. God simply moved the house away. He even personally stood next to Ye Luo in a black suit, holding an umbrella for him. In Pellegrini's eyes, Ye Luo is now a guy infinitely favored by God. Therefore, he now truly believes that Ye Luo might really be able to play every game of the season. On the pitch, after celebrating for a while, the Málaga players returned to the locker room. There, they found the team's general manager, Sans. Sands rarely came to the team's locker room, so the Malaga players were a little surprised. After congratulating the team on their victory over Real Madrid, Sands looked at Ye Luo. "Ye, congratulations. I just received news that you have officially become the 2011 Golden Boy Award winner." Sands' words caused the locker room to erupt in cheers and whistles. "Well done. I knew it. This year's Golden Boy is definitely Ye. If the Golden Boy isn't awarded to Ye this year, the credibility of the Tuttosport newspaper is gone. Mr. Golden Boy. Mr. Golden Boy," everyone chanted in unison. Ye Luo smiled and accepted the congratulations. Sands chuckled, "The Turin Sports Daily contacted us to discuss the award ceremony. Our idea is to have the award presented at our home stadium in the next league match. Ye, what do you think of this arrangement?" Ye Luo naturally agreed. Actually, the Golden Boy Award meant little to him, it was just a natural progression. He was more interested in the FIFA Ballon d'Or, the merger of the former World Player of the Year and the European Golden Ball. That award was far more prestigious. Even now, the Golden Boy Award still held considerable weight. Unlike later awards, where a young player transferred to a top club could win based solely on the fame brought by the transfer. Looking at the list of Golden Boy winners since its inception, starting with the first winner in 2003, Van der Vaart, Rooney, Messi, Fabregas, Aguero, Anderson, Pato, Balotelli, and then Ye Luo. So far, at least the Turin Sports Daily hadn't ruined its reputation. Of these players, Anderson and Balotelli's later careers didn't go so smoothly, but both of them at least won the Premier League title. This year's Golden Boy Award saw Ye Luo competing against German prodigy Mario Götze, dubbed the German Messi, Welsh winger Gareth Bale, and Ye Luo's own teammate Isco. However, none of these players could compare to Ye Luo. Even before the final winner was announced, some media outlets compared Ye Luo's debut season performance with previous Golden Boy winners. The result was obvious. Even including Rooney and Messi's performances, they couldn't match Ye Luo's. Do they understand the prestige of the La Liga Golden Boot? Tactical lean back. After congratulating Ye Luo, the Malaga players began packing to return to Malaga. After all, Ye Luo winning the Golden Boy was a foregone conclusion, and no one was surprised. That evening, Malaga's away victory against Real Madrid quickly became a hot topic on social media. The next day, major traditional media outlets began reporting on the situation. In Spain, Madrid media outlets expressed disappointment with Real Madrid's home loss to Malaga. Many directly criticized Mourinho. Real Madrid lost 1-3 to Malaga at home. Many of Mourinho's choices during the match were questionable, such as substituting Benzema after falling behind, and starting Kaká instead of Ilgauskas. For Real Madrid, losing at home to Malaga means relinquishing their top spot and suffering their first defeat of the season. Crucially, Malaga has already played both Barcelona and Real Madrid, while Real Madrid hasn't even faced Barcelona yet. If Real Madrid wants to win the La Liga title this season, they must ensure they get points against strong teams, as reported. Now, Malaga is unknowingly considered a strong team in La Liga. Although no media outlet has yet labeled Malaga a title contender, there's no doubt that most media outlets wouldn't deny that Malaga is the biggest spoiler in La Liga this season. The media in China naturally focused their attention on Ye Luo. A hat-trick against Real Madrid, 15 league goals in 9 La Liga matches. Ye Luo's performance has shocked the world of football. Ye Luo carries Malaga forward. Malaga reclaims the top spot in La Liga. Is this season's title a mere boast? The reports from the Chinese media excited Chinese fans. As the core player leading Malaga to the La Liga title, Ye Luo's status must be incredibly high. In England, the media also covered the match. The Daily Mail expressed concern for Manchester City in its report. Manchester City, deep in the group of death, may be in danger, as they face a Malaga team in phenomenal form. While the media focused on the post-match reports of the Malaga vs Real Madrid game, Tuttosport officially announced that Ye Luo was the winner of the 2011 European Golden Boy Award. Although most media outlets in Europe reported this news, it wasn't heavily publicized. Everyone knew that Ye Luo had no competitors this year. He was the undisputed Golden Boy. So in Europe, this news barely caused any buzz. But in China, no. In East Asia, the media in China, Japan, and South Korea all exploded. This was the first ever Golden Boy from Asia. It was also the most prestigious individual honor ever won by an Asian player. The Chinese media were incredibly proud. Our national team may not be good, but we have Ye Luo, We have Asia's first golden boy, the Oriental Sports Daily reported. Almost all Chinese media, not just sports media, reported it. That afternoon, the Chinese national television station's sports channel dedicated a full 10 minutes to reporting on Ye Luo winning the European Golden Boy Award. Holy crap! Ye Luo, what a big deal. Fa, you bastards, keep censoring him. The national television station is way above them. 10 minutes of news coverage, that's like the protocol for a visit by a leader of a major power. Keep it down, keep it down. This is just news from the sports channel, not on the national channel. In reality, Ye Luo winning the Golden Boy Award was indeed a fact within the Chinese football circle. No. This is a major event for the entire sports and entertainment world. Football is, after all, the world's #1 sport. Its influence is undeniable. Even though the Chinese national team's performance is poor, football's influence in China is still considerable. Fans are passionate about football. Given the national team's current performance, the Chinese Super League is currently the only league in the country that's close to commercialization. This demonstrates football's influence in China. Meanwhile, media outlets in South Korea and Japan are somewhat envious. These two countries are football powerhouses in Asia, with a large number of players playing in Europe. Their national team starting lineups are even primarily composed of players who have played in European leagues. Their level is far superior to the Chinese national team. Yet, even so, none of them have ever had a player win an award like the Golden Boy. Who would have thought that the first Asian Golden Boy would appear in China? South Korea's largest sports media outlet, Naver Sport, reported on this. Yes, you read that right. Asia's first ever Golden Boy has emerged from China. While the Chinese national team has always been a defeated foe of the South Korean national team, it's unfortunate that they've actually produced a true Golden Boy. Fortunately, it seems their national team has fallen out with this Golden Boy, which is perhaps the best news in this story. Japanese media were also reporting this news extensively, with various commentaries. For Chinese fans, what they loved most was reading the comments from Japanese and South Korean fans. Seeing the Japanese and South Koreans lose their temper was their source of amusement. And unexpectedly, that evening, the news of Ye Luo winning the Golden Boy Award was also featured on the national channel's 30-minute news program. This afternoon, the Italian newspaper Tuttosport officially announced that Chinese player Ye Luo has won this year's Golden Boy Award, becoming the first Asian player to ever receive this honor. Thanks to his meteoric rise last season, helping Málaga climb from the relegation zone to third place in the league, and defeating Messi and Ronaldo to win the La Liga Golden Boot, as well as his outstanding performance in La Liga and the Champions League this season, Ye Luo has won over all the Golden Boy Award committee members, rightfully becoming the European Golden Boy. This news was brief, lasting only about 2 minutes, but it was of great significance. Football news rarely makes it into the 30-minute news. Only major news appears in the 30-minute news. Holy crap! Ye Luo is on the 30-minute news. This is the prestige of a Golden Boy. Awesome. The man who went from CCTV 5 to CCTV 1. In an instant, Chinese football fans were excited. Ye Luo's popularity made various investors envious. However, Mendez's management team had a planned and methodical approach to Ye Luo's commercial development. Ye Luo will absolutely not accept advertising endorsements casually. Every commercial endorsement she makes requires careful consideration of various factors to avoid any potential scandals. And there will absolutely never be a scene of Kaká and Ronaldo grinning foolishly while endorsing gin. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129, The Achievement System is now available, featuring a unique characteristic. Ye Luo actually kept up with domestic affairs. If he saw comments praising him and they were well written, he'd even use a secondary account to like and comment on them. After the team returned to Málaga, Pellegrini gave them a day off. On the first training session after the holiday, Ye Luo was surrounded by reporters. Ye, congratulations on winning the European Golden Boy Award. What do you think of winning this award? A reporter asked loudly. Very good, Ye Luo replied with a smile, not saying much, seemingly not particularly concerned about the award. Moreover, this award was organized by the Tuttosport newspaper, not by UEFA or FIFA. Therefore, no player would specifically travel to Italy to receive the award. Tuttosport didn't have that kind of influence either. Therefore, they could only discuss with the winning player and club, choosing a home game to present the award before the game started. On October 28, in the 10th round of the league, Malaga hosted Rayo Vallecano. Before this match, at the Rosé Garden Stadium, in front of tens of thousands of Malaga fans, Ye Luo accepted the European Golden Boy Award presented by the Tuttosport newspaper. The trophy for the European Golden Boy looks somewhat similar to the European Golden Ball. The European Golden Ball has now merged with the FIFA World Player of the Year award to become the FIFA Ballon d'Or. A golden football rests on the base of the trophy. Ye Luo raised the trophy high in front of the entire stadium, receiving a thunderous roar of cheers and applause. While Ye Luo was the winner, Malaga also shared in the glory. As the team's star player, his victory naturally made Malaga's fans extremely happy. However, as Ye Luo accepted the trophy, a hint of surprise suddenly appeared on his previously calm smile. No one quite understood the meaning behind Ye Luo's expression. One commentator joked, "Did Ye Luo think the Golden Boy trophy was pure gold, which is why he was surprised when he held it? It's actually a hollow, gold-plated ball." Various media outlets offered their own interpretations of Ye Luo's expression. This is the treatment of a superstar. A subtle expression is enough for the media to analyze for ages. What surprised Ye Luo was that the system was triggered at that moment. Congratulations on winning the European Golden Boy Award. Achievement system activated. You have received an achievement reward. 1 random draw of the Golden Boy trait. Randomly draw Golden Boy trait. Draw the trait of 1 star player from among those who have won the Golden Boy Award. Draw. Congratulations, you have drawn the unique trait of Wayne Rooney, the 2004 Golden Boy winner. Little tank, a level trait, unique trait. Effect, greatly increases the probability of knocking down opponents without committing a foul in physical confrontations, and greatly improves the team's ball control stability under physical pressure. Ye Luo's face showed surprise. This was the trait he had drawn. Judging from the description, this little tank trait was quite useful. It was very practical under physical pressure. And since the Golden Boy Award could yield such a trait, what about the Ballon d'Or? Ye Luo opened the achievement system. This was a new module, including individual and team sub-modules. The individual module included 2010 to 2011 La Liga Golden Boot, La Liga record holder for scoring in 11 consecutive matches. 2011 European Golden Boy Award. Ye Luo stared at these 3 achievements. Doesn't beating Real Madrid in 3 consecutive matches count as an achievement? Ye Luo muttered to himself. However, the system didn't respond. Then Ye Luo looked at the empty team module and shook his head. But then he thought, if he could win the championship, wouldn't there be corresponding rewards? Perhaps inspired by the European Golden Boy Award, Ye Luo performed exceptionally well in this match. He achieved an unusual hat trick, an assist hat trick. However, he didn't score. Ultimately, Malaga defeated Rayo Vallecano 3-0, maintaining their position at the top of the league standings. Furthermore, Ye Luo's goal-scoring spree finally stopped. This relieved many. This guy finally stopped scoring. If he kept going, it would have been too terrifying. In a post-match interview, Ye Luo held up the Golden Boy trophy and said, "I'm very happy to receive this award. Of course, what I hope for even more is that the Golden Boy Award can one day become the Ballon d'Or." He shook the golden trophy and told the reporters. No reporter laughed at this moment. No one doubted Ye Luo's ability to win the Ballon d'Or. If he continues in his current form, winning the Ballon d'Or is almost a matter of the next 2 or 3 seasons. The next day, a reporter remarked in the media, "Winning the La Liga Golden Boot in his debut season is an unprecedented achievement. For 18-year-old Ye Luo, his career has just begun, but it's already a peak that many can only dream of." As he said, the Golden Boy Award means nothing to him because it doesn't adequately reflect Ye Luo's outstanding performance last season. The Golden Boy Award is just the beginning of climbing towards the Ballon d'Or. After the 10th round of the league, the last match of October followed. Malaga hosted Manchester City. A win would secure Malaga's qualification for the knockout stage with 1 round to spare. Perhaps because all the players were focused on qualifying, Malaga's performance was subpar. Furthermore, Manchester City, playing away, deployed a completely impenetrable defense. Ultimately, Malaga and Manchester City played to goalless draw at home 0-0, each side taking 1 point. However, with this 1 point, Malaga also qualified for the knockout stage of the Champions League. After 4 rounds of the Champions League group stage, Malaga has 3 wins and 1 draw, earning 10 points. Bayern Munich has 3 wins and 1 loss, earning 9 points. Manchester City has 1 win, 1 draw, and 2 losses, earning 4 points. AC Milan has suffered 4 consecutive losses, earning 0 points. This was something no one expected before the season started. AC Milan, as the defending Serie A champions, has had a truly disappointing performance in the Champions League this season. Meanwhile, Malaga's performance has been nothing short of amazing, securing their place in the knockout stage 2 rounds early. Now, Manchester City has 4 points, 6 points behind Malaga. With only 2 group stage matches remaining, even if Manchester City wins all 6 matches and Malaga loses both teams will have 10 points. The head-to-head record will be the primary factor. With a win and a draw against Manchester City, Malaga will be ahead of Manchester City even if they are tied on points. Manchester City cannot surpass Malaga, and AC Milan with 0 points is even less likely to. Therefore, Malaga has already qualified for the knockout stage 1 round early. As for whether they will finish first or second in the group, that will only be clear after the final round, after their home game against Bayern Munich. Of course, if Manchester City can beat Bayern at home in the next round, and Malaga can beat AC Milan away, then Malaga will secure first place in the group with 1 round to spare. After the Champions League ends, there are 2 league games before the next Champions League match, with an international break in between. In the 11th round of the league, Malaga played Espanyol away. In this match, Malaga encountered fierce resistance from Espanyol and were held to a 1-1 draw. The only good news was that Ye Luo regained his scoring touch, thwarting Malaga's equalizer. After this match, Ye Luo's mission of 2 consecutive draws was accomplished. And the next day, the second piece of good news arrived. Real Madrid were held to a draw away by Granada. With 1 draw and 1 loss in 2 league games, one can imagine how much pressure Mourinho is under. Many Madrid media outlets have already criticized him. Malaga remains at the top of the table. Barcelona seized the opportunity to catch up, and now they are tied with Real Madrid on 23 points, while Malaga has 24. Levante is currently 4th in the standings. This was unexpected. After 10 league matches, Levante has 6 wins, 3 draws, and 1 loss, accumulating 21 points and ranking 4th. 5th place is held by Valencia with 19 points. The competition at the top of the La Liga standings this season is extremely fierce. After this match, it was time for the international break, essentially giving Ye Luo a long vacation. Unfortunately, Malaga was unlucky during this international break. 2 key players, Cazorla and Demichelis, were injured after the international break. Cazorla suffered a hamstring strain and is estimated to be out for 2 weeks. Demichelis suffered a knee injury and will need at least a week to recover. Under these circumstances, Malaga hosted Real Betis in the 11th round of the league. Pellegrini rotated most of his key players for this match. Of course, Ye Luo started the game. With his winning goal, Malaga defeated Real Betis 1-0 at home, continuing their winning streak in La Liga. And immediately after the match, the entire Malaga team boarded a plane to Milan. The Champions League, Group A, 5th round, a crucial match. Chapter 130 AC Milan's Battle for Honor. AC Milan's Battle for Honor. This was the headline of the Milanese sports newspaper, La Gazzetta dello Sport, even before the players from Malaga arrived in Milan. For AC Milan, this match was indeed a battle for honor, as they had completely lost hope of advancing. Of course, if AC Milan fought hard and won their last 2 league matches, they still had a chance to overtake Manchester City and finish 3rd in the group, earning a place in the Europa League. However, for AC Milan at this point, they might not want to participate in the Europa League. Many media outlets in Milan also believe that AC Milan's final 2 Champions League matches at home were a battle for the players to prove themselves. Before the match, Milan fans in Milan, when interviewed, expressed their inability to accept AC Milan's poor performance in the Champions League group stage this season. Of course, I know this group is a group of death, but 4 consecutive losses are just too shameful. We are AC Milan, one Milan fan, who wished to remain anonymous, angrily exclaimed in front of the camera. For AC Milan, advancing was no longer an option. A slightly more rational approach would be to abandon the Champions League and focus entirely on the league. AC Milan's performance in Serie A this year has been poor, currently ranking 5th, and they might even miss out on Champions League qualification. However, Allegri dares not simply give up on the Champions League, otherwise he would be drowned in criticism from the media and fans. AC Milan needs to prove themselves in their last 2 Champions League group stage matches. They need at least 1 win, 1 point, right? Half of Milan is talking about this match. Ye Luo is Malaga's biggest threat. To beat Malaga at home, we must limit Ye Luo's performance, one Italian media outlet wrote. This is all nonsense. Everyone knows that playing against Malaga requires limiting Ye Luo. But how? Anyone who could figure out a way wouldn't be a journalist. Wouldn't it be better to become a head coach or a technical analyst? Due to injuries to Cazorla and Pellegrini, Malaga will be missing 2 important midfielders and defenders in this match, which will also create opportunities for AC Milan. Therefore, AC Milan, playing at home, can definitely press forward and attack their opponents. La Gazzetta dello Sport also offered advice to AC Milan. At the pre-match press conference, Pellegrini was asked about injuries. Injuries are normal, and we are certainly aware of that. Malaga is well prepared for this. We have excellent substitutes, both Ivan Gonzalez and Manu Torres, who are ready to start at any time. In midfield, we have Camacho and Joanito. Although Pellegrini spoke confidently, most Italian media believe that the injuries to 2 key players would definitely have a significant impact on Malaga, and that AC Milan, playing at home, would certainly have a chance to win. Allegri was then asked about how to deal with Ye Luo. This is our home ground, and what we need to do is defend the team's honor on our home turf. Allegri didn't say how he planned to deal with Ye Luo. In fact, he didn't have any good ideas, and even if he did, he couldn't say them in this setting. As the match drew closer, words like revenge, a battle for honor, and redemption frequently appeared in the Milan media, on the lips of AC Milan players, and on the lips of AC Milan fans. In their last 2 home games, if AC Milan could defeat Malaga and Manchester City and get all 6 points, then even if they were eliminated in the group stage, they would be out with their heads held high. For their honor, AC Milan was destined to fight tooth and nail in this match. In this atmosphere, when Malaga arrived in Milan, they received a warm welcome from Milan fans. From the airport to their hotel, they were greeted with middle fingers, insults, and humiliation from Milan fans. The Chinese reporters who witnessed this were stunned. Generally speaking, AC Milan, as one of the world's most famous elite teams, still maintains its own style. AC Milan fans are no exception. They only do this when facing arch rivals and truly formidable opponents. To greet Malaga with such a display shows how important this match is for AC Milan. Isco, on the team bus, watched the Milan fans in their red and black stripes holding up various banners and signs, and the screen filled with middle fingers raised at them. He clicked his tongue twice and remarked, "Is this necessary? We only won 1 game at home, and they're acting like we're their arch enemies." Ye Luo also looked at the Milan fans. Needless to say, among all the Malaga players, as Malaga's star player, he was the one receiving the most enthusiastic welcome. Just impotent rage. What battle for honor. I know all too well this kind of thing. First round, crucial match. Second round, life or death match. Third round, battle for honor, Ye Luo said, shaking his head. AC Milan isn't top tier, but they still think they were the European champions. With that mentality in this group, how could they not get a good beating? Maybe they've realized it now, but it's too late. How do you know so much about them? Did you lose a lot of games when you were in youth academy? Isco asked. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Before the match, the San Siro stadium was packed with fans. Even before the players had warmed up, AC Milan fans had already created an extremely enthusiastic atmosphere. Fans and players alike were fighting for AC Milan's glory. This stadium, when it belonged to AC Milan, was called San Siro. Actually, it also had another name, Misa. When this stadium belonged to Inter Milan, it was called Misa. One stadium with 2 names. This is because this stadium is shared by 2 giants of Milan, AC Milan and Inter Milan. For AC Milan fans, this is San Siro. For Inter Milan fans, this is Misa. In fact, both teams have always had plans to build their own stadium. However, these plans ultimately remained only on paper and were never implemented. Even during Serie A's heyday, The Milan clubs failed to achieve their goal of building their own stadiums. In an era where the Italian economy is declining, Serie A stars are leaving, and the financially strained Italian giants are increasingly less attractive to their players, the Milan club's plans to build their own stadiums will remain just a dream in the short term. The exorbitant cost of stadium construction is enough to bankrupt any team. Not just the Milan clubs. Even Arsenal in the Premier League, with a higher revenue stream than the Milan clubs, had to tighten their belts to build the Emirates Stadium. They sold their captains every year, constantly scrambling for funds. They signed players who wanted to leave as soon as they became famous. Why? Because they were burdened with debt and had no money. Plus, the owner wasn't a white-robed man, he was a shrewd American Jew. If it weren't for Wenger supporting Arsenal, they might have been dragged down to mid-table by the stadium debt. Professor Wenger is truly remarkable. At this level of investment, to consistently finish in the top 4 and qualify for the Champions League and the fiercely competitive Premier League every year is truly impressive. And at this very moment, the San Siro Stadium is packed to capacity. Although Milan fans are angrily criticizing AC Milan's performance in the Champions League this season, when the match actually begins, to defend their team's honor, the fans still fill the stadium, making the entire San Siro resemble a restless volcano, ready to erupt with scorching lava at any moment. Malaga's team bus is slowly driving towards the San Siro Stadium. As usual, Pellegrini only announced the starting lineup when boarding the bus. Actually, Malaga's starting lineup wasn't hard to guess. After all, I don't want to emphasize the difference between first and second place in the group stage anymore. Everyone knows how difficult the situation will be if we lose this match against Bayern Munich in the final group stage match. Pellegrini said. Honestly, I want to go further in the Champions League. Me too, coach. Yes. Get 3 points. Get first place in the group. The players echoed. The atmosphere inside the bus was incredibly enthusiastic. The frustration of being held to draw by Manchester City in the last round was bound to be unleashed in this round. It was foreseeable that AC Milan would definitely attack from the front at home. And precisely, Malaga is least afraid of attacking. They even held their own against Bayern Munich in an attacking battle. And so, amidst cheers, Malaga's bus slowly drove into the parking lot of the San Siro Stadium. The bus door opened, and the first person to step out was the team's head coach, Pellegrini. Click, click. The sound of shutters and flashes filled the air. Next came the team's captain, Ye Luo. Then came the other Malaga players. Although 2 key players, Cazorla and Demichelis, were injured, the Malaga players looked quite confident. The cameras focused on several of Malaga's substitute players. Centre-backs Ivan Gonzalez and Manu Torres, midfielders Camacho and Joanito. These 4 players were all starters last season, but this season they've mostly become substitutes. However, they all possess considerable ability, otherwise, Malaga wouldn't have finished third in the league last season. They wore smiles, appearing confident, just like the other Malaga players. Italian journalists stood on both sides of the road, watching the confident Malaga players file out, inwardly cursing, "Get cocky. This is the San Siro. We'll see in the game." Both sides had a compelling reason to win this match. Therefore, neither coach said anything particularly inspiring in the locker room. Malaga needed 3 points to secure first place in the group. AC Milan needed to fight for their honor. From the start, AC Milan pressed forward aggressively, launching a furious attack on their home turf. Malaga was well prepared for this. This is AC Milan's home ground. They're unlikely to play defensively at home, especially when they desperately need a victory to restore the confidence of their players and fans. AC Milan's relentless attack was expected. However, Malaga remained composed. In training sessions a few days before the match, the coaching staff had emphasized the possibility of AC Milan launching a fierce attack at home. Everyone was mentally prepared, and besides, the current AC Milan isn't as formidable as they were a few years ago. AC Milan appears to have a star-studded lineup. But who are they? Pato, Robinho, Cassano, former geniuses whose peaks were cut short for various reasons. Seedorf and Nesta, 2 aging players. Those slightly in their prime are Ibrahimovic and Silva. However, Ibrahimovic is notoriously weak in the Champions League. Thiago Silva is also a newcomer with insufficient Champions League experience. This team seems to have many famous players. But fame doesn't necessarily equate to strength. If fame equals ability, Pelé should still be Brazil's #1 star. Meanwhile, Malaga's age structure and player mix are much more balanced. While many players aren't household names, they're all in the prime, at the peak of their experience and skill. The team also has star players and several experienced veterans. The mix of young and old is well balanced. They have rising stars as well as supporting players. This makes the team far more resilient than AC Milan, which appears strong on the surface but has many problems. Therefore, facing AC Milan's relentless attack, Malaga opted for a solid defense, waiting for counter-attack opportunities. They weren't in a hurry, they only needed one goal to secure the victory. It was AC Milan, eager to prove themselves, that pushed forward so aggressively, exposing gaps in their defense, which they were exploiting. You can tell the mentality of the two teams just by looking at the postures of their coaches on the sidelines. Pellegrini was calm and collected. The young Allegri stood on the sidelines, constantly shouting, gesturing wildly, sometimes clapping, sometimes expressing regret. In this match, Ye Luo partnered with Baptista and Isco in the forward line, although Isco has now returned to midfield, and Baptista has also moved back to midfield to participate in defense. The Brazilian beast Baptista is actually a versatile forward. Despite his imposing physique resembling a football version of Shaquille O'Neal, he actually started as an attacking midfielder before switching to center forward. He's also quite skilled with his footwork and has excellent positional awareness in midfield. Therefore, Malaga is now playing a 4-5-1 formation. Ye Luo doesn't need to participate in defense, he roams the attacking third, waiting for counter-attack opportunities. AC Milan's attack struggles against the well-prepared Malaga. This shift in momentum allows Malaga numerous counter-attacking opportunities. In the 13th minute, it was Baptista, who had returned to the penalty area to defend against a cross from the wing, who intercepted the ball and launched a long diagonal pass, fully unleashing Ye Luo's speed. Ye Luo sprinted forward, leaving all the AC Milan defenders behind. Even the youngest player, Thiago Silva, couldn't keep up with his pace. Not to mention the aging Nesta. Amidst the sharp and desperate boos from the crowd, Ye Luo controlled the ball, cut into the penalty area, faced the goalkeeper one-on-one, and pushed the ball into the goal. The ball skimmed the grass and nestled into the far corner of the net. Abbiano had done his best against Ye Luo's one-on-one. But Ye Luo's arsenal for one-on-one situations was so rich that the goalkeeper's scalp tingled. Sometimes he would lob. Sometimes he would dribble past the goalkeeper, sometimes he would suddenly shoot into the far corner, and sometimes he would even shoot between the legs. No matter what weapon he used, his ability to seize one-on-one opportunities was arguably the best in the world. Before shooting, Ye Luo even used a feint to confuse Abbiano, making Abbiano think that Ye Luo was going to dribble past him. As a result, just as Abbiano was about to tackle the ball at Ye Luo's feet, Ye Luo quickly followed up with a shot. This left Abbiano as if he had been frozen in place, unable to do anything, watching helplessly as the ball passed by his feet. Beautiful. Ye Luo scores a one-on-one goal. Malaga takes a 1-0 lead over AC Milan away from home. Spanish commentator Andres exclaimed excitedly. Ye Luo scores. This is his 9th goal in the Champions League this season. My God. He has already scored 9 goals in the Champions League this season. Is he going to set an unprecedented goal record this season? AC Milan is in big trouble. They may face a very embarrassing situation, 5 consecutive defeats in the Champions League group stage this season. Ye Luo's ability to seize opportunities is too strong. With just a simple long pass, he broke through AC Milan's goal. He used pure speed to defeat AC Milan's defense. In the commentary box, while commentators from other countries were celebrating the goal, the Italian commentator was silent. In the stands, Milan fans held their heads in their hands. This situation was really terrible for AC Milan. AC Milan had a strong attack in the early stages, and they dominated in all statistics. Possession, shots, passes, touches in the opponent's penalty area, etc. They were all ahead. In the stands of the San Siro, the Milan fans, dressed in their red and black jerseys, were incredibly excited for the first 13 minutes, seemingly reliving the glory days of AC Milan's dominance in Europe. However, when Malaga easily breached AC Milan's goal with a simple counter-attack, the AC Milan fans realized that their defense was constantly under threat from Ye Luo. Just one opportunity was all it took for Ye Luo to put the ball in their net. And now, Ye Luo had actually done it. He had truly breached AC Milan's goal at the San Siro. All the frustration stemmed from this guy. In the San Siro stands, when they saw Ye Luo send the ball into Milan's goal and then celebrate wildly on the pitch, the die-hard fans in the south stand of the San Siro broke down. Die? You damn clown. Dragon countryman. Go back to China. Chink. 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 Wah, yellow-skinned monkey, wah. The entire south stand echoed with wah. Ye Luo frowned and looked towards the stands. Baptista quickly hugged Ye Luo. Ye, they're just a bunch of clowns. Baptista was worried that Ye Luo would go against those extremist fans. Italy is the birthplace of the mafia, and in Italy, many extremist fans have connections to gangs. Italy has a serious problem with racial discrimination. Racial discrimination often occurs in the stands of Serie A. Ye Luo tilted his head and looked at the stands, a slight smile appearing on his lips, then turned to Demochelis and said, I understand, just impotent rage, wait and see. They still have a chance. A system voice sounded in his mind, Ling. You have activated the side quest, counterattack against extremist fans. Chapter 131 The abrupt cessation of noise. In the commentary box, many commentators fell silent. They all knew what was happening in the stands. However, Ye Luo was from China, not belonging to the politically correct race of the West. He was neither black nor Jewish. Who cared about that? But the Chinese reporters were quite indignant. Damn it, these Italians are real bastards. What kind of superiority do they have to discriminate against others? They should take a good look at themselves. A tiny country like this, what kind of racial discrimination are they playing at? These people weren't punished in World War II, these Nazi remnants. The Chinese reporters' faces were somewhat grim, especially some of the reporters stationed in Italy. They knew all too well the situation in Italy. The country's racial discrimination problem was quite serious. The situation in the international metropolis of Milan was slightly better. In southern Italy, the fans were even more unrestrained. A group of Mussolini followers made many mainstream media outlets quite embarrassed. Just then, someone exclaimed, What is Ye Luo doing? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Ye Luo standing on the sidelines, raising his hands and gesturing for the crowd in the south stand to shout louder. The groans from the stands indeed increased with Ye Luo's movements. Eventually, many were sobbing uncontrollably. Ye Luo had completely manipulated them. Then, he made a gesture of listening to his ear and pursed his lips. Everyone knew what he meant. Is this the kind of counterattack you can pull off? Is this the power of your counterattack? You fucking idiots. Instantly, the entire south stand erupted in groans. Then Ye Luo made another gesture that sent chills down everyone's spines. He mimed peeling a banana and then extended it towards the stands. The extreme fans in the Milan south stand were furious. They had attacked countless players here before. When had anyone dared to retaliate? Originally, both the television broadcasters and the local media planned to turn a blind eye and let the matter drop as before. But who could have imagined that Ye Luo would make such a move? Even though the television broadcast was showing his goal, the sudden, increasingly loud groans from the stands still piqued the curiosity of viewers. In this age of ubiquitous social media, the video quickly spread across Weibo in China and various international social media platforms. Ye Luo celebrated his goal, was subjected to racial discrimination, and then retaliated. This scene immediately ignited outrage among Chinese fans. These Italian idiots. Kill them. Fuck them. Jing. Chinese fans were furious. Abroad, the comments were more extreme. Some thought the fans in the south stand went too far, while others thought Ye Luo shouldn't have provoked them. How can this be provocation? This is retaliation. So only you guys engage in racial discrimination, and you can't allow others to retaliate? No way, no way, no way, you only dare to do this from the stands, but you can't stand seeing others retaliate, right? This fragile heart dares to engage in racial discrimination? This incident sparked huge controversy and discussion online. On the field, the Milan players either looked embarrassed or turned away. Generally, if opposing fans provoked their own, some Milan players would stand up for them. But not one Milan player did. Allegri awkwardly covered his face. In his view, these extreme fans were a double-edged sword. Sometimes their frenzy in the stands could indeed ignite the team's fighting spirit, but other times, it could cause Milan a lot of trouble, just like now. Allegri looked to the other side. Pellegrini was already pulling the fourth official aside, talking about the incident. This is blatant racial discrimination against our players. The refereeing team must write it into the referee's report. Pellegrini shouted at the fourth official. What could the fourth official do? He could only appease Pellegrini. Actually, writing it into the referee's report wasn't a big deal. The key was how big the reaction was. If the public opinion was too great, UEFA might punish Milan. On the field, Ye Luo turned and high-fived his teammates. Everyone had originally intended to comfort Ye Luo. After all, many players encounter similar situations on the field. There have even been instances where players, unable to bear the humiliation, refused to continue the game. Such incidents are not uncommon. For example, during last season's match between Inter Milan and Cagliari, Samuel Eto'o, nicknamed the Cheetah, was subjected to a brutal and racist attack by Cagliari fans, leading him to attempt to walk out and protest. He was eventually persuaded to return by Captain Zanetti. If even a superstar like Eto'o receives such treatment, what about other players? The Málaga players were prepared for Ye Luo's frustration after such an attack. However, they were surprised when Ye Luo went to provoke the south stand at the San Siro, and upon his return, he appeared eager and excited. "Guys, don't worry." Ye Luo pointed to the stands, grinning, "These things are like a stimulant to ignite my fighting spirit. I can't wait to start the game." Seeing Ye Luo's smile, the Málaga players looked back at the stands, at the south stand fans still whining, and began to silently mourn for them, or rather, for AC Milan. "Are these fans helping you or hurting you?" He couldn't exactly go up and beat up those extreme fans, but AC Milan was in for trouble. After the game resumed, AC Milan's players were actually more affected by the south stand fans. After all, there were quite a few players of color in AC Milan's starting lineup. Many players were mentally affected during the game. Coupled with conceding a goal, AC Milan's morale was severely damaged. Now their attack was far less sharp than at the start. And with AC Milan unable to control the situation, it was Malaga's turn to shine. Under Ye Luo's leadership, their attack also picked up. The groans from the south stand of the San Siro were deafening. Who could blame them when Ye Luo had been handling the ball so frequently lately? The ball reached Ye Luo's feet. The groans continued as the ball was passed out. The noise stopped. The next moment, the ball was passed back. The groans resumed. Ye Luo and Isco even exchanged several passes back and forth in midfield, almost driving the crowd in the south stand crazy. "Damn it, these damn Italians!" Isco roared. "Nothing to be angry about," Ye Luo said, passing the ball diagonally to Joaquin on the other side and patting Isco on the shoulder. "Just impotent rage." Ye Luo ran to the next open space and received the ball. The groans resumed. A slight smile appeared on Ye Luo's lips. Did they think they could humiliate others without consequence? Just wait. They brought this on themselves. Ye Luo's range of movement expanded. He constantly saw open space, receiving, passing, and controlling the ball. The fans in the south stand of the San Siro are going too far. Don't they know this behavior doesn't help Milan at all? An Italian commentator couldn't help but curse. In the press box, a reporter from China shook his head and complained, "I think you don't even need to watch the game anymore. You could tell what's going on with your eyes closed." As soon as that sound comes, it means Ye Luo has received the ball. The sounds grew more frequent. Many even heard anxiety and fear in them. Why? Because AC Milan was becoming increasingly passive. Ye Luo's tireless running and constant runs put increasing pressure on AC Milan's defense. His footwork and dribbling ability made AC Milan feel like they had a thorn in their side. Every time Ye Luo received the ball, AC Milan had to immediately assemble a large defensive force. But Ye Luo's position wasn't fixed. He could appear in the midfield or any area of the attacking third. And in any area, Ye Luo posed a huge threat. He's ambidextrous, his long-range shots are incredibly threatening, his ball control is excellent, his dribbling is sharp, and his speed is almost unstoppable. More importantly, his stamina. Despite such a wide range of activity, Ye Luo's performance was consistently stable. He didn't show any signs of fatigue affecting the quality of his attacks, nor did he take a break after a burst of energy. Instead, he maintained a high-intensity rhythm that forced AC Milan's defenders to keep up. Veteran Seedorf was no exception. Even Boateng, a midfielder known for his running ability, was struggling. The two center-backs, Nesta and Silva, also had to constantly move, and Nesta was now panting heavily. In the 30th minute, Málaga launched another attack. Isco moved to the wing, glanced at the penalty area, and crossed a ball. But instead of finding a spot inside the box, The ball went outside. Ye Luo made a sprint back to the edge of the penalty area. The football flew fast, reaching Ye Luo in the blink of an eye. Is he going to shoot directly? This thought crossed many people's minds. But Ye Luo's choice disappointed them. Ye Luo chose to control the ball, chesting it down at his feet. Ye Luo didn't choose to volley directly, but chose to control the ball. He's lost his shooting opportunity now, Andres said with some regret. Ye Luo had indeed lost his chance to shoot directly, because after he controlled the ball, Seedorf rushed over, along with other midfielders and Cassano, who had dropped back from the forward line. A volley certainly offered a chance, but there was also a high probability of a direct shot. So Ye Luo's choice to control the ball was a safer option. Anyway, Málaga was in the lead now, so what was the rush? Amidst a chorus of groans, Ye Luo cut a ball to his right. He cut inside. Thiago Silva came up to defend. Just as he rushed up, Ye Luo had already pressed his body forward and cut inside. Thiago Silva wasn't afraid of physical confrontation with Ye Luo, so he charged straight at him. Bang! The two collided head-on. Ye Luo only stumbled, while Silva? He was knocked to the ground with a thud. Little tank, trait, quite useful. After pushing Silva aside, Ye Luo successfully created the perfect shooting space for himself. He raised his left foot, exerted full power, and unleashed a powerful shot with the instep. Bang! The loud sound clearly echoed throughout the stadium. Then, the ball, like a cannonball, whistled towards the goal. Abiano was clearly unable to save such a shot. It was a powerful shot with full force, the angle not particularly tricky, but the speed was simply too fast. By the time Abiano saw the ball coming and made a save, it was too late. The ball whistled and slammed against his wrist, slightly changing direction before bouncing into the net. In the stands, the wailing and hissing, at this moment. It ended abruptly. Chapter 132 Ugh, why did you stop wailing? When Ye Luo received Isco's pass again, the San Siro stadium erupted in a cacophony of noise, like a honeycomb. The AC Milan players on the bench covered their faces in embarrassment. How shameful. The mighty AC Milan, their fans had done this. However, when Ye Luo knocked Silva aside and shot the ball into the AC Milan goal, the San Siro's south stand fell silent. Abiano stood frozen, the ball already in the net. The south stand fans, who had just been excitedly pounding their chests and imitating gorillas, seemed frozen in place. The entire San Siro was deathly silent. Before halftime was even over, AC Milan was already 2 goals down. The so-called battle for honor might even turn into a crushing defeat. Ye Luo Silva is coming up. Oh, what a fierce physical confrontation. Silva is down. Shot 1. Goal. Goal. The commentators in the commentary box were stunned. Because this wasn't a typical Ye Luo goal. Physical confrontation, knocking his opponent away, and a powerful shot into the goal. This kind of goal-scoring style is rarely seen in Ye Luo. Although Ye Luo isn't particularly thin or weak for a footballer, he's not the type to score by simply overpowering his opponent, he relies more on speed and skill. The confrontation between Silva and Ye Luo just now ended with Silva being knocked down. It was precisely because Ye Luo completely outmatched Silva in this physical confrontation that Ye Luo had the opportunity to unleash a powerful shot. This was something no one had anticipated, including the AC Milan players, the still somewhat bewildered Thiago Silva, and the fans in the stands. In this atmosphere, Ye Luo turned and ran towards the south stand of the San Siro. He put a finger to his lips. Shut up, you idiots. The result, of course, enraged the extreme fans in the south stand. They hadn't expected Ye Luo to dare provoke them. Many were furious, their expressions ferocious and hysterical. Damn it. I'll fucking kill you. Bastard. I'm so angry. How dare this yellow-skinned monkey? How dare he? Monkey. Monkey. FK. A deluge of Italian profanities poured in. Italian can be considered the Latin-based language with the richest profanity, almost on par with Chinese. Clearly, Ye Luo's actions had thoroughly enraged the south stand of the San Siro. But Ye Luo wasn't satisfied with just silencing them. He stretched out his right hand. Slap. 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 A slap in the face. In the media section, many Chinese reporters were excited. Here it comes. Here it comes. That's how he slapped the source code back then. Awesome. This is too dangerous. Many of these extreme fans in the south stand are mafia, someone said worriedly. The extreme fans in the south stand were stunned. "We've already said we're extreme, we're very extreme, how dare he do this? He seems even more extreme than us." Ye Luo saw the somewhat bewildered extreme fans in the south stand in the front row. "This bunch of trash." Ye Luo spat at them. "Doing such garbage things in the name of football. They didn't deserve to be called fans." He held up 2 fingers and wagged them. "Hey, I've scored 2 now." The fans in the south stand were furious. The entire stand erupted in chaos. Fortunately, the Malaga players rushed over, pulled Ye Luo back, and surrounded him to celebrate a goal. Right below where Ye Luo stood, lighters, coins, even wallets and cell phones rained down on him. Security personnel had to rush over to warn the fans, who even tried to rush onto the pitch. "Well done, Ye. Amazing, you even knocked Silva aside. A new goal-scoring tactic." They patted Ye Luo's head, shoulders, and back, celebrating wildly. Silva looked somewhat bewildered. He had deliberately bumped into Ye Luo. In this situation, his prediction was that even if he couldn't get the ball, this physical confrontation would cause Ye Luo to lose control of it. After losing the previous match against Malaga, Thiago Silva, after much agonizing reflection, began to devise a strategy to counter Ye Luo. He ultimately concluded that the best approach was to trap Ye Luo in a physical battleground. Ye Luo possessed excellent footwork and speed. However, no matter how skilled he was, his age was a factor, his body hadn't fully developed, and his height and weight were a limitation. A single physical confrontation would be enough for his teammates to dispossess him. Therefore, Ye Luo's decision to control the ball instead of unleashing a volley gave Silva the opportunity to attack. But to his utter surprise, the seemingly certain defense failed. Silva was sent flying. Although Thiago Silva wasn't the tall, physically imposing center-back known for his athleticism, as a top-tier center-back, his physical strength, if not world-class, was certainly exceptional. Yet, in this confrontation, Ye Luo merely swayed, while Silva fell to the ground. Nesta helped Silva up, noticing the bewilderment and even astonishment on Silva's face. He said helplessly, "This might not be an accident. This kid, maybe he has more weapons he hasn't used yet." Silva couldn't help but look at Ye Luo, who had finished celebrating and ignored the countless middle fingers and boos from afar. Defensive confidence was shaken at this moment. Allegri's face showed bitterness. The first half wasn't even over, and they were already 2 goals down. How could they possibly play this game? He looked at AC Milan's attacking players. Even Ibrahimovic looked somewhat bewildered. Allegri then looked at the south stand, still frantically attacking Ye Luo, his brows furrowing even more. The behavior of these extreme fans hadn't affected Ye Luo's performance, on the contrary, it had completely ignited his fighting spirit. This put AC Milan in an even more difficult situation. Pellegrini applauded on the sidelines. Actually, he himself was somewhat surprised. Ye Luo had actually scored a goal in such a way. But this was certainly a good thing for Malaga. It meant that Ye Luo's arsenal had gained another weapon that could pose a deadly threat. The richer Ye Luo's attacking arsenal, the greater Malaga's attacking threat. In the media section, while Chinese reporters cheered, reporters from Milan and even Italy looked grim. AC Milan, after so much pre-match hype about it being a battle of honor, had conceded 2 goals before the first half was even over. The battle for honor had now turned into humiliation. Moreover, the behavior of the fans in the south stand would undoubtedly be widely reported after the match, potentially causing significant trouble for AC Milan. And when the game restarted, every time Ye Luo got the ball, a deafening chorus of whoosh 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 erupted. Ye Luo's actions had successfully enraged the entire San Siro fan base. Now, it wasn't just the south stand, even many moderate Milan fans were launching attacks against Ye Luo. This scene made many people look even more disgusted. The camera focused on Milan president Galliani, who was watching the game from a VIP box. Galliani's expression was extremely unpleasant. This scene would clearly cause immense damage to AC Milan's commercial brand and reputation. This was racism. Moreover, with a live broadcast, the noise from the stands could be heard almost worldwide. Although racism is rampant in Italy, and while Silvio Berlusconi, the de facto head of AC Milan and a prominent figure in Italian politics, is also a right-wing politician, such an incident at the San Siro Stadium was unacceptable to mainstream public opinion. The San Siro fans were practically pushing their team into a fire pit. However, Ye Luo remained calm. He played as usual, seemingly unaffected by the deafening noise. Under these circumstances, AC Milan was quite passive in the final stages of the first half. Fortunately, with little time remaining in the first half, many AC Milan players breathed a sigh of relief when the referee blew the whistle to end the first half. In reality, the noise from the stands had an even greater impact on them. Was Ye Luo simply giving up on challenging the San Siro fans? Of course not. Back in the locker room, he started looking for props. A banana. Bananas were the most common item in the locker room. High in sugar and easily digestible, bananas were a good source of energy. In fact, many players eat something during halftime to replenish their energy. From a nutritional perspective, the sugar in bananas can be quickly converted into glucose and immediately absorbed by the body, making it a rapid source of energy. Therefore, bananas are commonly found in the locker room. The team's logistics department naturally prepares these items. Ye Luo's teammates were very indignant about the treatment he received in the first half. As soon as he entered the locker room, everyone comforted him. "Ye, those guys are idiots, don't pay attention to them," Isco said indignantly. "Yes, there are a lot of idiots like that in Italy," Talalan said. "Yes, this happens a lot in Italy, don't pay attention to them," Van Nistelrooy, who was sitting on the bench for the match, also said. He had seen it all before. Ye Luo wasn't as angry as everyone imagined. He held a banana in his hand and then handed it to substitute goalkeeper Ruben. Ruben was taken aback, then shook his head and said, "Thank you, but I don't really like bananas." Ruben waved his hand. No, this isn't for you, Ruben," Ye Luo said. Old Lu spoke in Chinese. Ye Luo explained to Ruben that Old Lu represented a Chinese person's respect for their senior. This made Ruben quite happy. He even started asking everyone else in the locker room to call him that too. Old Lu paused for a moment. "If you're not going to eat the banana, what are you going to do with it? When we go out in the second half, you can hold this for me." "What's this for?" Ye Luo chuckled. "You'll find out soon enough." "You mean you're going to?" Ruben was suddenly startled. Just then, the head coach pushed open the door and looked at Ye Luo. Seeing the head coach enter, Ruben had to suppress his shock. A terrifying image flashed through his mind, but he didn't have time to ask Ye Luo for confirmation. His palms were sweating as he held a banana. Pellegrini wanted to glean something from Ye Luo. After all, the confrontation had left him somewhat bewildered. However, he ultimately didn't mention the goal. Instead, he began to plan how to play the second half. "In the second half, we'll continue playing the same way we did in the first half. Avoid dragging things out when passing the ball out from midfield. Just watch Ye's position and, whether it's a long or short pass, get the ball to his feet as much as possible." Ye Luo smiled. He liked hearing this arrangement because it meant he'd have more scoring opportunities in the second half. After halftime, the players emerged from the locker room. In the player tunnel, Ye Luo pulled Joaquin and Isco aside to explain the attacking strategy for the second half. "In the second half, I want to try high balls. I'll receive the ball in the middle, and you guys cross from the wings," Ye Luo said. He wanted to test the power of the little tank trait combined with the aerial dominator skill. The goal in the first half made Ye Luo realize that he could develop another almost unstoppable attacking tactic. Joaquin frowned slightly. "Isn't this too easy?" "No, I feel my physical strength has improved a lot recently. Anyway, we're leading by 2 goals. Let's try this attacking tactic in the second half. If it works, our attacking options will be much more diverse," Ye Luo said. Joaquin and Isco nodded. They had also seen Ye Luo challenge Silva, and Silva was knocked flying. Plus, Ye Luo has a great jumping ability. In that case, they might actually be able to create a lot of threats through crosses from the wings. After the second half started, the wailing from the San Siro stadium continued. These fans were determined to fight Ye Luo to the end. Many players who had faced similar situations in the past would have been affected mentally. Those with weaker mental fortitude might have had an emotional breakdown, forcing the coach to substitute them. Those with stronger mental fortitude would at most exchange insults, but if anyone dared to kick a fan, they would face a ban of at least a year. And those trashy fans? They suffered no loss whatsoever. Even if AC Milan faced the penalty of playing in an empty stadium. Are they the ones who are unlucky? No. The unlucky ones are AC Milan and those law-abiding, genuine fans. AC Milan is going to be in trouble now. Many reporters in the media section shook their heads and said. In this situation, the referee certainly wouldn't turn a blind eye, he would definitely write the incident into the referee's report. Moreover, this is an international match, a Champions League match, and Málaga is a team from Spain. The Spanish media certainly won't ignore this. This matter will definitely attract the attention of the entire Europe. At that time, AC Milan will definitely face UEFA punishment. If it were any other player, faced with such blatant and unbridled racism, they might just walk off the field and refuse to play. The groans were so dense. This showed that Malaga's attack almost completely suppressed AC Milan. Ye Luo, as the attacking core in the front court, obviously had more opportunities to receive the ball. But strangely, he seemed oblivious to everything happening in the stands. He didn't seem to care at all. In the hearts of many, such humiliation was simply intolerable. Moreover, Ye Luo didn't seem like the type to swallow his anger. So Ye Luo's composure was somewhat strange. He didn't respond to what was happening in the stands. Instead, he focused his attention on the game. The commentators had no choice but to focus on the game as well, and many TV stations used the method of muting the stands. Ye Luo gets the ball in the middle, AC Milan players are packed in the middle. Pass to Isco on the wing. Cross directly. Ye Luo. Header. Slightly over the goal. Here it comes again. Pass to the wing. Cross. Ye Luo gets the ball again but the header still doesn't hit the goal. Málaga seems to have changed their strategy in the second half, getting the ball in the middle, passing to the wing, and heading into the penalty area. This shouldn't be Ye Luo's attacking method, right? After focusing their attention on the game, the commentators noticed some tricks in the second half. Málaga. The camera focused on Pellegrini on the coaching bench. Pellegrini was also frowning. His assistant coach, Marasca, was getting restless. What's going on? Why are they playing so impatiently? He wondered. Should we intervene? Pellegrini thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, no need, let's wait and see. I think you might be testing his heading ability. Marasca nodded. The team was now 2 goals ahead, so they certainly had the confidence to hold back. Even if the game ended like this, Málaga would still be the winner. A 2-0 away win against AC Milan. What more could they ask for? But Ye Luo wasn't satisfied. Although he had scored 2 goals, he wasn't going to stop there. Because he knew that the best way to break down those extreme fans was to score against their team right in front of them. One after another. It was like slapping them repeatedly across the face, making their faces swollen. Of course, that wasn't enough. Ye Luo's other purpose in pursuing goals was to use those goals to show those fans what they were capable of. What does it mean to be a troublemaker who dares to directly confront even the Chinese Football Association? Isco and Joaquin were positioned on the flanks. Ye Luo played in the number 10 position. Baptista was at the forefront. Malaga's formation was briefly changed to 4-4-1-1. Joaquin and Isco's task was simple, pass the ball into the penalty area. Inside the penalty area, Ye Luo was their target. However, crosses weren't Malaga's only attacking method. Ye Luo also occasionally took a long-range shot from the center, sometimes making individual breakthroughs or exchanging passes with Baptista, penetrating through the middle and forcing AC Milan's players to keep their central defense up. This combination of attacking and central play, constantly switching between them, produced an effect greater than the sum of its parts. It was such a simple attacking method, but with Ye Luo, a superstar, anchoring the center, AC Milan was still suffocated. This infuriated the AC Milan fans in the stands, who could only vent their frustration amidst a chorus of sobs. After receiving the ball in the middle, Ye Luo stomped it under his foot and feinted against Seedorf's defense, startling the veteran Seedorf into retreating. At that moment, Ye Luo raised his right foot as if to unleash a long-range shot, causing Boateng and Van Bommel to dive and block him. These 2 actions put AC Milan on high alert. However, Ye Luo neither broke through nor took a long-range shot, instead passing the ball to the wing. Isco, on his run, saw Ye Luo making a direct run into the center of the penalty area. Before the fullback could cover, he crossed a ball. Isco's cross is too high. The ball was a bit high and not fast enough. Therefore, many commentators thought the ball wasn't very threatening. Silva breathed a slight sigh of relief after seeing the ball come out. His aerial duels with Ye Luo during this period had put him under immense pressure. Ye Luo's ability to consistently get to the ball over his head was enough to speak volumes. Even if the pass wasn't of high quality, He still needed to check Ye Luo's location immediately. Ye Luo wasn't in the middle. He was at the far post. After observing Ye Luo's position, Silva immediately turned and ran towards the far post, joining his teammate, fullback Zambrata, to double-team Ye Luo. Zambrata, while keeping an eye on the ball, spread his arms to take position and prepared to jump. Just then, Thiago Silva noticed that Ye Luo had already taken to the air. He didn't have time to warn Zambrata and could only rush forward himself. Immediately afterward, Zambrata also jumped. The three of them collided. A loud thud echoed throughout the stadium. Because Ye Luo had jumped too high. He was now the most conspicuous player on the field. Zambrata tried to jump, but when he did, he collided with Ye Luo's thigh, causing Ye Luo's body to tilt in the air. At the same time, Silva, who was coming from the other side, had a solid collision with Ye Luo. With the combined abilities of an aerial master and a mini tank, Ye Luo's body swayed, and Silva was bounced away. The ball was already falling from the air, and because he had already collided with Silva and Zambrata, he could no longer use his running start to head the ball. Furthermore, the ball's speed was slow, so he couldn't use its momentum. This ball could only be propelled by his own core strength, using his head to smash it towards the goal. The wailing sound suddenly turned into one of despair. They were trying to humiliate their opponents with a sound, but now, within that humiliating sound, the despair of AC Milan fans could be heard. The sound was so sharp, indicating the intensity of their despair. At this moment, Ye Luo's eyes were only on the ball. He stared at the incoming ball, tightening his core muscles. In an almost folding motion in the air, he slammed his head forward. Bang! His forehead struck the upper middle part of the incoming ball, causing it to change direction sharply and bounce downwards towards the goal. Abbiano was originally positioned at the far post. The goalkeeper's positioning allowed him to clearly see Ye Luo's run. So, upon seeing Ye Luo appear at the far post, he moved there as well, covering that area. In Abbiano's view, such a high-flying ball wouldn't provide any power. Therefore, Ye Luo would most likely only manage a glancing touch. Completely harmless. However, who could have imagined that Ye Luo would execute a powerful header in mid-air? He slammed the ball directly towards the other goal. Abbiano hurriedly moved towards the near post. He jumped again, stretched out his arm, and stared intently at the bouncing ball. Ultimately, he couldn't touch the ball. He could only watch helplessly as the ball bounced off the ground and slipped under his arm. And just like that, it bounced into the goal. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Milan fans, who were still screaming like monkeys, seemed to have a fishbone stuck in their throats. They were instantly silenced. Goal! From the commentary box. The commentators jumped to their feet, raising their arms in triumph. Beautiful. Beautiful. Beautiful header. Woohoo. That's so satisfying. That's the right way to respond. Duan Juan, who had been holding back his anger, finally let it out on the Dragon Kingdom's national television sports channel. Hooray! In the away stands of the San Siro Stadium, the few Málaga fans raised their arms in celebration. Now the entire stadium was filled with their voices. The whistling had been silenced by Ye Luo himself. On the bench, Pellegrini was almost speechless at Ye Luo's goal. He had initially thought Ye Luo was just experimenting with a new tactic. So he hadn't expected Ye Luo to score with such a simple method. But now, when he saw Ye Luo leap high, pinning Zambrata beneath him, knocking Silva away in midair, and then, without any leverage, using his powerful core strength, to deliver a powerful header, he even bounced off the ground. At this point, Pellegrini was convinced. He knew. Ye Luo's arsenal had gained another powerful offensive weapon. In fact, aerial attacks have always been an important way to score. Otherwise, why would so many teams, when they desperately need a goal, always resort to desperate long balls and crosses? The enduring popularity of this tactic proves its value. And now Ye Luo can create huge threats with both his feet and his head. The more weapons in his arsenal, the more difficult it is to defend against. After landing from the air, Ye Luo was extremely pleased. He knew he had found another almost unsolvable way to attack. His arsenal had gained another nuclear weapon. But Ye Luo had no time to marvel at having gained another means to greatly threaten the opponent's goal. After landing, he ran towards the substitutes bench. The substitutes thought Ye Luo was going to rush up to celebrate a goal with them, so they all surrounded him, but Ye Luo waved them away and instead ran straight towards Ruben. "Old Lu, hurry up, banana!" Substitute goalkeeper Ruben is basically a mascot on the bench. Unless the starting goalkeeper Caballero is injured, he's unlikely to be substituted. So it's safer for Ye Luo to keep the banana with Ruben. Ruben hesitated for a moment, then almost instinctively handed the banana to Ye Luo. Ye Luo took it, squeezed through the crowd, and ran to the south stand. Everyone was a little confused. Even the cameras and TV broadcasts followed Ye Luo's back. Then, both the audience at the stadium and those watching on TV saw Ye Luo peel the banana and extend it towards the stands. You guys were whining, weren't you? Monkeys are the ones whining. You've been whining for ages. Hungry? I've come to feed you bananas. Ye Luo said mockingly, holding up the banana and extending 3 fingers. PFFT. Almost all the Chinese fans heard this sound. This was the sound of Du and Zhuan spraying water. After Ye Luo scored, he was so excited that his voice cracked. He wanted to take a sip of water to moisten his throat while the commentator Su Yang was praising the goal and the tactical brilliance. But what he saw next was this: instead of drinking any water, he sprayed his shorts all over the San Siro stadium. The fans in the stands were dumbfounded. They had used this method to deal with countless players. Never, ever had any player dared to retaliate like this. They were already furious about conceding a goal. Now Ye Luo was reminding them, only monkeys make those whimpering noises. They had used that sound to mock Ye Luo as a monkey, but now, they were the monkeys themselves. So, even whimpering was inappropriate now. He was holding a banana. If you kept whimpering, wouldn't you be eating the banana? Would that just confirm that you were the monkey? Therefore, they could only express their anger with boos, curses, ferocious expressions, and middle fingers. They were so angry that the entire stands were in an uproar. But Ye Luo was fearless. He wasn't afraid of these people. He stood on the sidelines like a statue, holding a banana, a mocking smile on his face. The fans in the south stand of the San Siro were furious. They roared angrily, throwing everything they could onto the field. But this time, the security personnel reacted quickly, hurriedly raising their shields to protect Ye Luo's face. Clang, clang, clang. Ye Luo made a huge contribution to Milan's GDP today. After this match, mobile phone sales in Milan will definitely see a small surge. The fans at the San Siro stadium went crazy. The AC Milan players were about to go crazy too. They had never seen such a guy before. The AC Milan players rushed forward, believing that Ye Luo's provocative behavior towards the fans was unacceptable. But the Malaga players wouldn't let their captain be bullied. And so, the players from both sides were huddled together. The entire stadium was in chaos. The refereeing team and stadium security were having a terrible headache. It was only with great difficulty that the chaos and conflict were quelled. But the sidelines were a mess. The deafening boos that echoed throughout the stadium told everyone what had happened. This has blown up, the Chinese and Spanish reporters in the media section gloated. Ye Luo's counterattack was incredibly creative. Although he received a yellow card, what did a yellow card matter? Even a red card wouldn't be a big deal. At least, it was satisfying. Now, the extreme fans in the south stand of San Siro weren't booing anymore. They also had a psychological trauma. Because whenever they made that sound, the Malaga fans in the corner would make a banana peeling gesture, constantly mocking them. This made them feel both bored and extremely annoyed. Meanwhile, AC Milan, already 3 goals down, went all out. Allegri brought on Robinho and Cassano, fielding a disparate 4-striker formation. But the result, their weakened defense was once again exploited by Malaga. The match ended in the 73rd minute. Malaga scored their 4th goal. Isco crossed from the wing, and the unmarked Baptista headed in. After the goal, the Malaga players ran to the sidelines and raised 4 fingers. Malaga and AC Milan had now formed a friendly alliance. But it wasn't over yet. Before the end of the match, Ye Luo's powerful cross from the 6-yard box was deflected into his own net by fullback Nazário. An own goal, 0-5. The away team, Malaga, went completely berserk. Malaga fans raised 5 fingers. In the San Siro stands, even the mild-mannered AC Milan fans began to leave. As for the extreme fans in the south stand, they were quite spirited, but mostly with profanities and insults. They lacked the previous fervor. Ultimately, thanks to Ye Luo's hat-trick, Baptista's header, and Nazarino's own goal, Malaga thrashed AC Milan 5-0 away from home. However, everyone knew that the biggest focus of this match might not have been the exaggerated score, but rather the clash between Ye Luo and AC Milan's extremist fans on the field. The moment the final whistle blew, the system's voice rang in Ye Luo's mind. Ling. Side quest, counterattack against extremist fans, has been completed, calculating quest score. Ling. Your quest score is S. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Ye Luo's lips. He'd risked his life. It was all worth it. Chapter 133 Kicking a Steel Plate. S-level task ratings are rare. Ye Luo opened the task system to check the task rewards. Fusion points. 15 points. S-level strength badge. Strength badge, S-level effect, strength plus 20 activated trait, power shot activated trait, charge trait, power shot effect, greatly increases shooting power and ball speed. Trait, charge effect, greatly increases center of gravity stability when encountering physical confrontation. A second S-level badge plus 15 fusion points. Ye Luo opened the system. Ronaldo template fusion progress. 88% Ronaldinho template fusion progress. 88% Cristiano Ronaldo template fusion progress. 88% Ye Luo took a deep breath. At this rate, before this season, the fusion progress of the 3 SS level templates will definitely be 100% complete. Ye Luo's ability to maintain a continuous scoring streak is due to his steadily and rapidly improving strength. This almost makes all the arrangements targeting him unable to keep up with the speed of Ye Luo's strength improvement. How long can this period of strength growth bonus last? Is it after the 3 SS level templates are fully fused? Ye Luo shook his head, putting everything out of his mind. Completely merging the templates of 3 Ronaldos was already quite remarkable. Thinking about anything else was pointless. On the television screen, the camera was fixed on Ye Luo. Without a doubt, he was still the best player of the match. Match over. Match over. Málaga has won 5-0 away against AC Milan. Meanwhile, the other match in this group has also ended, with Bayern Munich winning 2-1 away against Manchester City. Thus, the two teams advancing from Group A are Málaga and Bayern Munich. Now, the only remaining suspense in this group is, who will be the group winner? This will only be decided after the final group stage match, a head-to-head confrontation between Málaga and Bayern Munich at Málaga's home stadium, the Rosé Stadium. If Málaga doesn't lose in the final league match, they will secure first place in the group. The commentator for Cope Radio, Andres, exclaimed. Of course, the most attention-grabbing aspect of this match wasn't the group stage qualification situation, but rather the racist incident that occurred during the game and Yellow's counterattack. No player has ever dared to confront these racists head-on. Yellow's hat-trick and sweeping victory over AC Milan today perfectly illustrated the best way to deal with such despicable and shameful behavior. Of course, AC Milan suffered, but what can they do when they can't control their fans? As Andres spoke, reporters swarmed towards Yellow like hyenas. Yes, Yellow was the best player of the match. He scored his 11th goal in the Champions League. 11 goals in just 5 group stage matches. Keep in mind, before this, the record for most goals in a single Champions League season was held by Yellow's teammates Van Nistelrooy and Messi. Van Nistelrooy scored 12 Champions League goals in the 2002-2003 season. Messi equaled this record last season. Now, Yellow is only 1 goal away from that record. In fact, besides Yellow, Messi and Ronaldo are in superb form in the Champions League. Messi has already scored 8 goals, and Ronaldo has scored 7. Previously, the Champions League Golden Boot winner typically scored around 7 or 8 goals. The group stage isn't even over yet, and Ye Luo has already scored 11. Messi and Ronaldo seem poised to break past records. However, the reporters clearly weren't asking about that. Ye, how did you use bananas? Oh, to retaliate, an Italian reporter stammered, trying to avoid using the word racism. But then a Spanish reporter bluntly said, clearly annoyed, Ye, how did you come up with the idea of using bananas to retaliate against Italian racism? It was from the San Siro South Stand, an Italian reporter quickly replied. Ye Luo found it amusing. If he didn't say anything, the two reporters would probably start arguing. I heard a bunch of monkeys laughing, so I figured they must like bananas. The reporters were all surprised. They had expected Ye Luo to give a strong rebuttal about racism, to cry foul, or something like that. Who would have thought Ye Luo would be so tough? But they had no idea. To Ye Luo, racism? How dare these Italians have the audacity to discriminate against others? They're one of the pigs countries themselves. Discrimination? What a load of rubbish. These white people are all deformed and genetically flawed. And they still want to play the racial superiority game? They should take a good look at themselves in the mirror. Most people might break down in this situation. But not Ye Luo. He would only find it laughable. This, don't you think your response was a bit too extreme? A reporter asked. Excessive? No, I was just acting in self-defense. If someone slaps you, you don't cry and seek comfort, you retaliate with a powerful punch. Ye Luo said, clenching his fist. The reporters were speechless. They had encountered players who were discriminated against on the field before. Their emotions were either anger, frustration, or even tears. When had they ever seen anything like this? An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, that's my style. Ye Luo said, preparing to leave. At that moment, an Italian reporter asked, isn't your dragon country known for repaying evil with kindness? Ye Luo looked at the Italian reporter in surprise. He had said repay evil with kindness in Chinese. The Italian reporter smiled smugly. Do you know there's another part to that phrase? Ye Luo said, if you repay evil with kindness, what will you repay kindness with? Besides, I think you're making a mistake. This isn't repaying evil with kindness, it's revenge. Dragon country's traditional culture emphasizes revenge. Even a 9-generation grudge can be avenged. Even a 100-generation grudge can be avenged. So when they target me and attack me, of course I have to retaliate. That's why I helped my team beat their team 5-0. I imagine those fans must have very interesting expressions right now. They must be in a lot of pain, right? The enemy's pain is my pleasure. I don't care if they're in pain or not, I'm having a great time right now. With that, he turned and left. The reporters stared in disbelief at Ye Luo's retreating figure. The Chinese reporters didn't get many interview opportunities. They were squeezed behind by the Italians and Spaniards. Seeing the astonishment on the faces of the Spanish and Italian reporters, the Chinese reporters were reminded of the scene when Ye Luo slapped the FA general manager. Yes, a year has passed. He hasn't changed. He's still the same Ye Luo. Although Ye Luo didn't cry foul or loudly accuse anyone of racism, his teammates and the Málaga coach criticized him. Van Nistelrooy protested to the media in an interview, what happened on this pitch is shameful. These people must be punished. Racism should disappear from the football field. Awakens shook his head and said, I hope the referee will write everything that happened here into the referee's report. Ye Luo was treated very unfairly today. What happened at the San Siro is a disgrace. At the post-match press conference, Pellegrini angrily criticized the AC Milan fans' actions. This is a disgrace to football. It's appalling that this kind of thing is happening openly on the football field. As for Ye Luo's response, Pellegrini naturally voiced his support. I think Ye Luo's response was perfectly normal. He's only 18. His actions might not meet some people's expectations, but the fault wasn't his, he was simply defending himself. My player did absolutely nothing wrong. Racism is clearly a major issue. While racism is a serious problem in Europe, in public, especially on a football field, public opinion is almost always one-sided when racism is encountered. This is the nature of so-called political correctness. No one is likely to speak up for those fans. Allegri, in an interview, also criticized the actions of the fans in the South Stand of the San Siro. What happened in the South Stand is shameful. They don't represent the true AC Milan fans. Those people are unwelcome everywhere. And just half an hour after the match ended, Malaga's official website and social media accounts simultaneously posted statements condemning the events at the San Siro. Italy's economy is currently declining, and the far right is rising. The already serious problem of racism has become even more rampant with the rise of the right wing. However, even the most extreme right-wing politicians dare not speak out for those fans now. Following Malaga's official statement, UEFA immediately issued a statement condemning AC Milan and quickly announced penalties. First, a €500,000 fine, followed by a 2-match home ban in European competitions. Many football legends also spoke out in support of Euro. In Italy, Italian football legend and AC Milan's legendary captain Paolo Maldini wrote on his social media, severely criticizing the behavior of the fans in the South Stand of the San Siro. Tonight is a shameful night for AC Milan. This isn't because of our 0-5 home defeat. AC Milan has lost many games in this stadium, which is no big deal, because we were simply outmatched. The real shame happened in the South Stand. Our team is being disgraced when those disgusting voices echoed in my ears. These bastards don't represent our fans. Those who truly love football and AC Milan should distance themselves from them. I urge the club to expel them from the San Siro and refuse them entry to the stadium. The public outcry surrounding this incident in Europe continues. In China, Ye Luo's action sparked considerable controversy. Led by journalists, media figures, and online trolls, including Ma Dexin, a key figure in the Chinese Football Association, CFA, began attacking Ye Luo's retaliation, calling it reflective of national character, lacking in manners, damaging the national image, and causing astonishment among friendly nations. Their comments attracted the attention of some lawyers and financial bloggers on Weibo, who shared and commented on them. Suddenly, a cacophony of demons and monsters arose. After all, Ye Luo hadn't just slapped the source of the program, he'd slapped the face of these people's white fathers. However, they were quickly overwhelmed by the angry barrage of criticism from fans. Excessive damn. The CFA didn't even speak up for Ye Luo. And these lackeys dared to do this. Friendly nations astonished? What era are we living in? These people are all traitors. Damn it, so what if he slapped their faces? Ma Dexin and his ilk thought they'd found an opportunity. Little did they expect. They'd kicked a hornet's nest. Chapter 134 Golden Globe Award. Ye Luo, one-on-one goal. So easy. Ye Luo squeezes past Silva and fires a shot. Goal. Isco's cross went high, and the ball reaches the far post again, and it's Ye Luo again. Silva and Zambrata can't stop him, a beautiful header. Goal. Goal. In the Manchester City FC office building in England, a highlight reel of the AC Milan vs Malaga match was playing on the television. Manchester City's general manager, Mubarak, and head coach, Mancini, sat somewhat reservedly. The only person who could make these two prominent figures in English football so reserved was Manchester City's owner, Mr. Mansar, with a cloth over his head. Mansar clearly wasn't happy. He had invested a lot of money in Manchester City, but so far, the team hadn't even won any significant titles. This was infuriating. Sure enough, after Manchester City's elimination from the Champions League, Mansar lashed out at Mubarak. However, Mubarak quickly told his boss, if they could bring one player to Manchester City, then winning the Premier League title wouldn't be a problem, let alone the Champions League. Are you talking about Messi or Ronaldo? If either of them were willing to come, would you need to tell me? Boss, I'm talking about Ye Luo. Mubarak boasted to Mansar on the phone. Well, it wasn't really boasting. He just needed to list Ye Luo's stats. Mansar was indeed interested and even called Mancini up. Mancini had initially thought that his boss was coming to Manchester to interrogate them. The team had failed to make a breakthrough in the Champions League for 2 consecutive seasons, exiting directly from the group stage. Such a luxurious lineup, and they were doing so well in the Premier League, so why couldn't they perform in the Champions League? It was really strange. The English media were mocking Manchester City for lacking Champions League experience. But Mancini knew that if experience were useful, would AC Milan have been thrashed 0-5 by Malaga? After thinking it over, Mancini finally came up with a reason to deal with the owner's questioning. Manchester City lacked leadership, a leader on the pitch, and the players were all attracted with high salaries in the transfer market. While some media outlets might have gone too far in mocking Manchester City players as mercenaries, at this point, the stars who accepted offers from a small club like Manchester City were indeed after their money. After all, Manchester City hadn't achieved anything yet. What else could it be but money? Therefore, the team's poor performance in the Champions League was likely due to lack of player motivation. To solve this, they probably needed a leader-type player whom even Manchester City's stars respected. However, this type of player is extremely rare in the transfer market. Mancini prepared for a long time, but the owner didn't ask anything. Instead, after watching Ye Luo's goal highlights against AC Milan, Mansar looked at Mancini and asked, if you were our player, could you lead the team to a Champions League victory? Mancini was taken aback. Winning the Champions League isn't easy. If we had Ye Luo, we'd be the most competitive team in the Premier League. Winning the Premier League wouldn't be a problem. As for the Champions League, winning it requires more factors. I wouldn't say we'd win 100%, but Manchester City with Ye Luo would definitely be a favorite. Mancini was being somewhat conservative. After all, the league and the Champions League are different. After advancing from the group stage to the round of 16, it's a knockout tournament. The knockout stage is too unpredictable. Even the strongest team can slip up unexpectedly. Mansour stared at the screen, peeling back a banana and pointing to Ye Luo in the stands. Has there ever been a player like that? He asked curiously. Mancini and Mubarak exchanged a glance. There was the incident where Manchester United captain Cantona kicked a fan, Mancini said. You mean he's a player like Cantona? Mansour's face showed considerable interest. Manchester United's resurgence began in the Premier League era. In fact, after Ferguson took over Manchester United, he failed to lead the team to a breakthrough for 2 or 3 consecutive seasons. He even faced the risk of being sacked at one point. If it weren't for winning and fuck up in time, Ferguson might have been sacked in the 1989-1990 season, before the Premier League era. In the inaugural year of the Premier League, Eric Cantona transferred to Manchester United, thus beginning Cantona's legendary career at the club. If there were an award for the greatest captain of the Premier League era, Cantona, who led Manchester United's class of '92, would certainly be a strong contender. Mancini paused for a moment, then shook his head and said, every player has a different personality, but it's clear that Ye Luo has the potential to become an outstanding on-field leader. Mansour nodded. Is his ability really comparable to Messi and Ronaldo? At least not worse than them, and he's only 18, boss, Mancini said. 18 years old? Mansour nodded, then looked at Mubarak. What's the difficulty in signing him? The player's own wishes, Mubarak said honestly. Tell his agent we're willing to offer an unprecedented super contract. The uproar spread throughout Europe and the world. However, for Málaga, they still had to deal with the upcoming league matches. In the 12th round, Málaga faced Villarreal away. This was a tough game, so Pellegrini didn't rotate his squad. Villarreal, who had been overtaken by Málaga last season, played aggressively and toughly at their home stadium, El Madrigal. Ultimately, Málaga almost drew with Villarreal. In the 80th minute, Villarreal broke the deadlock, taking a 1-0 lead. Just as the atmosphere at El Madrigal was at its most heated, Ye Luo stepped up to save the team. He dribbled down the middle, breaking through with the characteristics of charging across the field and little tank. Ye Luo's breakthroughs were even more incisive. Villarreal players tried to foul him, but none could stop him. In the final shot, 2 Villarreal defenders practically clung to Ye Luo, one holding his waist and the other his arm. But they couldn't stop him. He unleashed a long-range shot from the edge of the penalty area, and the ball flew into the goal like a cannonball. This goal deeply shocked the Villarreal players. Such a goal was a huge blow to their morale. As a result, just before the end of the match, Málaga secured a dramatic victory with a corner kick, headed in by the returning centre-back Demichelis. Málaga remained at the top of the league table. After this match, back at their home ground, in the 13th round of the league, Málaga hosted Racing Santander. Facing a relegation-threatened opponent, Málaga played with considerable ease. Ye Luo contributed a goal and an assist in the first half, giving the team a 2-goal lead. He was then substituted after 10 minutes in the second half. After all, the team needed to prepare for their crucial Champions League group stage match midweek, a home game against Bayern Munich. The result of this match will directly determine the group standings for first and second place. Both Málaga and Bayern Munich want to finish first in the group to increase their chances of getting a favorable draw. After Málaga won the match, FIFA and France Football announced the 23-man shortlist for the 2011 FIFA Ballon d'Or. This is the second year since the Ballon d'Or and FIFA World Player of the Year were merged. The controversy of last year has made this year's FIFA Ballon d'Or even more anticipated. After all, many people believe that Wesley Sneijder, the dual star of Inter Milan and the Dutch national team, was the most likely winner. However, in the end, the first FIFA Ballon d'Or winner since the merger of the two awards was Messi. This has led many to feel indignant on Sneijder's behalf. After all, in terms of honors, Sneijder won the treble with Inter Milan and the runner-up title with the Netherlands in the World Cup. Sneijder himself was a crucial player for both Inter Milan and the Dutch national team, even considered the attacking core of the midfield and forward line. Therefore, Sneijder's failure to win the FIFA Ballon d'Or made it a subject of criticism and controversy throughout last year. Many believe this stemmed from problems with the award's selection mechanism. Before the Ballon d'Or and FIFA World Player of the Year were merged, the Ballon d'Or, established by France Football, was voted on by professional football journalists and media figures from 176 countries worldwide. The FIFA World Player of the Year award, however, was voted on by the coaches and captains of over 200 national teams. Therefore, before the merger, the European Ballon d'Or was generally considered more authoritative than the FIFA World Player of the Year, as the former's voters possessed more data, resources, and information. The latter's voters, comprised of coaches and captains from over 200 national teams, more than half of whom played for amateur teams, had significantly less authority. After all, the votes of the Chinese national team's coach and captain carried the same weight as those of the world champions, Spain. And even so, the Chinese national team is still ranked around 80th in the world. What's even more alarming is that there are approximately 120 other national team coaches and captains ranked lower than China who also participate in the voting. In this situation, the selection of the FIFA World Player of the Year primarily depends on the player's reputation. The greater the reputation, the higher the chance of winning. Therefore, historically, the FIFA World Player of the Year's prestige has never matched that of the European Ballon d'Or. After all, authoritative media journalists consider factors such as player performance and statistics throughout the year. The latest selection rules for the merged FIFA Ballon d'Or are 208 national team coaches, 208 national team captains, and 208 media outlets worldwide, each accounting for 1/3 of the vote. The first selection after the merger in 2010 caused a huge uproar. That year, in terms of media votes, Sneijder ranked first, and Iniesta ranked second, with their votes far exceeding Messi's. In the votes from coaches and captains of 8 major footballing nations, Brazil, England, France, Germany, Italy, the Netherlands, Portugal, and Spain, Messi only received 26 points, lower than Iniesta's 28 and Xavi's 36. However, Messi ultimately won the award, thanks to the votes of the national team coaches of Albania, Angola, the Bahamas, Belize, the Virgin Islands, and the Cook Islands, as well as the support of the captains of the national teams of Bermuda, Cape Verde, Comoros, and Gabon. This reveals the problem: most votes were cast unprofessionally. This leads to a situation where a candidate's fame and reputation are even more important than the performance that year. Therefore, media coverage can fundamentally influence the final FIFA Ballon d'Or results. This leads to another problem: the Ballon d'Or has become a power struggle between top clubs using their media influence. When the Ballon d'Or is due, you'll see Real Madrid-affiliated media outlets digging up dirt on Messi, and Catalan media hyping up Cristiano Ronaldo's scandals. As soon as this year's shortlist was released, various media outlets began digging up old grievances from last year. However, the Chinese media were overjoyed, and Chinese football fans cheered. This was because Ye Luo's name was prominently featured on the 23-man shortlist. Actually, Ye Luo's inclusion wasn't unexpected. Even Neymar, who plays for Santos in Brazil, was included. If the La Liga Golden Boot winner wasn't selected, wouldn't the credibility of the FIFA Ballon d'Or become a joke? Although it was expected, Ye Luo's appearance on the 23-man shortlist still thrilled the entire nation. Ye Luo's inclusion on the Ballon d'Or shortlist was a major event for Chinese and even Asian football. Ye Luo was the first Asian player to be shortlisted for the Ballon d'Or. For a moment, the entire nation was jubilant. Chinese fans had finally felt a sense of pride. Previously, Chinese fans hadn't been able to hold their heads high compared to their neighbors, Japan and South Korea. Who could blame them when Chinese football was weak? But now, Ye Luo alone was able to overwhelm Japan and South Korea, making other players pale in comparison. The media in both countries were green with envy. In their reporting, both countries presented it from the perspective of Asian football. Well, good for Asian players, bad for Chinese players. They've won big. The entire Chinese media is celebrating Ye Luo's inclusion in the shortlist. Ye Luo's name has once again become a hot topic in China. He is now a top figure in the entire Chinese sports world. Being shortlisted for the Ballon d'Or is, in the eyes of the Chinese media, equivalent to official confirmation that Ye Luo is a world-class player. This is precisely the Chinese media's inherent lack of confidence in foreign countries. Ye Luo's performance is already so outstanding, does he really need confirmation from the West? How pathetic. But this is the reality of the media world. The shortlist of 23 players didn't receive the same level of attention in Europe as it did in China, and it wasn't a final 3-person shortlist. The Ballon d'Or winner is still a long way off. Malaga is also fully preparing for the final round of the Champions League. Playing at home, they only need a draw to secure first place in the group and advance. Therefore, Malaga isn't in a rush. Bayern Munich should be the ones in a hurry. Chapter 135 Breaking News. The pressure on Bayern Munich, or rather, you could feel from the German media reports, was palpable. German media gave this match extensive coverage, and the Malaga player they focused on was none other than Ye Luo. In their last encounter, Ye Luo clearly stunned all Germans. His performance at the Allianz Arena shook the Bundesliga. After the match, some German media even stated, a superstar of Ye Luo's caliber, if you were to join the Bundesliga, only Bayern Munich could accommodate him. The Bundesliga lacks stars of that caliber. Constrained by the 50+1 rule, Bundesliga clubs are financially healthy. However, this also prevents them from making big money signings. The only club that could potentially do so is Bayern Munich, and Bayern Munich has sufficient appeal and experience. Therefore, the German media's statement reflects a genuine recognition of Ye Luo's ability. Before the match, German media reported on Heynck's emphasis on Ye Luo in this game. Heynck stated that Ye Luo will be the key player for the opposing team, the focus of this match, and the most threatening player to Bayern Munich. I think Heynck's idea is undoubtedly quite correct. Malaga's biggest threat lies in Ye Luo. To deal with Malaga away from home, how to defend against Ye Luo is the most important thing. Last time at the Allianz Arena, Ye Luo scored twice, helping Malaga to a last-minute victory against Bayern. Now, at Malaga's home ground, who knows what kind of energy Ye Luo can unleash? In their first encounter, although Heynck's already paid considerable attention to Ye Luo, his level of attention was nowhere near what it is now. At that time, Malaga was just a rookie making their Champions League debut. Even though they defeated AC Milan at home, few people thought Malaga was particularly strong. But now it's different. In this group of death, Malaga has remained undefeated with 4 wins and 1 draw, accumulating 13 points, 1 point ahead of Bayern Munich, and topping the group. Malaga's strength has been tested by Bayern Munich, Manchester City, and AC Milan. Malaga, initially thought to be the weakest team in their group, has now proven to be the big boss of Group A. Who dares underestimate them now? Before the match, Chinese media were reporting on it extensively, reprinting reports about the game. This was the last match of the group stage, a direct confrontation between the first and second place teams in the group. It was practically a final-level event in terms of attention. Chinese fans enjoyed the extensive coverage and praise of their players by major European media outlets, especially before the match against Bayern Munich. In Germany, many legends spoke out. Beckenbauer, Kahn, Klinsmann, and other German football legends offered advice to Bayern Munich. And when offering advice, Ye Luo was inevitably mentioned. In the eyes of Chinese fans, the fear these renowned German legends showed towards Ye Luo was the strongest praise for him. When had Chinese players ever received such treatment when they played in Europe? Back then, many Chinese media outlets would specifically ask questions about Chinese players, eagerly awaiting their responses, which would generate considerable buzz domestically. But now, there's no need to ask. They bring it up proactively, daily. If you look through German newspapers now, the name Ye Luo appears most frequently in every report about this Champions League match. Ye Luo is now the focus of discussion across Europe. Even super clubs like Bayern Munich take him very seriously and are extremely wary. Chinese fans are simultaneously scrolling through translated and reprinted foreign reports from Chinese media, eagerly anticipating the match day. How will Ye Luo, who consistently delivers explosive performances against strong teams, perform in this crucial game? Hamburg, Germany, the sports editorial department of Bild. The latest issue of Bild's sports section has been sent to print, and the staff, busy all day, are still discussing Bayern Munich's away match against Malaga in the Champions League. Ye Luo, Ye Luo, Ye Luo. Honestly, I've seen this name so many times while proofreading that I'm starting to get Ye Luo syndrome, a staff member said, yawning. There's nothing we can do, this match is so important. Defending against Ye Luo? I even think there's no defense in the world that can stop him. If Bayern wants to win, they'll probably have to find a way to attack. Listening to his colleagues' discussions, Falk, a senior reporter for Bild, showed a hint of worry on his tired face, then shook his head with a self-deprecating laugh. Just now, he was actually worried that Bayern Munich wouldn't be able to beat Malaga away from home. As this thought flashed through his mind, Falk smiled bitterly to himself. Bayern Munich worried they couldn't beat Malaga? A season ago, that would have been a joke. Anyone who said that would definitely be criticized by football experts for not knowing anything about football. What kind of team is Bayern Munich? And what kind of team is Malaga? You want to play against me? You can't. You're not at that level. They're not even in the same league, you know? But now, this statement has become a serious problem for Bayern Munich. If they can't beat Malaga away from home, they'll have to advance as the second-place team in their group, meaning they'll be drawn against the group winners from other groups. It's highly likely they'll face Real Madrid, Barcelona, or Manchester United. Oh, and Manchester United's Champions League season has been rather lackluster. They're third in a seemingly easy group, and their qualification for the knockout stage depends on Benfica and Victoria Pilsen's results. In any case, advancing as the second-place team means facing strong opponents. So, the rankings of the group winners and runners-up are still very important. Falk is a Bayern Munich fan, and of course, he hopes Bayern Munich can win away from home, overtake Malaga, and seize first place in the group. However, he can't do much to help Bayern Munich right now. He can only hope that Bayern Munich performs well away from home and defeats Malaga, who haven't lost to them this season. Falk has just finished publishing the latest edition of Bild's sports section. Now he could finally deal with something else. He opened his email. As a veteran journalist, he had his own informants all over Europe. These past 2 days, he had been focusing on the Bayern Munich versus Malaga match, so his information sources were mainly from Germany and Spain. As for other countries, he had put them aside for the time being, but now that he had some free time, he naturally had to deal with them. Falk opened the email from his informant in England. This intelligence is very valuable. After reading the text, Falk was quite interested and downloaded a video sent by the informant. Where the hell is this? The slightly shaky camera made Falk a little dizzy. And it looked like it was shot with a super telephoto lens. Is he climbing a tree? Falk complained. Can't they even edit it? These paparazzi are too lazy to make money. After a period of shaking, the camera stabilized. Mancini, Mubarak, Mansour. And there's TV footage. It's Ye Luo. Falk was stunned. The camera was shot through a window, just enough to see about 2/3 of Mansour's face, as well as Manchester City's manager Mancini and general manager sitting to the side with Mubarak. What are they talking about? Falk became interested. He immediately made a phone call. Jurgen, yes, it's me. I have a video here. Can you help me interpret their lips? Yes, I need it right now. Mancini, Mubarak, and Manchester City owner Mansour were watching a video of Ye Luo's match. This made Falk even more interested. About 2 hours later, Falk, who had already returned home, received a call. Big news, definitely big news. Do you know what Mansour said last? Wait, send me the video with subtitles right now. Yes, I need it right now. Falk hurriedly ran back to his room and turned on his computer. An unprecedented super contract. About Ye Luo. Falk was shocked. He didn't doubt the weight of Mansour's words. Because the person speaking was probably one of the richest guys in the world. He didn't just own a country, he owned at least half a country. And a country with countless black gold buried underground. Rich. Extremely rich. Falk slowly sat down. He immediately made another call. Is the layout for the next page finalized? Yes, the front page. I have a bombshell news story here, I suggest we put it on the front page. Falk said, taking a screenshot on the video. Such news breaking before a major match, and from a reputable news outlet like Bild, not some tabloid like The Sun that only publishes gossip, it would definitely ignite the entire European football world. And Falk had evidence. Such big news breaking before the match, the impact on Ye Luo and Malaga will definitely be enormous, right? A smile appeared on Falk's lips. Then, he dialed his assistant's number. Mulaya, book me a plane ticket to Spain, I need to go to the Bayern match, and yes, get me a media ticket too. Falk hung up the phone. This news would definitely be the biggest news before the match. He wanted to see his masterpiece in person. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136. He's a really good captain. According to reliable sources obtained by this newspaper, Manchester City owner Sheikh Mansour has personally stated that he will bring Ye Luo to the club with an unprecedented super contract next season. Ye Luo, the star player of Málaga, has always been a target coveted by major clubs, and almost everyone believes that Ye Luo will eventually leave Málaga and join a top club. However, if Manchester City wants to beat all the top teams to acquire Ye Luo, just how huge is the super contract they can offer? We'll have to wait and see. This article in Bild immediately attracted everyone's attention. Bild generally has a reputation for reporting credibility, but the use of phrases like Mansour personally stated in the report raises serious doubts. Mansour's itinerary was public, he was in England and did not give an interview to Bild. So where did this personal statement come from? Within a day, the news had spread throughout major European media outlets. But people weren't so easily convinced. Bild doesn't always report the truth. Even authoritative media outlets aren't immune to lying. But soon, a video appeared on Twitter, corroborating Bild's claims. In the video, Manchester City's owner, manager, and general manager were seen discussing something, complete with lip reading. This sent shockwaves through European football. Mansour's personal statement made the question of just how super and huge this contract truly was a matter of speculation. And how many players could possibly refuse such a sum? Bild's report was merely a starting point. It spread to England and other parts of Europe, where the rumors grew increasingly outrageous. Numerous English tabloids began to follow suit. Daily Mail, Manchester City in contact with Mendes, Ye Luo could earn a staggering £1 million a week. Metro, Ye Luo nods. Manchester City welcomes a superstar. The Sun, Ye Luo likes Manchester City model on Twitter. Is he coming to Manchester City for her? As the world's second most media-savvy country, the British media's ability to fabricate stories is unmatched by other European nations. Add to that the global influence of English. Other countries around the world began to widely reprint British media reports. Originally, the story was first reported by Bild, sparking discussion in German-speaking regions, but ultimately it was the English-language media that brought it to global attention. However, it's well known that English tabloids have virtually no scruples. What started as Manchester City preparing to sign Ye Luo has now evolved into Ye Luo and Manchester City both pursuing each other. Falk, stepping off the plane at the airport and seeing the various reports on Twitter, smiled slightly. As a seasoned football journalist, he had long anticipated this direction. Those British tabloids, with their loose morals, would help Falk spread rumors he couldn't say himself. Mancini and Manchester City were also preparing for their final Champions League group stage match. They were going to play AC Milan away. When they emerged from Milan's airport, countless media outlets instantly surrounded them. Mancini, being Italian, was somewhat bewildered by the sheer number of reporters. The questions from the media also left him somewhat dazed, having slept the entire flight. Mr. Mancini, what do you think Ye Luo can bring to Manchester City? Has Manchester City already reached a transfer agreement with Ye Luo? Can Ye Luo's salary really reach the legendary $1 million weekly wage? One question after another left Mancini and the Manchester City players bewildered. Balotelli turned around to look at the airport behind him. It was Milan, wasn't it? He had lived and worked here for so many years, how could he be wrong? Could he really be mistaken? Balotelli was somewhat confused. Mancini was even more confused. What happened? Why did the world seem to have changed as soon as he got off the plane? Filled with doubt, Mancini spoke official and platitudes to the reporters while glancing at the staff member getting off the Manchester City team bus. Generally, when a team goes to an away game, the team bus goes ahead and drives to the away game. The staff member looked somewhat anxious, worried that Mancini would embarrass himself in front of the reporters, so he hurriedly came over and separated the reporters. Excuse me, this is not open to the media. Our head coach will not answer any questions from reporters. Please excuse us. Manchester City staff escorted Mancini and the players, who had just disembarked from the plane and hadn't had time to catch up on the news, onto the team bus. What's going on? Weren't we playing Milan? I thought I bought a wrong ticket and went to Málaga. The players asked one after another. At this moment, the staff member smiled wryly. Everyone should check the news on their phones. I don't know what's going on, but now the whole world is saying that Ye Luo is coming to Manchester City. Ye Luo is coming to Manchester City, that's great. A player said. A super, huge contract? £1 million a week? Is that even possible? The Manchester City players looked at each other in disbelief. Currently, the two highest paid players in the Premier League are Yaya Toure of Manchester City and Rooney of Manchester United. Yaya Toure's weekly wage is £200,000 before tax, and Rooney's is £180,000. That's a far cry from £1 million a week. Is the boss really going to give Ye Luo that salary? The Manchester City players are a little confused. Seeing this scene, Mancini couldn't help but curse the media for spreading baseless rumors. Wasn't this putting him in a difficult position? Ye Luo hadn't even arrived yet. The Manchester City dressing room was already feeling a bit resentful. Ye, please stay. We don't have $1 million weekly wages, we only have love. At the training ground in Málaga, the fans were also affected by the sudden outbreak of news and public opinion. A large number of fans gathered at the entrance of the training ground. There were also significantly more reporters at the entrance. Pellegrini looked at the newspaper in his hand, feeling incredibly angry. Everything had been going smoothly, and now this sudden setback had occurred. The team's morale was high, but now it might be wavering. A major match was imminent. Their captain might be leaving. What would the other players think? Pellegrini rubbed his forehead. These reports are from British tabloids, clearly rumors, Marasca said, frowning. Of course I know, but with a match tomorrow, these reports will definitely affect our team. Pellegrini stood up. Let's go, we need to talk to the players about this. Pellegrini stood up and headed towards the locker room on the training ground. Ye Luo had just returned from the gym before training. He usually arrived an hour early to spend an hour with his trainer on physical training. This was to ensure his body was always in peak condition. Back in the locker room, Ye Luo saw that most of the players had already arrived. Their eyes turned towards him, their expressions complex. Some were envious, some helpless, some regretful. In short, they were clearly affected by the media reports. I know what you're thinking, super contracts, $1 million weekly wages and all that, Ye Luo said, walking to his locker, taking a towel to wipe his sweat. I know what you're thinking. Pellegrini, who had reached the door, heard Ye Luo's voice from inside the locker room before he could even open it. His hand froze in midair, his ears perked up. I have had no contact with Manchester City, Ye Luo said. A player in the locker room visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, I won't deny that I won't stay in Málaga forever. Ye Luo looked at his players. However, this has nothing to do with our season. At least, I'm not leaving this season. Ye Luo held up a finger. We haven't won a championship yet. Everyone knows that Málaga is just a small team, but if we can win a championship here, the La Liga championship, or even the Champions League, just thinking about it is enough for everyone to brag about for a lifetime. La Liga, the Champions League. The players looked at each other. Can we really win the Champions League? Isco murmured. Who knows what the future holds? Ye Luo smiled. But I know that as long as we win game after game, winning the championship will be a natural consequence, won't it? Brothers, everyone knows what the media is like, right? Why should we be influenced by them? We're not afraid of the pressure of tens of thousands of people at the Bernabeu and Camp Nou, so why should we be afraid of what they say in the newspapers? What the media writes is beyond our control, but what we can control is our mentality and our performance in the games. I want to win the Champions League group, advance to the round of 16, the quarterfinals, the semifinals, and even the final. I know it's incredible, Málaga, reaching the Champions League final, but I want to try. Is there anyone willing to try with me? Ye Luo's words fell silent. Then, Ye Luo's number one die-hard fan, Isco, suddenly stood up. I'm willing. After this shout, the other players also expressed their opinions. I never imagined that coming to Málaga would lead to a Champions League title, but this is crazy, I'm in. Van Nistelrooy grinned. The Champions League, huh? It's insane, Joaquin clicked his tongue. But I believe in you, Ye. What can't ye do? Let's go crazy. Champions League. Champions League. Champions League. The players chanted. Pellegrini, standing at the door, smiled slightly. He withdrew his hand from the door and turned to walk onto the training field. A good captain, isn't he? He said, turning to his assistant, Marasca. Chapter 137 The Defender's Medal of Honor. The Rose Garden Stadium. Cheers and songs resounded. But in the stands, many fans held up banners hoping Ye Luo would stay. Sitting in the media section, Zorc watched everything unfold in the Rose Garden Stadium stands with a smile. The banners held up by Malaga fans also became a focus of close-up shots for the broadcasters. Everyone knew Malaga couldn't keep Ye Luo. But the only question was, would Ye Luo really leave? Where would he go? That was what people were concerned about. As the players came out to warm up, Fuok observed Ye Luo and the other Malaga players. Then he frowned. They seem completely unaffected. Is this just a charade? Right, Pellegrini is a famous coach, he'll definitely intervene, which makes sense. But, can outward calm really mask inner unease? Fuok thought. Ye Luo was Malaga's absolute star player. All of Malaga's tactics were established because of Ye Luo. Up until now, Malaga played 13 league matches and 5 Champions League matches. 18 matches in total. Ye Luo started every single one. And played the full 90 minutes in 15 of them. Among all non-goalkeepers in the top 5 European leagues, Ye Luo ranked first in playing time. This shows how deeply Malaga relies on Ye Luo. Therefore, Fuok didn't believe that the sudden media storm would have no impact on Malaga. He decided to continue observing after the match started. When the match began, Bayern Munich, playing away, didn't retreat to their own half to defend. The lesson from the previous match made them realize that containing Ye Luo was very difficult. Therefore, they decided to bring the battle to Malaga's half, using a fence to offset the pressure Ye Luo put on Bayern Munich's defense. Bayern Munich's win combination of Robben and Ribéry was incredibly powerful. In addition, Bayern Munich chose a 4-2-3-1 formation for this match. Gomez was on the bench, Thomas Müller played as the center forward, Kroos moved to the attacking midfield position, and the two holding midfielders were two defensively stronger players. Schweinsteiger partnered with Alaba. This holding midfield combination was designed to strengthen the defense and specifically target Ye Luo. Although this weakened Bayern Munich's attacking power to some extent, with two world-class wingers anchoring the midfield, Bayern Munich's attacking threat was guaranteed. In their last encounter, Malaga struggled to match up against Bayern's attacks from both flanks. Therefore, Pellegrini was also pinning his hopes on the attack, specifically on Ye Luo. Looking at the pre-match formations, Malaga fielded a 4-3-3 formation. However, from the overhead shots at the start, it was clearly a 4-4-2, with Isco and Cazorla on the flanks. In the middle were two defensive midfielders, Talalan and Camacho. Pellegrini also opted for a double pivot system to counter Bayern Munich. Both sides seemed cautious and conservative in their starting lineups. However, once the match began, neither side retreated into defensive posture. Malaga played attacking football at home, their most proficient and familiar tactic. Asking Malaga's players to retreat, defend desperately, and secure a draw, while theoretically the optimal tactical solution, was risky. Pellegrini wasn't Mourinho. He couldn't guarantee victory in a game he didn't want to lose. He knew his team couldn't withstand Bayern Munich's relentless attack. Moreover, their previous away victory against Bayern wasn't based on defense, but on sharp offense. Therefore, both sides engaged in a fierce back-and-forth attack from the start. Bayern Munich's attacks down the flanks were very skillful, with Robben and Ribéry taking turns attacking. And Thomas Müller wasn't a traditional centre-forward like Gomez. Instead, he plays as a guerrilla-style attacker in the attacking third, with excellent positioning, a strong ability to seize opportunities, and the ability to create chances for his teammates. With him connecting in the middle, Ribéry and Robben's threat to the goal becomes more direct. Meanwhile, on Malaga's side, Ye Luo is effectively playing in the number 10 position. In this position, he receives more passes in various directions, and compared to the wings, he is closer to the goal and can better utilize his long-range shooting advantage. However, the player specifically assigned to mark Ye Luo in this match is Ukrainian international Timoshchuk. Before joining Bayern, Timoshchuk played for Zenit St. Petersburg in the Russian Premier League. He isn't a particularly famous superstar, but his running ability and fighting spirit are outstanding. As the game progressed, Ye Luo became somewhat impressed with this Eastern European player who had been marking him closely. In this match, Ye Luo's position dropped slightly further back, somewhere between an attacking midfielder and a second striker, behind Baptista, looking for scoring opportunities. Just as Ye Luo was about to receive a pass from his teammate, Timoshchuk made a powerful tackle to steal the ball. Ye Luo, naturally not to be outdone, spread his arms to shield his opponent. However, Timoshchuk's tenacity was strong. During the struggle with Ye Luo, he managed to pass the ball to Schweinsteiger. On the sidelines, Hanks, witnessing this, nodded approvingly. This match saw Jamashchuk start, Cruz moved to the attacking midfield position, and Thomas Muller replaced Gomez as the center forward. The key to this series of changes was whether Jamashchuk could effectively mark Ye Luo. This recent exchange gave Hanks even greater confidence in Jamashchuk's one-on-one defensive prowess. In terms of overall ability, Jamashchuk is a typical blue-collar player, of course, referring to his position in a super club like Bayern Munich. In terms of actual ability, Jamashchuk is still considered top-tier. Hanks chose to start Jamashchuk in this match because he valued his diligent attitude and discipline. The key to this match was to entangle Ye Luo. This didn't necessarily mean preventing Ye Luo from attacking or scoring, but rather significantly disrupting him and reducing his scoring opportunities. If this could be achieved, Jamashchuk would be the hero of the team's away victory. Fox saw Jamashchuk's performance, but he didn't believe it was due to Jamashchuk's ability. Instead, he thought Ye Luo was influenced by media hype, and his mentality affected his performance. Humans always want to see what they want to see. Now, Fox was essentially shooting before drawing the target. He presupposed that Ye Luo was definitely influenced by media hype and then looked for evidence to prove it. In reality, on the field, it's normal for two players to win a 50-50 ball. Ye Luo isn't a magnet for the ball, possessing superpowers to pull it to his feet. Therefore, no one actually took this confrontation between Jamashchuk and Ye Luo seriously. But as the game progressed, some noticed something was amiss. Hanks had devised a brilliant defensive strategy. Schumacher was tasked with marking Ye Luo, and around him, other Bayern Munich players were inevitably positioned. While Schumacher couldn't always win the ball, his ability to harass was undeniable, his greatest strength being his ability to create scoring opportunities. As the saying goes, a mediocre player with average abilities is less valuable than a player with a definite weakness, but equally definite strength. At least he has strengths and unique characteristics. Combined with other players on the field, these characteristics can be incredibly effective. For example, Schumacher's defense against Ye Luo. He simply needed to prevent Ye Luo from immediately getting a good touch on the ball, forcing him to take more time and make adjustments. This way, even if Ye Luo regained possession, the attacking opportunity would be gone. In football, the situation is always rapidly changing. The space you see a second ago might be gone a second later. Therefore, time is of the essence. In attack, even a second's extra adjustment could mean a teammate is offside. As long as Jamashchuk can keep Ye Luo occupied, even if it's just for a second, it's enough for the other Bayern Munich players to react. On the sidelines, Pellegrini's expression turned serious. He hadn't expected that a small player like Jamashchuk could play such a significant role. Ye Luo also noticed the improvement in Bayern Munich's defense in this match. The reason for this improvement was Jamashchuk, who had been sticking to him like a leech. Who would have thought that a midfielder who was gradually being replaced by Bayern's young talents could start in such an important match and perform so well? He decided not to get entangled with Jamashchuk, but to use his speed to shake him off. Soon, Ye Luo received a through pass from Cazorla. In this match, Bayern Munich paid close attention to pressing in the attacking third and marking key Málaga players. Therefore, Cazorla's pass wasn't particularly precise. Ye Luo was forced to slow down when he received the ball, but his connecting movement was quick. A flick of the ball with the outside of his foot, a turn, and acceleration. The quick turn combined with the explosive speed made this move almost unstoppable, thanks to his agility and speed. However, Bayern Munich didn't give him much space in this match, so he couldn't flick the ball too far, otherwise it would end up under the feet of another Bayern Munich player. This made him seem trapped, unable to fully utilize his speed. Just as he turned, Jamashchuk swiftly flew out and tackled. He didn't get the ball, but he successfully tripped Ye Luo, who was just about to accelerate. Ye Luo lost his balance and fell to the ground. The referee's whistle blew. The camera focused on Jamashchuk. Clearly, he was the best player at this stage. Boos erupted from the crowd. Jamashchuk smiled. The boos were directed at him, but he didn't care. As a defender, when could he prove his worth more than now? The boos from his opponents were his medals. Ye Luo's gaze towards Jamashchuk began to turn serious. This guy, he had indeed underestimated him a bit. Old G had faced some unfair treatment this year. Chapter 138. At this moment, he shocked the world. Football matches are always a back-and-forth affair. At the end of the season, Schuk executed Hanks' tactics very well, preventing Ye Luo from having a chance to unleash his full potential. The commentators in the stands were also quite surprised by Schuk's performance. Schuk did a great job defensively. Bayern Munich's two holding midfielders, in fact, centre-back Dante, frequently pushed forward to cut off Ye Luo's movement. This was certainly risky, because if Ye Luo passed the ball out, other Malaga players could also pose a significant threat. But Bayern Munich was clearly gambling, betting that the other Malaga players weren't as good at seizing opportunities as Ye Luo. Hanks truly deserves his reputation as a great coach. He designed a defensive strategy against Ye Luo using Schuk's strong tenacity, and it seems to be working quite well. Fox sat calmly in the media section. To him, Hanks' defensive setup was indeed ingenious. Bayern Munich's players executed the tactic well and achieved good results. However, the influence of media opinion also played a significant role. At least, Ye Luo's form seemed to be below par. Meanwhile, Bayern Munich's players, emboldened by the success of their initial defensive strategy, launched a series of attacks. In the 8th minute, Ribéry received the ball on the wing and passed it diagonally to Müller, who had dropped back to the edge of the penalty area. Müller then laid the ball off to Kroos. Kroos met the ball with a low shot, the ball skimming the ground towards the left post before going just wide, giving the Malaga fans a scare. A minute later, Bayern Munich's attack resumed. This time, Robben received the ball on the wing. To counter Robben's cut-in moves, Malaga had Ye Luo play as Robben on the wing in recent days to hone their defenders' ability to defend against such shots. However, these training sessions hadn't been very effective. After receiving the ball, Robben cut inside from the edge of the penalty area. Defenders Sanchez and Demichelis were hesitant to tackle him, forced to move laterally to block Robben's shooting space. Robben. The Munich commentator had already suppressed his voice. He was expectant, and as expected, Robben brought a ball to the edge of the penalty area and unleashed a left-footed shot. The ball arced through the air and flew into the net. Robben. The commentators in the box raised their arms in celebration. Robben cut inside from the wing and scored. Bayern Munich takes the lead away from home. From the very beginning of this match, Bayern Munich has been very aggressive, demonstrating their strength on both the offensive and defensive ends. Robben. Robben has scored. Bayern Munich has taken the lead in the 9th minute. Along with the commentators' exclamations, all the Bayern Munich fans in front of their televisions raised their arms in celebration. 0-1. Bayern Munich, playing away, are in the lead. In the current standings, Bayern Munich have overtaken Malaga by 2 points. It was unexpected for many that Malaga could compete with Bayern Munich for first place in this group, but it seems Bayern Munich still has the upper hand in overall strength. Bayern Munich controlled the game from the start, using their powerful wing attacks to create an opening and score. Now Malaga, playing at home, is in trouble. They need to score, but as everyone knows, Bayern Munich's counter-attacks are terrifying. The commentators in the stands all believe that even playing at home, if Malaga conceded the first goal to Bayern Munich, the situation would be very dangerous. A comeback against Bayern would be extremely difficult. After all, their ability to launch counter-attacks down both flanks is arguably one of the best in the world. Being led by Bayern Munich under these circumstances would be extremely difficult for any team. On the coaching bench, Hanks rushed out with outstretched arms, ran to the sidelines, shook his arms, and roared in celebration. Beside him, assistant coach Hoeneß and other coaching staff rushed out. The Bayern Munich substitutes cheered wildly. Judging from their reactions, it was hard to believe this was just a Champions League group stage match. For both sides, this battle for first place in the group truly felt like a final. Pellegrini frowned. Ye is in trouble. Marlaska's voice was tinged with fear. Malaga relied heavily on Ye Luo. If Ye Luo was truly contained, how could Malaga compete with Bayern Munich? Pellegrini shook his head without hesitation, saying, Ye Luo can't be contained, the problem now is the team's defense. But how can we withstand Bayern's attacks down the flanks? Marlaska frowned. There's no way. No way. Marlaska was stunned. Pellegrini, however, seemed to have figured something out. Yes, we have no choice. We are just Malaga, they are Bayern Munich, and our only advantage is Ye Luo. Pellegrini paused, then continued, so, we can only hope that Ye Luo can lead the team's attack again. Passive defense can't withstand the opponent's attack, Pellegrini said. But don't you know Ye Luo? This guy will not allow himself to be restricted. Marlaska looked towards the field. Ye Luo was slowly walking towards the center circle, Timoshchuk still sticking close to him, not even joining the team's goal celebration. It seemed that Timoshchuk was determined to stick with Ye Luo for this game. The distance was a bit far, and he couldn't see Ye Luo's expression clearly, but Maraska was certain that if anyone in the Malaga team was still full of fighting spirit and confidence, it was Ye Luo. He had never seen such a player. He had extremely high talent. But at the same time, his level of effort was also the most hard-working player he had ever seen in his coaching career. He always arrived at a team's training base an hour early for training and was also the last player to leave the training base. How could a player like that get discouraged by a temporary setback? Pellegrini was right. Now, Malaga can only rely on Ye Luo. "Hey, you scored. Aren't you going to celebrate?" Ye Luo asked, turning to Timoshchuk as he walked towards the center circle. Timoshchuk gave Ye Luo a strange look. After Robin's goal, he had been deliberately watching the guy, trying to see any signs of frustration or disappointment on his face. But Ye Luo's expression was calm. He simply looked at Robin, who had failed to slide on his knees on the sidelines, and he even felt a little amused. "My job is to keep an eye on you. Even if you leave the field to go to the restroom during the game, I'll follow you." Timoshchuk shrugged, warning. "Great, then you can follow me," Ye Luo said, pursing his lips. Timoshchuk was taken aback and quickly followed. This kid, is his mentality really that stable? To say that Ye Luo didn't have emotional fluctuations is an understatement. He just didn't show it. They conceded a goal first. Well, they'll just score it back. Beautiful. Hank's tactical change is fantastic. The chemistry between Ribery, Robin, and Thomas Muller is exhilarating, and the solid defense provided by the two holding midfielders gives us hope of climbing back to the top this season. "We are Bayern Munich, we have the best lineup, we are invincible," the Munich commentator exclaimed. Less than 10 minutes into the match, Bayern Munich had taken the lead. This reassured many Bayern Munich fans who had been somewhat anxious before the game. Bayern Munich had taken the lead, what could be more reassuring? Even with a star like Ye Luo, Malaga is Malaga. They simply cannot compare to Bayern Munich as a team. Their victory over Bayern Munich at the Allianz Arena was an accident. Yes, it must have been an accident. Bayern losing at the Allianz Arena isn't surprising, there are no invincible teams in this world. So, the game is simply returning to normal now. They have Ye Luo, we have Ribery and Robin. Yes, Ye Luo is very strong. Maybe in a one-on-one situation, Robin and Ribery wouldn't be a match for him, but we have the Ribery duo, 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Our overall strength is stronger. Similar discussions could be heard in every corner of Munich, in every pub where Bayern Munich fans gathered. Everyone was talking to each other, reinforcing their confidence in facing their team. In fact, before the match started, every Bayern Munich fan was a little unsure. The psychological shadow that Ye Luo had cast on Bayern Munich fans during their last encounter at the Allianz Arena was too great. So much so that now, with the team playing away, no one had much confidence. After all, facing a striker who had won the La Liga Golden Boot at just 18 years old and had already scored 11 goals in 5 Champions League group stage matches, a goal in this match would equal the record for most goals scored by a single player in a Champions League season, jointly held by Van Nistelrooy and Messi, equaling the record in just the group stage. Such a powerful striker would make any team unsure of themselves when facing him. Robin's goal is a shot in the arm for Bayern fans, legends, and local Munich media. With a lead, Bayern has a more relaxed mindset and more space in the game. Now the pressure is on Malaga. While they only need a draw, equalizing after Bayern has scored first is no easy feat. Statistics show that Bayern has a winning percentage of matches where they open the scoring over 70%. And this season, Bayern Munich has won all matches where they scored first, except for their Champions League group stage home game against Malaga. This makes Bayern Munich fans even more convinced that that match was truly just an accident. Malaga is in trouble now, the camera focused on Pellegrini on the sidelines. The camera lens locked onto him, seemingly trying to see any sign of panic on his face. However, Pellegrini remained calm. His calmness led many to believe he was feigning composure. But in fact, Pellegrini had genuinely relaxed because he saw Ye Luo clapping and encouraging his teammates. Ye Luo remained full of fighting spirit. Conceding the first goal against a powerhouse like Bayern Munich wasn't entirely unexpected. The team was mentally prepared for this. For Malaga, keeping a clean sheet against Bayern Munich was indeed a tall order. However, Malaga had Ye Luo. Having Ye Luo meant Malaga's attacking ability was among the best in the world. to shut down Yellow. To render him ineffective in this match, it wasn't that easy. Pellegrini glanced at the jubilant Bayern Munich players and coaches not far away. He was already anticipating Yellow's response. He knew Yellow never disappointed him. In the media, many criticized him and Málaga for relying too heavily on Yellow. Pellegrini scoffed at this criticism. Yes, we rely on Yellow. Do other teams even have the chance to rely on him? Timoshchuk had become Yellow's shadow. Wherever Yellow went, he followed. Bayern Munich's defense against Yellow wasn't just limited to Timoshchuk's close marking. Wherever Yellow appeared, at least 3 Bayern Munich players would surround him, positioning themselves between the ball and Yellow to increase the difficulty of receiving the ball and passing it to him from Málaga. Dedicated marking, focused zonal marking, and minimizing Yellow's possession time, this multi-pronged approach demonstrates Bayern Munich's high level of attention towards him. However, Yellow was prepared. What Bayern Munich's coaches and players saw as a secret tactic, Yellow considered simply his routine training in the virtual arena. He needed to be more agile in his positioning, increase his running range and speed, and improve his passing speed. While Bayern Munich's players celebrated their goals, Yellow was already explaining tactics to his teammates. Timoshchuk was getting impatient. He was blocked on either side by Demichelis and Mathijsen, who acted like bodyguards for Ye Luo, preventing Timoshchuk from eavesdropping on what Ye Luo was saying to his teammates. When the game was about to resume, a hint of worry appeared on his face. "What's wrong?" Schweinsteiger asked. Timoshchuk voiced his concerns. Schweinsteiger laughed. "Don't worry too much. Do you think this guy is a god? With such strong individual skills, how can he find the time to devise tactics to break our defensive strategy?" Timoshchuk nodded. "Maybe I'm worrying too much?" Schweinsteiger patted Timoshchuk on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, we're leading. I'll drop back a bit, and I'll be within 5 meters of you." Timoshchuk felt relieved. Bayern were in the lead. It was reasonable for Schweinsteiger not to push forward and participate in the attack. Now that 2 defensive midfielders were marking Ye Luo, he really didn't know what he had to worry about. 5 minutes later, Timoshchuk realized he had been too naive. Yellow was practically taking him for a stroll. His range of movement was enormous: the attacking third, the defensive third, the left flank, the center, and the right flank. And it wasn't a leisurely stroll, it was a combination of walking, accelerating, jogging, and sprinting. You had to tell him whether to keep up or not. If he didn't, what would become of the team's tactics? If he did, who could withstand that? Timoshchuk was generally in good physical condition, but Yellow's sudden increase in intensity had already left him panting. In the 18th minute, Yellow, who had been leisurely strolling near the center circle, suddenly accelerated. Timoshchuk hurriedly sped up to catch up. The other Bayern Munich players immediately prepared to defend. At that moment, Yellow suddenly made a sprint back and received a diagonal pass from Cazorla. Timoshchuk had just turned back when he saw Yellow flick the ball forward with the outside of his foot and turn. Completely lacking in finesse. Even after he turned around, his already incredibly fast speed increased dramatically. This change in pace completely shook off Timoshchuk. Timoshchuk gritted his teeth and chased, but the further he fell behind, the more powerless he felt. He had faced intense pressure from Robben several times in training, but he found that Yellow exerted far more pressure than Robben. Timoshchuk continued his pursuit, knowing that Bayern Munich's defense against Yellow wasn't solely his. Yellow was Bayern Munich's primary target in this match. Sure enough, after shaking off Timoshchuk, Yellow faced the combined defense of Schweinsteiger and Lahm. He began to slow down slightly. Seeing Yellow slow down, Timoshchuk breathed a slight sigh of relief. Just as he was about to catch up, stick close to Yellow, and entangle his opponent, Yellow suddenly passed the ball to the wing and then surged into the penalty area. Ye Luo passed a ball to Isco on the right wing, then took off in a race against Schweinsteiger and Dante. Ye Luo turns and passes. Schweinsteiger and Dante are closing in off the ball. That's a yellow card offense. On the field, Schweinsteiger and Dante didn't retreat to defend the penalty area after Ye Luo's pass. Instead, they prepared to close in, even at the cost of a foul, to keep Ye Luo in. However, they underestimated Ye Luo's speed, or perhaps Ye Luo hadn't fully unleashed his potential. So, just as they were about to close in, Ye Luo suddenly accelerated, slipping between them like a slippery eel. This nearly made Timoshchuk, who had been chasing back, gasp for breath. He could only grit his teeth and continue his frantic pursuit. Just as he fully unleashed his speed, and even saw Ye Luo's back, a surge of joy welled up in his heart, but Ye Luo suddenly turned and stopped abruptly. Timoshchuk couldn't break in time, rushing into the penalty area. Just as he brought himself to a stop, he saw Ye Luo return to the edge of the box to receive the pass. The continuous changes in rhythm had given Ye Luo the opportunity to receive the ball. He calmly controlled it. Ye Luo receives the ball. The commentators' voices rose sharply. In the stands, cheers erupted like thunder. Ye Luo received the pass in a dangerous area. The Málaga fans knew all too well what this meant. At this moment, Bayern Munich's penalty area was on high alert. Timoshchuk almost stumbled and fell, but his balance was still good. After a slight adjustment, he lunged at Ye Luo. He knew how dangerous it would be to give Ye Luo space to shoot. Ye Luo, as expected, also made a lunge after controlling the ball. Timoshchuk immediately went down, sliding in with a horizontal tackle, turning his body to block Ye Luo's shooting path. However, just as he made this move, Ye Luo's raised left foot landed, not to shoot, but to feint. Ye Luo also leaned to the right, dribbling the ball and charging into the penalty area. In the confined space, Boateng charged forward, Dante and Schweinsteiger immediately closed in, while Lahm, Rafinha, and others retreated into the penalty area. Even Ribéry and Müller returned. At that moment, Bayern Munich's penalty area was packed with players. When Ye Luo led the ball into the penalty area, his eyes were fixed on Bayern Munich's goal. There was no shooting route. At least from this angle. So, he changed his angle. Facing Boateng, who was retreating with his hands behind his back, Ye Luo flicked the ball to the other side with his right foot. In an instant, his body weight shifted from right to left. And in this process, he saw a path leading to the goal. This path was fleeting. There was no time for Ye Luo to fully complete the flick before shooting. By then it would be too late. So, during the flick to the left, before his right foot had fully completed the flicking motion, his lower leg suddenly swung, propelling his ankle and toes. Like a dagger. His toe suddenly struck the ball, which had been deflected to the left. No one expected Ye Luo to complete the shot during this sequence. His shot was swift and concealed, highly unexpected, catching Bayern Munich's defenders completely off guard. They stood frozen like wooden stakes amidst the dense jungle of muscles in the penalty area. The ball found its only path to the goal. Neuer had been prepared to make a save when he saw Ye Luo preparing to shoot at the edge of the penalty area. Timoshchuk had blocked the angles of low shots and some half-high balls, limiting the area Ye Luo could use with his left foot. Therefore, if Ye Luo chose to force a shot, even if he beat Timoshchuk, Neuer was confident he could save it. But unexpectedly, Ye Luo didn't shoot. Instead, he chose to dribble past his opponent. After Ye Luo brought the ball into the penalty area, Neuer wasn't too worried. Because inside the penalty area, Malaga's attacking players were limited to Ye Luo and Baptista. And Bayern Munich's players had all returned to the box. Ye Luo was completely surrounded. In such a confined space, what could he possibly accomplish? Neuer, glancing at Baptista's position out of the corner of his eye, shifted his own. He thought Ye Luo might try to pass the ball to Baptista's head. However, when Ye Luo suddenly changed his pace and poked the ball away with his toe, Neuer sensed something was wrong. Neuer, shifting his position, suddenly saw the ball skimming the ground, hurtling towards him at incredible speed. At this crucial moment, Neuer could only immediately stop moving and quickly dive to block. But he was still a step too slow. His fingertips did touch the ball, but only slightly altered its forward direction. The ball still veered towards the far post. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. His reaction was already incredibly difficult. Goal, the commentator in the commentary box roared, drawing out the sound. Amidst the cheers of the Rose Garden Stadium fans, the ball slammed into the inside of the post and bounced into the goal. Málaga has equalized. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. It's in. Ye Luo. Ye Luo scores. Ye Luo's 12th Champions League goal this season. He equaled Van Nistelrooy and Messi's records. Wow. He's a record breaker. Málaga has equalized. How did that go in? Let's see. My God, in such a small space, he dribbled and weaved, then suddenly poked the ball with his toe. No Bayern Munich player could keep up with his pace. At that moment, there were 10 defenders in the penalty area, but at that moment, all of them became the backdrop for this incredible goal. Less than 20 minutes into the game, both sides have scored a goal each. This match is not going to be dull. 1-1. Málaga equalizes. In the live standings, Málaga is back in first place. When Ye Luo poked the ball into the goal, the commentators went wild. The television replay showed the slow-motion replay of the goal over and over again. This scene was simply unbelievable. Ye Luo suddenly changed his rhythm during his spiking motion. This change left the Bayern Munich players completely stunned. Who could have imagined it? Who dared to think he would handle it like that? An explosion of imagination. An explosion of physical flexibility. An explosion of ball control. Any deficiency in any aspect would have made this unforgettable goal impossible. Ye Luo seemed to have completely toyed with Bayern Munich's defense. Lahm, Neuer, Boateng, Dante, Schweinsteiger, Timoshchuk, Rafinha, these renowned stars were merely accompaniments to this goal. With effortless grace, he executed it with masterful ease. He's as light as an elf, as sharp as an arrow. Duan Juan couldn't help but recite a poem. This goal left all the fans, except for those of Bayern Munich, completely mesmerized. Awesome. Don't blame me for being uncultured, holy crap is enough to conquer the world. This goal. I can only say holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. In China, fans went wild. It trended on Weibo, was a hot topic on Baidu Tigba, and even caused a server crash on a certain online forum. Countless fans posted about the goal online. A goal that equals the record. On the internet, fans told everyone the significance of this goal. The Champions League single-season goal record. Ye Luo. He equaled it in just one group stage match. No. The group stage is still ongoing, and this match is still going on. He might break this record in the group stage. In Europe, people were also shocked. On social media, many legends were shocked by Ye Luo's goal and its significance. Yarwa, what can I say? What can I say? I can only worship him. Lineker, I must say, he surpassed Messi at this moment. Ronaldo, scoring 12 Champions League goals in less than 6 games is truly astonishing. Zidane, wow. Maldini, God, at Ye Luo fans, legends, media. A frenzy erupted. The Rosé Stadium trembled. All the Málaga fans stood up. They raised their arms in worship. Ye Luo. The DJ was now chanting Ye Luo's name. Long live. Tens of thousands of Málaga fans roared in unison. After scoring, Ye Luo sprinted across the field. His back view 10 Ye Luo. At this moment, countless fans were filled with fervor. Not just Málaga fans. At this moment, countless fans were captivated by this figure. Ye Luo slid on his knees. The Málaga players also looked incredulous, shouting and rushing towards their captain. The Bayern Munich players were stunned by the goal. Neuer knelt on the ground, his face filled with shock. Boateng turned his head to look at the ball inside the goal, like a statue. Cheer up. The game isn't over yet. Their defense isn't impenetrable. Let's keep attacking. Let's overwhelm them with our offense. Damn it. We are Bayern Munich. We are Bayern Munich. Bayern Munich's captain, Lahm, roared. His voice roused the Bayern players who had been standing like statues in the penalty area. They all looked at Lahm. The shock on their faces gradually disappeared. This goal made the Bayern Munich players realize that defense is useless. Attack. Only attack can win. Damn it, why are we afraid of them? We are Bayern. Schweinsteiger roared, clenching his fist. Attack. Attack. We need to score. Score. Robin roared as well. At this moment, the Bayern Munich players were united in their thinking. We must attack. We can only attack. The Bayern players encouraged and motivated each other. Football. Never give up until the last second. Henk's face was very serious. He had anticipated that even such a defense would struggle to stop Ye Luo from scoring. He had even given the Bayern Munich players a heads up before the match. While the team emphasized defending against Ye Luo, the key to victory was never defense, but offense. But who could have imagined that Ye Luo would not only score, but score such a magnificent goal that deserved a deferential salute? He seemed like a magician on the field, sending the ball into Bayern's net. Fortunately, this goal would make the Bayern players realize that defense alone could not win against Málaga, who possessed Ye Luo. Attack. Attack. Only offense, only scoring more goals than Ye Luo, could secure victory. In the media section, Fouque frowned. His eyes were fixed on Ye Luo and the other Málaga players on the field. How could this be? How could they be completely unaffected? Fouque was somewhat dejected. He had meticulously planned a scheme, only to find it utterly futile. He sat back in his seat. It wouldn't be surprising if Bayern Munich lost to a guy like that. Falk murmured. When the match restarted, Bayern Munich players pressed forward aggressively, launching wave after wave of attacks. Their offense quickly took control of the game, pushing Malaga back and turning the tables. The Munich TV commentator shouted, "That's it. That's it. We are Bayern Munich. We are fearless. Long live Bayern." At the stadium and in front of their televisions, Bayern Munich fans were energized and ready to fight again. Malaga didn't expect a single goal to break Bayern's spirit. Facing the opponent's aggressive attacks, Malaga responded in midfield, running actively and fighting hard. The pace of the game quickened. Both sides were now battling it out in terms of stamina and willpower. This was a time to grit your teeth and hold on. Whoever relaxed first would fall behind. Bayern Munich's overall strength still held a slight advantage, and as time went on, they gained the upper hand on the field. Bayern Munich has launched a furious attack. Their attack is incredibly sharp. This is Bayern Munich, this is the German super club. Malaga's formation is showing signs of being flattened. Once Bayern completely pins Malaga's formation in the penalty area, pressing them into a single line, Malaga will be in danger. Ye Luo is currently isolated and lacks support in the attacking third. On the field, Bayern Munich is indeed in control. Many commentators are starting to doubt Malaga's chances. Bayern Munich's attacking threat has indeed been increasing during this period. Their advantage seems poised to accumulate into victory. Ribéry. Accompanied by the commentator's shout, Ribéry unleashed a shot from the edge of the penalty area. The ball went slightly wide of the goal. A minute later, Lahm crossed from the left. Müller headed the ball across the box to Robben on the right side of the penalty area. Robben unleashed a first-time shot, the ball flying towards the goal like a cannonball. Fortunately, Caballero was alert enough to deflect the ball over the crossbar. In a short period, Bayern Munich has created a series of attacking threats. Their powerful overall strength. This was fully demonstrated in such a continuous, fast-paced offensive and defensive game. Chapter 139 New record. First place in the group. On the football field, goals are often scored in an instant. Just like applause, it's a quick clap, but in the end, it's just a fleeting moment. Under Bayern Munich's relentless attack, in the 28th minute, Bayern Munich scored again. Kroos made a through pass down the middle, Ribéry surged forward and swept the ball across the penalty area without stopping it, and Thomas Müller swept it into the net from near the penalty spot. Müller. Thomas Müller. Beautiful. Bayern Munich is ahead again. 2-1. Bayern Munich is leading again. Malaga has conceded another goal at home. Amidst the commentators' passionate roar, Müller ran to the sidelines with his arms outstretched, embracing the Bayern Munich players on the bench, and the other Bayern players rushed over as well. Like Ye Luo, Müller is also a rising star who has emerged in the last season or two. If it weren't for Ye Luo, Müller's performance would definitely have garnered everyone's attention. He lacks physicality, speed, and particularly good footwork. But he's very clever, his positioning is unpredictable and agile, always appearing in the most dangerous places, always in the places where defenders find him least, to put the ball into the goal. Players with such characteristics are actually very rare. Many people are stronger than Müller, faster than Müller, and technically better than Müller. But in terms of match performance, most people can hardly compare to Müller. Individual technique must be utilized effectively, and a clever playing style is also necessary. Müller. At the away stadium, Bayern Munich fans excitedly chanted Müller's name. In Munich, Bayern Munich fans went wild, raising their glasses and cheering. Oh. Bayern. We are invincible Bayern Munich. The chants echoed throughout the Bayern fan area in Munich. Oh. We are Bayern Munich. Oh. We are so good. Oh. We are always champions. We will always be champions. The proud chants symbolized the heritage of Bayern Munich. At the Rose Garden Stadium, the Malaga fans fell silent. They watched in horror as the Bayern Munich players celebrated wildly on the pitch. Yes, we are Malaga. We are just a small team. They are Bayern Munich, one of the biggest clubs in Europe, always possessing the best players in the world. Our participation in the Champions League this season, our advancement in the supergroup of death, is already a stroke of good fortune. What more could we ask for? The Malaga fans thought. In the commentary box, the German or neutral commentators cheered. Spanish commentator Andres shook his head, Bayern Munich scored. They've taken the lead again after being equalized, and this time it's Thomas Müller. This is the predicament Malaga faces. They have Ye Luo, but Bayern Munich has Ribery, Robben, Müller, Kroos, and other players. Yes, Malaga has Ye Luo. Thomas Müller's individual ability isn't as good as Ye Luo's, but he has the support of a much stronger team. Conceding a goal right after equalizing is a serious blow to Malaga's morale. We can even see Malaga's players hanging their heads, dejected, etc. Andres's voice suddenly changed. The DJ, who had been somewhat silent, suddenly shouted, "Our captain! Our captain is calling out to his teammates." This made the dejected fans in the stands suddenly look up. They stared at the field. Ye Luo. Ye Luo is loudly saying something to his teammates. Duan Zhuan's voice came from the television. The Ronaldo fans, who had also been somewhat disappointed, suddenly looked up. All the Malaga supporters were instantly invigorated. They suddenly remembered that Malaga had Ye Luo in their ranks. He wouldn't be intimidated by Bayern, he couldn't be defeated. Instantly. At the Rose Garden Stadium, almost all the fans stood up. Malaga, the stadium DJ shouted hoarsely. "Long live," the fans chanted in unison. Ye Luo. Long live. The sound shook the heavens and earth. The silent stadium erupted again. Malaga fans clapped, stomped their feet, and cheered. They turned the stadium back into their battlefield. Why should we be discouraged? Why should we give up? Our captain, our hero, our star player Ye Luo. He is omnipotent. He is always there for us. He can definitely lead the team to victory against any strong opponent. In Malaga, the fans' trust in Ye Luo was almost blind. It's just one goal behind. Since he scored one goal, he can score 2 more, 3 more. Soon, the entire stadium, all the Malaga fans in the stands, were chanting Ye Luo's name. This left many Bayern Munich players and away fans bewildered. We've scored. What are you all shouting for? Are you out of your minds? On the pitch, Ye Luo was furious. He saw his teammates with their hands on their hips, heads bowed. He saw fear in their eyes. He could tolerate defeat, because no team in this world is invincible. But he couldn't tolerate fear. If the team's players were now gripped by fear of Bayern Munich, then the game was doomed. He roared at his teammates, "Heads up! What's there to be afraid of? We're only down by 1 goal, the game's only been going for less than 30 minutes, we have plenty of time." He lunged at Isco, grabbing his collar. "Heads up, Isco!" He didn't have time for words with Isco, shoving him aside. Then he stared at Cazorla. "San Diego, are you going to give up too? Are you going to be content with just finishing second in the group?" He continued searching for his next teammate. At this moment, Camacho hurriedly raised his hands in surrender. "I've already raised my head, Ye." Ye Luo rolled his eyes. This interruption dispelled his emotions. He beckoned, gathering everyone together. The Malaga players formed a circle, with Ye Luo standing in the middle. "We're only down by 1 goal, that doesn't mean anything. If we're behind, we'll come back. I know, right now everyone probably has the mentality of we've already qualified, second place in the group is fine too, but I want to tell you, if we play the Champions League knockout stage with that mentality, we definitely won't make it to the quarterfinals. Brothers, I've said before, I crave the championship, the Champions League championship. I don't know what you all think, but I will give it my all. Give it my all, and in the end, even if we don't win the championship, at least I won't have any regrets." Ye Luo's voice wasn't impassioned. It was calm, like a gentle stream flowing past the players' ears. But at this moment, the pressure and wishful thinking in the Malaga players' hearts disappeared. They agreed with Ye Luo's words. Yes. If the team approached this match with a mentality of we've already qualified, losing 1 game isn't a big deal, then they probably wouldn't go very far in the knockout stages. In the Champions League, mentality and ability are equally important. Pellegrini wanted to tip his hat to Ye Luo. His captain helped him accomplish what he most wanted to do, stabilize the team's mentality. To be honest, after Thomas Müller's goal, Pellegrini also felt this match was too difficult. The opponent was Bayern Munich. For a moment, he even started to think that qualifying as the second-place team in the group wouldn't be bad. After all, we're just Malaga. We haven't gelled enough. If it doesn't work out this season, we'll try again next season. Reasons like these began to swirl in Pellegrini's mind. However, at this moment, he saw Ye Luo's efforts. Under his efforts, Malaga's morale was rising, the players' eyes regained their light, and they regained their belief. Fighting spirit was coalescing. Pellegrini felt so ashamed that he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. For a moment, he had actually wanted to give up. Fortunately, Málaga has Ye Luo. Pellegrini returned to the coaching bench. His mindset had calmed down. Trailing by 1 goal certainly put Málaga in a difficult position. But it wasn't the end of the world. And hadn't they already prepared for an attacking game? Now, they just needed to believe that Ye Luo could bring the team a goal. Hanks ran to the sidelines with his arms outstretched. A goal, an equalizer, another goal. This series of ups and downs convinced Hanks that his team could definitely beat their opponents away from home. Now was the time when Malaga's morale was at its lowest. This was Bayern Munich's chance. Hanks glanced at the chanting Málaga fans in the stands, but he was somewhat skeptical. Did they think Ye Luo was really God? That they could get a response just by praying? Hanks had been a coach for many years. In his experience, now was the perfect opportunity for Bayern Munich to score another goal and kill the game. He pulled Kroos aside and instructed him, "Attack. We keep attacking. We need to take advantage of their recent goal and their unstable footing to score again. Tell our players that we're only 1 goal ahead. It's not safe yet." Kroos nodded repeatedly. Then he turned and relayed Hanks' instructions to all the Bayern Munich players. The Bayern Munich players quickly understood. After the game restarted, the Bayern Munich players pressed forward aggressively. They thought that facing Málaga, whose morale had been affected by the conceded goal, the rest of the game would be a practice match for them. But unexpectedly, Málaga did not lose their fighting spirit after the game resumed. On the contrary, they played quite aggressively. In the 35th minute, Schweinsteiger received the ball in the backfield, turned and advanced forward, encountering Cazorla's obstruction near the halfway line. He played a 1-2 with Ribéry on the wing, intending to break through Cazorla's defense. However, Ribéry's back pass was slightly off target, and Cazorla seized the opportunity. He took the initiative, poking the ball forward with a quick, visor-filled motion against Schweinsteiger's horrified expression. The ball skimmed the grass, moving at high speed. It wasn't a pass, more like a clearance. But Ye Luo made a diagonal run down the wing, easily controlling and turning, quickly dribbling forward, preparing for a Bayern Munich counter-attack. Málaga didn't commit many players to the attack in the attacking third. But that didn't matter. Ye Luo alone was enough to put the entire Bayern Munich team on high alert. The moment he received the ball, 4 Bayern Munich players rushed towards him. As for the late-game player, Schuk, his sole task throughout the match was to harass Ye Luo. And because Bayern had just started the game and were pressing forward, neither of their fullbacks had time to track back. Now, trailing behind was Bayern Munich's centre-back, Boateng. Isco made a diagonal run, cutting right behind Boateng. Ye Luo seized the opportunity and passed the ball. The ball slipped through the gaps in the defense, like a surgical knife piercing through Bayern Munich's backline. The pass put Boateng in an awkward position. He could only turn to handle the ball, but as he turned, he saw Isco had already swept past him. Boateng was startled. He instinctively raised his hand and pushed Isco's back, then quickly raised his hand to indicate that he hadn't fouled. Without a continuous movement, the referee usually wouldn't call a foul like that. But his push had a good effect. Isco stumbled, taking a heavier touch on the ball. Just as he was about to touch the ball, Neuer decisively rushed out, sliding sideways. This method of attack, while sacrificing his center of gravity, maximized his defensive coverage. Isco had no other options. It was difficult for him to catch the ball that had been taken too far. Finally, he could only manage a weak sliding shot. The ball was slid towards the goal, but it struck Neuer's chest. The ball bounced back and landed right at Boateng's feet, where a shaken Boateng cleared it with a powerful kick. Neuer. He blocked Isco's one-on-one chance. Don't think the game is over. Málaga hasn't given up. Málaga launched a quick counter-attack. Ye Luo's pass slipped through the gaps in the defense, as smooth as a scalpel cutting through cheese, but unfortunately, Isco couldn't handle it properly. Of course, Boateng's final push also played a big part. Malaga's players are complaining to the referee, but the referee, hiding from the Netherlands, clearly doesn't think it's a penalty. Malaga's attack serves as a warning to Bayern. The excited Bayern players must realize that their opponents are not pushovers without counter-attacking capabilities. Amidst the commentators' voices, close-ups of Bayern players appeared on the television screen. Most of the Bayern players seemed to have escaped a close call. Then, A close-up of Bayern Munich coach Hanks appeared on the screen, his brow furrowed. Clearly, the game wasn't unfolding as he had expected. Málaga hadn't been defeated. Hanks took a deep breath. He roared from the sidelines, "Attack! Keep attacking!" He looked at Ye Luo on the field. Such a pass could only be described as a masterful pass. Such a player who could dribble, shoot, and pass, and whose passing, shooting, and dribbling were all top-notch, was simply terrifying. Hanks didn't have the confidence to take away 3 points with just defense. Therefore, he continued to incite the attack. The two sides turned into an even more intense attacking battle in the final stages of the first half. However, there was not much time left in the first half. As the fans were still eager for more, the referee blew the whistle to end the first half. Málaga was temporarily trailing Bayern Munich 1-2 at home. The first half is over. The two sides have played an attacking battle for half a game. The game is very exciting. Each of the 3 goals is very beautiful. However, Málaga, playing at home, is temporarily 1 goal behind. In the second half, we can expect an even more exciting performance from both sides. After the commentator Andres finished speaking, he took off his headphones and turned off the microphone. 45 minutes had passed, and even the commentator felt very tired. The players' physical exertion under such a fast-paced attacking and defensive battle was predictable. During halftime, Pellegrini praised his players' performance. "We didn't panic after conceding the second goal, and we didn't let Bayern Munich take the opportunity to extend their lead, otherwise, we would have basically finished the game." As soon as Pellegrini finished speaking, everyone looked at Ye Luo. Many veterans felt a little ashamed. 30 years old, yet inferior to an 18-year-old. At that moment, many players were indeed stunned. But thankfully, Ye Luo appeared in time, pulling everyone back, saving the game, saving Málaga, and saving everyone's Champions League journey. On Hanks' side, although they didn't score a third goal after the second, overall, Hanks was still very satisfied with Bayern's performance in the first half. In the second half, we'll continue to pressure them. The first half proved one thing: our attacking strength is stronger than theirs. We're not afraid to attack them head-on. Want to attack? Then bring it on. Hanks said confidently. Bayern Munich is in such good form this season. Winning the Bundesliga title is practically a given. Now, in the Champions League, Bayern Munich will also go all out to challenge for the title. Both teams quickly returned to the pitch. The stands at the Rose Garden Stadium erupted in cheers again. Málaga fans sang and danced, even though they were down by 1 goal. They, like their players, were full of confidence in Ye Luo. They firmly believed that Ye Luo would definitely score. The situation in the second half was slightly different from the first half. Málaga slowed down their pressing in the attacking third, choosing to concentrate their forces in midfield, pushing Ye Luo to the forefront to launch counter-attacks. Baptista also returned to midfield. Málaga once had 5 players in midfield, forming a 4-5-1 formation. But even so, Bayern Munich's attack was still quite threatening. In the 50th minute, Bayern Munich won a corner kick. After the corner was taken, Boateng's header in the penalty area almost broke through Malaga's goal. If Caballero hadn't reached out and swatted the ball back into the penalty area, the Málaga fans in the stands would have gasped in surprise. But the next second, they cheered. The entire Rosé Stadium instantly turned into an erupting volcano. The ball, blocked back into the penalty area by Caballero's hand, fell to Demichelis's feet. Demichelis glanced in Ye Luo's direction and then kicked the ball out with a long kick. The kick wasn't very good. At least the ball speed wasn't fast. However, after Ye Luo received the ball in the center circle, he controlled it and dribbled past Timoshchuk. The situation opened up immediately. Ye Luo. Beautiful. Beautiful control. Beautiful breakthrough. Ye Luo passes to the wing. The ball falls to Isco's feet on the right. Isco is unmarked and dribbles forward. Rafinha quickly chases back and is about to catch up. Isco, cross. Just then, the cheers at Rose Garden Stadium instantly rose several decibels. The ball nestled along the penalty area line, landing at the feet of Ye Luo, who is making a run down the middle. As Ye Luo reached the edge of the penalty area and received the ball, the Rose Garden Stadium fans erupted in unrestrained cheers. Don't dive. Don't let him get past. Block his shooting line. Block his shooting line. The Munich commentator jumped to his feet, a chill running down his spine. Ye Luo received the ball on the edge of the penalty area, while Bayern Munich only had Boateng and Dante, plus Neuer defending. Danger flashed in Bayern Munich's penalty area. In a split second, Ye Luo controlled the ball, dribbled past it, and suddenly surged forward, rushing past Boateng. As Boateng turned, Ye Luo had already raised his right foot. Bang! The ball flew like a cannonball towards the near top corner of the goal. Neuer reached out, the ball flying just over his head, but he couldn't stop it. Ye Luo. With commentator Andrés' roar, the ball slammed against the underside of the crossbar. Then it bounced into the net. Boom! Tens of thousands of Málaga fans leaped to their feet. The entire Rosé Stadium was now filled with only one sound. Ye Luo. All the fans reacted in unison. They raised their heads, arms outstretched, and slammed their fists forward. Yes, Bayern Munich is a super powerhouse. But, we have the invincible Ye Luo. Ye Luo. Ye Luo. Ye Luo. He saved his team again. At the crucial moment, it's Ye Luo again. He proved his worth once more with his actions. All the commentators roared. Compared to his other brilliant goals, Ye Luo's goal was nothing special. He simply dribbled, turned, got rid of Jim Oshicek, then passed the ball to the wing, controlled it on the edge of the penalty area, dribbled past Boateng, and shot. Everything was done very simply. But this goal was of great significance. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. This is Ye Luo's 13th goal in the Champions League this season. A brace. A brace. Ye Luo has scored his 13th goal in the Champions League. He now holds the record for most goals in a single Champions League season. Attention. 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 The Champions League group stage isn't even over yet. The commentators held their heads in their hands. This was not only Malaga's equalizing goal, but also a record-breaking goal. Achievement system updated, achievement obtained, Champions League single-season goal record holder. Achievement reward, Van Nistelrooy's unique trait, king of the penalty area. The system's voice rang in Ye Luo's mind as he sprinted to the sidelines to celebrate. While his teammates were pinning him down, he took a moment to open the system king of the penalty area, Van Nistelrooy's unique trait. Effect, greatly increases the probability of touching the ball and scoring inside the penalty area. Just as Malaga's players and fans were celebrating, the world's media, fans, and legends were shocked. Cristiano Ronaldo was watching the game at home. Real Madrid's match is tomorrow, so Ronaldo has no game today. 6 games, 13 goals, Ronaldo said, looking somewhat dazed. Is he even human? These opponents are just too strong. Meanwhile, in another match, Barcelona hosted their final group stage opponent. Messi was substituted after scoring twice. Barcelona had already secured first place in the group. The final group stage match was just a formality for them. As Messi walked off the field and sat next to Iniesta, just as he was about to say something, Iniesta seemed to know what he was going to ask. He scored 2 goals. He broke the record. Messi gasped. Amazing, he said. His fist clenched. The Bayern players looked somewhat dazed. Heinz on the sideline shook his head slightly. He finally decided to make a substitution. Gomez came on, replacing Thomas Müller. Bayern's attack would be more direct and aggressive. But in the following minutes, Bayern didn't pose much of a threat, and were almost overwhelmed by Malaga's counter-attacks. Inspired by Ye Luo's goal, Malaga's players seemed to have been injected with adrenaline, their previously depleted energy seemingly instantly restored. Coupled with Ye Luo's threat in the attacking third, the game became a stalemate. As time ticked away, the remaining time dwindled. For both teams, a goal at this point could potentially seal the victory. Bayern fans were restless. Málaga fans also stood up, watching the pitch intently. A Champions League group stage match had become as tense as a final. On the sidelines, the fourth official raised the LCD screen. 4 minutes of stoppage time had been added. 4 minutes left. 4 minutes left. If Bayern can't score in these 4 minutes, they will have to accept second place in the group, while Málaga will make history as group winners, advancing from this supergroup of death. At this moment, even the substitutes on both sides couldn't sit still and rushed to the sidelines. Robben's long-range shot, which flew over the stands after cutting inside, perfectly illustrated the anxious state of mind of the Bayern players. Málaga, on the other hand, was completely unhurried. Caballero received a yellow card for deliberately wasting time after taking the goal kick. He feigned concern for a while, but instead of kicking the ball forward, he suddenly passed it diagonally to Ye Luo near the halfway line. Yellow dribbled forward along the left sideline, not attacking the opponent's goal, but heading towards the byline. Near the corner flag, Yellow used this opportunity to delay for a full 2 minutes. By the time Bayern Munich finally regained possession and launched a quick attack, the match had already passed the 93rd minute. There are only 30-odd seconds left. Commentator Andres was getting a little nervous. Just over 3 months ago, who could have imagined that this would happen in this group of death consisting of Bayern, AC Milan, Manchester City, and Malaga? Will Malaga ultimately take first place in the group? The final second of the match clock has passed. Boos erupt from the stands. But the referee still gives Bayern one last chance to attack. After Lahm's cross is headed out of bounds by Demichelis, the referee finally blows the whistle. 3 whistles. 2 short and 1 long. The match is over. Chapter 140. What is a champion's mentality? Match over. Match over. Malaga and Bayern Munich have drawn 2-2 at Malaga's home ground. With 4 wins and 2 draws in 6 group stage matches, Malaga leads the group with 14 points, 1 point ahead of Bayern Munich, who are now relegated to second place. In this supergroup of death, who could have imagined Malaga would emerge as group winners? The commentator, Schmitz, shouted in the commentary box. A sudden burst of cheers followed. In the final stages of the match, Malaga's fans were on a roller coaster of emotions. Their excitement peaked when Malaga attacked, and their hearts were in their throats when Bayern Munich attacked. But thankfully, Malaga held on. They secured the draw. And with this draw, they surpassed Bayern by 1 point to take the top spot in the standings. Congratulations to Malaga. They're now top of Group A. Bayern Munich is second in the group. The result of the other match is actually meaningless. AC Milan finally beat Manchester City 1-0 at home, securing their only victory in 6 group matches, but they still finished last in the group, 1 point behind Manchester City. Manchester City finished third and have fallen to the Europa League round of 32. Andres was extremely excited. Malaga's first-place finish, pushing Bayern Munich to second place and eliminating Manchester City and AC Milan, wasn't just good news for Malaga. It was good news for La Liga as a whole. Now, in the Champions League standings, La Liga is showing signs of overtaking the Premier League. In previous years, the Premier League was very dominant in the Champions League, often having 3 Premier League teams, Barcelona and 3 other Premier League teams, reach the semi-finals. Although Barcelona usually won, they had a larger number of Premier League teams in the European competition points. So, the current European competition points ranking is Premier League, La Liga, Serie A, Bundesliga. The gaps between them are not large. But because of this ranking, the English Premier League has 4 Champions League spots, with the top 4 teams automatically qualifying for the group stage. La Liga and Serie A have a 3+1 system. The top 3 qualify directly for the group stage, while the 4th-place team plays a playoff. The Bundesliga only has 3 spots. Therefore, in this system, any team's Champions League performance will impact their UEFA coefficient ranking. For La Liga, Malaga, a team initially expected to struggle, has surprisingly topped their group ahead of Bayern Munich. With this achievement, if La Liga teams perform even better this season, it's highly likely they will surpass the Premier League to become the league with the highest UEFA coefficient ranking. Furthermore, Malaga's top of the group finish also increases the probability of drawing a weaker opponent. This means Malaga has a strong chance of reaching the quarterfinals, given their impressive performance against strong teams. Domestically in Spain, most media outlets believe that Malaga's top of the group finish is already a significant achievement for their European competition this season. As the final whistle blew, the camera immediately focused on Ye Luo. His hair was completely soaked with sweat, a triumphant smile spread across his face, and he clenched his fist in celebration before embracing each of Malaga's players. Qualifying as group winners was indeed a cause for celebration for Malaga. And Ye Luo's record-breaking performance in this match was equally big news. 6 group stage matches, 13 goals. It's unimaginable how many goals Ye Luo would score if Malaga went further in the Champions League, and how much he would extend the Champions League single-season goal record. This was stated at the post-match press conference. Henk shook his head and said, "It's a pity we didn't win this game. Malaga is very strong, especially Ye Luo. I would even say that Bayern Munich losing to Ye Luo and qualifying as the second-place team in the group is nothing to Bayern Munich. It's still qualifying. We will try our best to go further in the Champions League." The championship? We will take it one step at a time. It was a tough game, Pellegrini said, but fortunately, we still won the group, which means a lot to us. Ye Luo is our captain. I have never seen a player like him. His future? His future is beyond my prediction. He is already the best in the world now. As for his future, maybe he will become the greatest footballer of all time, Pellegrini said. The reporters looked at each other. The greatest of all time? That's too much of an exaggeration. Ye Luo has only played well for half a season so far. After the game, the match between Malaga and Bayern Munich at Malaga's home ground became the focus of global sports media. The reason, of course, wasn't Malaga's victory over Bayern Munich. While newsworthy, it wasn't enough to warrant a global sports media headline. What truly met that standard was Ye Luo's new record. 13 goals in 6 Champions League group stage matches. This scoring efficiency left the world speechless. People began speculating about just how incredible a record Ye Luo would create this season. Malaga still has at least 2 Champions League matches to play. Can Ye Luo score more? I think that's pointless. He definitely will. He will definitely extend his record this season. We can foresee that in future Champions League matches, before a new record is set, Ye Luo's name will be unavoidable. This season's Champions League is destined to bear the name of a striker named Ye Luo. The authoritative French media outlet, European Football, focused on Ye Luo's record-breaking achievement in its review of the latest round of Champions League group stage matches. In China, Ye Luo's record-breaking also became a trending topic. Chinese football fans felt like they were dreaming. This record, which only top-tier players could break, has now been broken by a player from China. Ironically, this Chinese player is not even eligible for the Chinese national team. The Football Association was immediately criticized again. They could only cower and remain silent for some time. For Malaga, the Champions League group stage is over, and their European campaign is temporarily concluded. After the remaining group stage matches are completed, UEFA will draw the round of 16. The Champions League knockout stage doesn't start until February, so there are still more than 2 months to go. However, the Copa del Rey matches are also approaching. For Malaga now, they are just taking it one step at a time. If they reach the Copa del Rey quarterfinals in February, they will be competing on 3 fronts: the League, the Champions League, and the Copa del Rey. Competing on 3 fronts is difficult even for big clubs, let alone Malaga. But those are things to worry about in the future. Right now, for Malaga, the priority is to win as many matches as possible and finish the final round of the Champions League group stage. The team is about to face a league match at home. In the 14th round of the league, Malaga will host Real Sociedad. This match is scheduled just 2.5 days after their big game against Bayern Munich. Therefore, the team has made considerable rotations. Ye Luo scored twice in this match, netting his 18th league goal. But Malaga still lost. Real Sociedad is a team that performs well against strong teams. Even Barcelona and Real Madrid have been upset by Real Sociedad. This time, Malaga also experienced the power of Real Sociedad. They lost 2-3 to Real Sociedad at home, tasting defeat for the first time this season. After this match, there is the Copa del Rey. But as the season progresses, injuries are starting to appear one after another. Isco injured his ankle in training. After examination, he will be out for at least 2 weeks. Then Van Nistelrooy and Mathijsen also experienced tightness in their hamstring muscles. If it is a muscle problem, they will be out for at least a week. However, the team's next opponent is not a strong team. It is a 4th-round match in the Copa del Rey. Malaga drew a lower league team, Miranda Ebro, from the Spanish 3rd Division. It's also sometimes translated as Miranda Ebro. However, the official name in China is Miranda Ebro. It's unclear who came up with that translation. It sounds like a poorly made, amateurish effort. Most people assumed Malaga would make significant changes to their lineup, given their opponent was only a 3rd Division team. Surprisingly, while Malaga did make major changes, Ye Luo still started. Miranda Ebro hadn't intended to continue in the Copa del Rey. They knew a 3rd Division team couldn't possibly advance further. The Copa del Rey format is complex. The 20 La Liga teams join in the 4th round, round of 32. Then comes the 5th round, round of 16, the 6th round, quarter-finals, followed by the semi-finals and the final. Each round consists of 2 matches, 1 home and 1 away. To win the Copa del Rey, you need to play 10 matches. It's a considerable burden. For a La Liga team to win the treble of La Liga, the Champions League, and the Copa del Rey, they need to play 38 league matches, 13 Champions League matches, and 10 Copa del Rey matches, a total of 61 matches. The schedule is incredibly packed. For Málaga, they definitely need to prioritize, as their squad strength simply cannot support them competing on 3 fronts. However, Ye Luo's starting appearance surprised many. In fact, Pellegrini somewhat regretted agreeing to not rotate Ye Luo after the end of last season. But now Ye Luo is injury-free, and his fitness seems unaffected. Therefore, Pellegrini has no reason to rotate him. Meanwhile, Miranda Alibro is furious. They believe Ye Luo's appearance in this match is solely to pad his goal tally. He's currently leading the league's top scorer list, but Messi and Ronaldo are close behind. It's hard to guarantee that Ye Luo won't also rack up goals in the Copa del Rey, securing the Golden Boot and becoming the all-time leading scorer this season. Therefore, the players of Miranda and Ibra played with the strictest defense in this match. Their sole objective wasn't even to win, but to prevent Ye Luo from scoring. On the Málaga side, the field consisted mostly of reserve team players, including some who had previously interacted with Ye Luo and Malaga's youth team. While everyone was now 18, some were already La Liga's top scorers, breaking the Champions League single-season goal record, and superstars with a transfer market value exceeding €150 million. Others, at 18, were still desperately waiting for their first team debut, perhaps in a Copa del Rey match against a third-division team, Miranda and Ibra. Although Ye Luo hadn't explicitly stated he wanted to pad his stats in such a match, the reserve team and the players of the year could easily imagine the implications. Why else would their star player be playing in a match like this? To score, of course. So, to curry favor with their star, everyone focused on passing the ball to Ye Luo. The players on both sides were like two equally brilliant talents, but with Ye Luo on the field, Málaga had the edge. Málaga, playing at home, scored 2 goals in each half. Ye Luo scored a hat-trick and provided an assist, helping his team to a 4-0 victory and rendering the second leg meaningless. Following this match, the other Champions League group stage matches concluded, as did the Europa League group stage. After the Champions League group stage ended, La Liga media were quite excited because 3 of the 4 participating teams advanced: Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Málaga, all group winners. Valencia, however, finished third in their group, behind Chelsea and Bayer Leverkusen, and will play in the Europa League. This result wasn't surprising for Real Madrid, Barcelona, or Valencia. Valencia and Leverkusen were evenly matched, and the poor performance and third-place finish were understandable. Chelsea's strength was clearly superior in that group. Real Madrid and Barcelona had relatively easy groups, so their first-place finishes weren't unexpected. The only surprise was Málaga. They surprisingly topped their group in a supergroup of death, finishing undefeated and giving the Spanish media a huge surprise. On Friday evening, after the conclusion of all Champions League and Europa League group stage matches, UEFA held the draw for the round of 16 in Zurich. As the group winners of Group A, Malaga's opponents would be runners-up from other groups, avoiding the group rivals Bayern Munich and teams from the same league. However, Real Madrid and Barcelona were both group winners, so they couldn't possibly face Málaga regardless. Therefore, Malaga's potential opponents included CSKA Moscow, Basel, Lyon, Bayer Leverkusen, Marseille, and Napoli. There weren't any particularly strong superclubs. This perfectly illustrates the saying fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Málaga drew a supergroup of death in the group stage. After they qualified as group winners, the strongest runner-up, Bayern Munich, would automatically avoid them, allowing them to draw opponents from other, less powerful runners-up. And at this point, most of the group winners were trembling with fear, worried about being drawn against a big boss among the runners-up. The English media were lamenting. Arsenal finally secured first place in Group F, but who would have thought Bayern Munich would end up second? Of course, this was all in jest. While everyone lamented Arsenal's bad luck, all was drawing either Bayern or Barcelona. Now that Arsenal were group winners, maybe their luck would change. On the day of the draw, the Málaga players didn't return to their accommodations after training. And Ye Luo, unusually, didn't do extra training either. Instead, they gathered with everyone at the team's training ground, in the tactical meeting room, watching the Champions League draw on the television. I hope we get CSKA Moscow, they seem the weakest. Me too. No. Moscow is too far, I don't want to travel that far. Basel's good too. The remaining Lyon, Leverkusen, Marseilles, and Napoli don't seem impossible to beat. For the Malaga players, they might not draw particularly strong opponents, they'd even play Bayern Munich. Looking at these second-place teams in their groups, a sense of superiority welled up inside them. But most people still hope to draw either CSKA Moscow or Basel, those easy opponents. Ye, who do you want to draw? Isco asked. Everyone looked at Ye Luo. Ye Luo grinned and said, I don't care. He spread his hands and said, I've said it before, my goal is to win the championship, so, no matter who I draw, I'll beat them. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then gave him a thumbs up. Your mentality is awesome. That's what a king is. This is a king. This is the champion's mentality. Damn, I'm starting to fall in love with you. Why don't you get us exchange? I believe you might consider it. No, I still think being a man is great. Laughter filled the meeting room. Chapter 141. The half-term champion is beckoning. Although everyone was laughing and joking, deep down, most players hoped for an easy opponent. After all, for most teams, the draw determines their future in the Champions League this season. Take CSKA Moscow, for example. They drew Barcelona. After the draw, Barcelona's president, Rosell, was beaming, while CSKA Moscow officials looked devastated. There's a huge gap in strength between CSKA Moscow and Barcelona. This gap can't be easily bridged by fighting spirit or other forms of mental strength. Unless Barcelona makes a major mistake, CSKA Moscow will have a hard time getting past them, especially since the Champions League knockout stage is a two-legged, home and away format, which allows for more room for error than the single elimination format of the World Cup. A mistake in one match can be made up for in another. So, the stronger team has a higher probability of advancing. The rules for the Champions League round of 16 draw are simple. First, the group winner is drawn. Then, the possible opponents of that group winner are placed in a box in order. After the draw is shuffled by the guest drawer, one team is randomly selected. It seems random. However, the Champions League round of 16 draws often feature scenes resembling official matches. Therefore, many fans suspect that the draw ceremony is a charade, and that UEFA is definitely manipulating it. The most widespread speculation is that the small balls containing slips of paper for each team, while appearing identical, are heated differently. The guest drawer simply needs to pull out a heated ball. This allows UEFA to control the round of 16 draw. For example, Arsenal fans strongly believe the draw is rigged. So, after Barcelona drew CSKA Moscow, the second group winner was drawn, Arsenal. Immediately, all Arsenal fans tensed up. No Bayern. No Bayern. No Bayern. Amidst the Arsenal fans' prayers, Arsenal's opponent was drawn. When the guest drawer opened the slip of paper, FC Bayern Munich appeared on the screen. Laughter erupted at the lottery draw. Well, Arsenal had drawn Bayern again. The curse of 3 years with Barcelona and 5 years with Bayern hadn't been broken yet. Ha ha. In the meeting room in Málaga, the players couldn't help but laugh when they saw the result. Ye Luo shook his head. Did Wenger have a grudge against Platini? How come it's always either Barcelona or Bayern? Their luck is just too bad. Online, Arsenal fans were furious. Arsenal's draw against either Barcelona or Bayern had become a meme. Damn it, UEFA knows how to generate buzz. UEFA has no shame when it comes to creating hype. This is a 1 in 7 chance, how come it's always Bayern? This is outrageous. It's understandable that Arsenal fans might have conspiracy theories, anyone would curse if they had such bad luck. Moreover, Arsenal's current strength is significantly weaker than teams like Bayern and Barcelona. It's not the unbeaten Arsenal of the past anymore. Arsenal's squad is no longer among the top in the Premier League. Therefore, their chances against Bayern were slim. Next, when Zidane drew a small ball and opened it, Málaga. Immediately, the previously laughing and joking meeting room fell silent. CSKA Moscow had already drawn their opponent. So, Isco was muttering, Basel. Basel. But soon, Malaga's opponent was drawn. Lyon. With this name appearing, many players in the locker room shook their heads in regret. It wasn't that this team was particularly strong. Rather, among the teams not yet drawn, Lyon was undoubtedly the strongest. The French Ligue 1 powerhouse Lyon hadn't completely declined. Before Paris Saint-Germain received support from Middle Eastern consortiums, Lyon was the undisputed #1 club in Ligue 1. They were the reigning champions of Ligue 1 with 9 consecutive titles. Although they had never won the Champions League, their status as the top club in Ligue 1 was undeniable. Lyon was a team not to be underestimated. After drawing their opponents, the players began to relax. The subsequent draws were also completed. Next, the media began their serious analysis and predictions. For example, many believed that Barcelona, Real Madrid, and Bayern Munich had essentially secured their spots in the quarterfinals. Most media outlets also believed that although Málaga performed well in the group stage, they might not have much of an advantage against Lyon. For the Spanish media, their focus was primarily on the 3 Spanish teams. Their opinions were consistent. Looking at the opponents of these 3 La Liga teams, Real Madrid and Barcelona seemed very secure, especially Barcelona. CSKA Moscow posed little threat to them. Barcelona has historically had favorable draws in the Champions League. While Real Madrid's opponent was Bayer Leverkusen from the Bundesliga, Leverkusen's strength was significantly inferior to Real Madrid's, so Real Madrid's advancement shouldn't be a problem. The Málaga vs Lyon group was more complex. On paper, the 2 teams appeared evenly matched. Lyon had the advantage of a strong history, while Málaga had the advantage of an amazing season. Even Bayern Munich couldn't defeat them. However, they were just defeated by Real Madrid in the league, and their form seemed to be in danger of slipping. While the media was reporting and discussing the draw results, Málaga still had 2 matches to play before the La Liga winter break, an away game against Osasuna in the 15th round and the second leg of the Copa del Rey against Miranda Ebro in the 4th round. Having just lost 1 league match, Málaga had a record of 11 wins, 2 draws, and 1 loss after 14 rounds, accumulating 35 points, 2 points behind Real Madrid. Real Madrid's form this season has been excellent. Their current record is 12 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss, accumulating 37 points. Their only loss was to Málaga. Barcelona is in 3rd place, having also only lost 1 match. After 14 rounds, Barcelona's record is 10 wins, 3 draws, and 1 loss, accumulating 33 points. After 14 rounds, Málaga, Real Madrid, and Barcelona are basically confirmed as the top tier of the title race this season, as the teams below them are all significantly behind in points. Currently, Valencia is 4th in the standings with 8 wins, 2 draws, and 4 losses, totaling 26 points. Levante is 5th with 8 wins, 1 draw, and 5 losses, totaling 25 points. Atletico Madrid is 6th with 7 wins, 2 draws, and 5 losses, totaling 24 points. Sevilla also has 24 points, and Espanyol has 23 points. These are considered the second tier. Malaga's unbeaten run ended in the 14th round with a loss to Real Sociedad. This might suggest their phenomenal form is starting to decline, but actually, if we start counting from last season, from the 13th round to now, including Champions League matches, they've only lost 3 out of 36 games. This is a very convincing statistic. Has Malaga's form really started to decline? Not necessarily. This was an analysis made by some media outlets before the match. After losing to Real Sociedad, many Real Madrid and Barcelona fans were hoping for a decline in Malaga's form. For fans of the 2 top-tier teams, they can accept the other team winning the title, given their strength and the fact that it's not considered a disgrace. But for Málaga, it's a bit harder to accept. Therefore, Real Madrid and Barcelona fans were surprisingly on the same side when facing Málaga. However, their expectations were dashed. Despite missing key players like Van Nistelrooy, Mathijsen, and Isco, Málaga still secured a resounding 3-0 victory away against the informed Osasuna. Elo scored a goal, bringing his league tally to 21. After 15 league matches, he has 21 league goals, surpassing Ronaldo's 18 and Messi's 17. Elo is once again poised to win the La Liga Golden Boot this season. Meanwhile, Real Madrid lost their match, falling 1-2 to Sevilla away. This allowed Málaga to reclaim the top spot in the standings. Barcelona also capitalized on this opportunity to narrow the gap with Real Madrid to just 1 point, and are only 2 points behind Málaga. The competition at the top of the La Liga table has become even more intense. Goal. Ye Luo. The 25th goal of the league. Beautiful. A beautiful long-range shot. They are leading Atletico Madrid by 1 goal away from home. January 29th, 2012. La Liga Round 19. The last round of the first half of the season. Málaga challenged Atlético Madrid away from home. With this victory, Málaga achieved 5 consecutive league wins and also won the La Liga half-season championship for the first time in history. After defeating Osasuna in the 15th round, Málaga first eliminated Miranda Albion and Racing Santander in the Copa del Rey to reach the quarterfinals. However, they were eliminated by Real Madrid in the quarterfinals, 2-2 at home and 1-1 away. Real Madrid eliminated Málaga on away goals. Although Ye Luo was disappointed with this result, Pellegrini was also slightly relieved. Otherwise, if he had let Ye Luo continue to play like this, he himself would have been worried. Although they were eliminated from the Copa del Rey, Málaga, however, is on a winning streak in the league. They defeated Valencia away in round 16, Sporting Gijón at home in round 17, and Granada at home in round 18. After this 4-game winning streak, Málaga solidified their position at the top of the standings, but Real Madrid, also on a winning streak, is hot on their heels. Before the start of round 19, Madrid media were encouraging Atlético Madrid, hoping they could defeat Málaga at home and allow Real Madrid to overtake Málaga and claim the mid-season title. Although the mid-season title doesn't come with a trophy, it carries significant symbolic meaning. In the past 10 seasons, 8 teams that won the mid-season title went on to win the La Liga championship. This shows how much of a confidence boost a mid-season title provides to a team. This match against Atlético Madrid was going to be tough. The first half ended 0-0. In the second half, Atlético Madrid completely tightened their defense, making Málaga's attack very difficult. Until the 78th minute. Ye Luo finally helped the team break the deadlock. The mid-season championship is beckoning to Málaga. Commentator Andres shouted from the commentary box. Chapter 142 Mid-Season Champions, Champions League Knockout Stage. On the sidelines, Argentine coach Diego Simeone, arms crossed, frowned. Atlético Madrid's performance this season has been somewhat inconsistent. However, their tactical style is beginning to take shape. They excel at compressing space in midfield and defense, pressing high, and relying on a tenacious defense to create counter-attacking opportunities. In fact, before Yellow's goal, Atlético Madrid was doing quite well. Their tactics are very effective at manipulating opponents' mentality. Perhaps in the final moments of the game, they can capitalize on the opponent's emotional fluctuations to seize 1 or 2 counter-attacking opportunities and win the match. This season, Atlético Madrid's attacking line is the formidable duo of Falcao and Diego Costa. Both strikers possess excellent goal-scoring abilities. In goal, after De Gea's transfer to Manchester United, Atlético Madrid loaned a new talented goalkeeper, Courtois, from Chelsea. This resulted in Asenjo, who is expected to become a starter after returning from Málaga, being relegated to the bench as the second-choice goalkeeper. 2 young, talented goalkeepers are competing, while Falcao and Costa are already established strikers. Atlético Madrid have 2 world-class players, one before and one after. Especially Falcao, the Colombian striker acquired from Porto for a hefty €40 million, whose goal-scoring efficiency this season is astonishing. In 19 league appearances so far, he has already scored 13 league goals. He also helped the team score 8 goals in the Europa League group stage, successfully advancing to the knockout stage. Including the Copa del Rey, the striker Falcao has already helped Atlético Madrid score 26 goals. This is a rather exaggerated statistic. Of course, this is on the condition that it's not compared to these 3 monsters in La Liga. This season, El Clasico has scored 25 goals in the league, 13 in the Champions League, and 5 in the Copa del Rey, although they were eliminated, for a total of 42 goals, topping the all-time scoring charts. Messi and Ronaldo have also reached 36 and 33 goals respectively. Excluding these 3, Falcao is number 1. However, Falcao didn't have much of an impact in this match, mainly because Yellow put too much pressure on Atlético Madrid's defense and midfield, leaving them without support and their forwards isolated in the attacking third. But that's Atlético Madrid's style, so before Yellow's goal, Simeone felt the situation was still quite good. But in the 78th minute, Yellow forced his way inside and unleashed a stunning long-range shot. The ball soared like a cannonball, without any spin, then plummeted after reaching its highest point, hitting the underside of the crossbar and bouncing into the goal. Such a shot, such a trajectory, even Courtois, Nearly 2 meters tall with an incredible wingspan and quick reflexes, couldn't stop it. Simeone returned to the bench. At this stage of the game, it was too difficult for Atletico Madrid to come back. Málaga, leading by 1 goal, could play more comfortably. Atletico Madrid's pursuit of attack only resulted in being caught on the counter-attack. The 86th minute of the match. Málaga launched a quick counter-attack. Ye Luo dribbled all the way to the byline and passed back to Joaquin, who slotted the ball home from near the penalty spot 2-0. Málaga scored their second goal, sealing the victory. After conceding another goal, Simeone gave a wry smile on the bench. This was almost a foregone conclusion. With Málaga leading, Atletico Madrid had to push forward aggressively to equalize, resulting in Malaga's counter-attacks. Ye Luo's exceptional individual ability was the biggest factor in Malaga's counter-attacking success rate. "He's simply unstoppable," Simeone complained to his assistant as he sat down. "There's nothing we can do. We almost completely neutralized him, but unfortunately." The assistant shook his head slightly. This goal also completely extinguished Atletico Madrid's hopes of a comeback. In the Calderón stands, some fans had already begun to leave. Since the outcome was already decided, they figured if they didn't leave soon, they wouldn't be able to catch the bus. Málaga scored their second goal of the match, which essentially secures their mid-season league title. Congratulations to Málaga, congratulations to Pellegrini, congratulations to Iro. At the beginning of the season, when Iro announced their goal was the league title, it was met with almost universal ridicule. Málaga wanting to win La Liga was a huge joke. But their performance has silenced all the doubters. They have achieved an astonishing record of 16 wins, 2 draws, and 1 loss in 19 matches, accumulating 50 league points. How convincing is this performance? After the first half of the season in the past 20 years, Malaga's points total is second only to last season's Barcelona. Barcelona in the 2010-2011 season had 52 points after 19 rounds, equaling the 50 points they had in the 2008-2009 season, and Barcelona went on to win the title in both seasons. Málaga is on its way to the league title. In the commentary box, COPE radio commentator Andres marveled at Malaga's performance. Halfway through the season, they had 50 points. Looking at this score alone, if you didn't know Málaga was the team, only 3 words would come to mind: champions. But the team that achieved this was Málaga, a small team that had historically been a yo-yo club in La Liga. Could Málaga really create a miracle? Could they really continue their amazing performance from the first half of the season and miraculously win the La Liga title? Anyone would probably have a huge question mark in their mind. La Liga champions, Málaga. These 2 words seem incongruous. But they are indeed the halfway champions, and in the past 20 years, they are only 2 La Liga halfway champions with more than 50 points. This champion aura intertwined with Malaga's contradictory small team status left many media personnel in the media section with somewhat strange expressions. Who would have thought that Málaga could really threaten Barcelona and Real Madrid? These Barcelona and Real Madrid mouthpiece journalists were all finding it hard to accept the current scene. On the contrary, another major force in the media section, the journalists from China, were shouting, cheering, and celebrating for Málaga. The editor-in-chief of AS, Loritz, curled his lip, looking displeased at the noisy Chinese journalists. "Damn it, what does it matter to you even if Málaga wins the championship?" Loritz, who hadn't witnessed Malaga's defeat by Atletico Madrid, vented his anger on the jubilant Chinese journalists. As Ye Luo's performance became increasingly stable, more and more Chinese journalists came to Spain. Basically, any media outlet that could afford to send a reporter to Spain would send one, just to get first-hand information about Ye Luo. Chinese fans loved seeing everything about Ye Luo. Even a video of him walking in and out of the training base, smiling and waving to the fans, could become a trending topic among the enthusiastic fans. Add to that Ye Luo's good looks, and his fanbase on Weibo is enormous, even surpassing some pretty boy idols who rely solely on their appearance. Moreover, his looks are different from those effeminate young male idols. His handsome appearance, facial contours, and lines exude a strong, masculine beauty. This makes him a thorn in the side of certain groups who have been marketing themselves for years, hoping to steer Chinese men's personality and aesthetics towards effeminacy. But unfortunately, Ye Luo now has virtually no flaws. His sharp conflict with the Chinese Football Association has even become a major factor in his increased popularity. No wonder, given the Football Association's reputation. Therefore, The media section now includes not only sports reporters but also entertainment reporters. It's unavoidable, sports and entertainment are intertwined. The final match was uneventful. Malaga ultimately defeated Atletico Madrid 2-0 away from home. As the final whistle blew, the cameras were fixed on Ye Luo. Match over. Malaga has defeated Atletico Madrid, achieving their 5th consecutive league victory and securing the mid-season championship with 50 points. Congratulations to Malaga. Now, no one would disagree that they are the favorites to win the La Liga title. Duan Zhuan, the commentator for China's national television station, exclaimed excitedly. Online, Chinese fans flooded the comments with championship trophy emojis. Gentlemen, don't get too excited. There's no trophy for the mid-season champion, a more rational fan cautioned. What's wrong? We've played one round already, can't we have a good time? Keep the music playing. This was the live for the moment type. Do you think if Ye Luo leads Malaga to the league title, he has a chance to win the 2012 Ballon d'Or? Uncertain. If the Champions League is included, it's a sure thing. Not necessarily. Don't forget the 2012 European Championship. Yes, in a major tournament year, national team performance is also crucial. But at least they can finish in the top 3. Speaking of the top 3 for the Ballon d'Or, Chinese fans were quite indignant. The 2011 Ballon d'Or results are in, and Messi was the undisputed winner. However, Chinese fans were disappointed. Ye Luo ultimately ranked 4th in the voting, just 3 points behind Iniesta in 3rd place. The top 3 in the final vote were Messi, Ronaldo, and Iniesta. Ye Luo's 4th place finish meant he wouldn't be attending the awards ceremony as a runner-up. But then again, even if Ye Luo had finished in the top 3, given his complete lack of hope of winning the Ballon d'Or, he might not have wanted to be a runner-up. At the post-match press conference, Simeone praised Ye Luo and Malaga's performance. Yes, we lost to Malaga and Ye Luo in this match. I want to congratulate my colleague Pellegrini. He has built a truly outstanding team, and I wouldn't be surprised if they ultimately win the La Liga title. Ye Luo? His performance was superb. In my opinion, he is the best player in La Liga. Yes, he is the best player. I don't usually praise opposing players in this way, but I must admit that if it weren't for Ye Luo, my team could have at least gotten a draw, or even a victory, in this match. Simeone's words made the Chinese reporters present very happy. They quickly translated Simeone's words and sent them back home so that their fans could also share in the joy. Receiving such high praise from the opposing coach after the match is not the treatment an ordinary player receives. When it was Pellegrini's turn to come to the press conference, the reporters congratulated Pellegrini and Malaga. Pellegrini, however, was busy cooling things down. Being a mid-season champion isn't a true champion, and we understand that. Being top of the table after the 19th round of the league is a huge achievement for Malaga, but it's not enough to lift the trophy. Pellegrini's cooling down was justified. After that round of matches, both Madrid-based and Catalan media were praising Malaga and exaggerating their performance. That's just flattery, Pellegrini told his players. We're not actually that much ahead, we're only 1 point ahead of Real Madrid and 2 points ahead of Barcelona. Pellegrini told the players after the team reconvened for training. Most of Malaga's players lacked experience in winning titles. In a long league season, even maintaining a lead for most of the time is useless if it's not maintained after the 38th round. Therefore, it was urgent to cool down the players who had just won the mid-season championship. This cooling down came at the right time. A week later, in the 20th round of the league, Malaga faced Villarreal away. Villarreal's performance this season has been rather lackluster, mainly because after their outstanding performance last season, most of their key players were bought by other clubs. This is the survival logic of most mid-table teams: stockpile a group of young talents, achieve results, and sell them for a high price. A championship? Winning it would be ideal, of course. But most teams, especially those in La Liga, don't harbor any illusions about breaking Real Madrid and Barcelona's monopoly on the title. Malaga played relatively easily in this away game because Villarreal had reached the Copa del Rey semi-finals and needed to prepare for their semi-final match against Athletic Bilbao. If their semi-final opponent were Real Madrid or Barcelona, Villarreal might not be so focused, but since it's Bilbao, they definitely have to fight hard. Winning would get them to the final. In the final, regardless of the opponent, it's worth fighting for. The allure of winning the trophy is huge for any team. Therefore, Malaga faced Villarreal's rotated squad away from home. Ultimately, Ye Luo scored 1 goal and assisted another, securing a 2-0 away victory against Villarreal and achieving their 6th consecutive win. A week later, in the 21st round of the league, the team successfully avenged their loss to Real Sociedad away from home, achieving their 7th consecutive win. In the 22nd round of the league, Málaga defeated Osasuna 1-0 at home, securing their 8th consecutive league win. This winning streak has the entire Spanish nation marveling at Malaga's excellent form. Malaga's form is astonishing. After losing to Real Sociedad at home in the 14th round of the league, just when everyone thought Málaga would experience a slump, their form defied the odds, going on an 8-game winning streak to reclaim the top spot in the league standings. Málaga has created a whirlwind in La Liga, but their success is thanks to the consistent performance of their star player, Ye Luo. This season, Málaga has also been affected by injuries from time to time, with key players like Van Nistelrooy, Cazorla, and Emilcalis missing matches for a period. But fortunately, Ye Luo hasn't missed a single minute of play due to injury so far. He's practically an Iron Man. If Ye Luo continues to maintain this form, leading Málaga to the La Liga title is just around the corner. The media were amazed by Málaga's performance. Who can stop Málaga's winning streak? Is it Lyon, their next opponent in the Champions League round of 16? After the 22nd round of La Liga, the Málaga players had a day off before boarding a plane to Lyon, France. Almost 2 months after the group stage ended, the Champions League knockout stage has finally begun. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143 Godfather or Biological Father? Málaga has arrived in Lyon. They've just walked out of the airport terminal. For Lyon, although this opponent isn't a traditional powerhouse, they're currently top of the La Liga standings, which is no easy feat. If Lyon wants to advance to the Champions League quarterfinals, they must play well at home. Málaga lacks Champions League knockout stage experience, which might be Lyon's advantage. On the television screen, Málaga's players were walking out of the airport, with fans lining the streets to greet them. Most of them appeared to be of Chinese descent. Málaga's fans in other parts of Europe are likely predominantly Chinese. Undoubtedly, this was the team brought by the Málaga number 10, who was featured in a close-up on television. Lyon's head coach, Rémi Garde, looked at Ye Luo on the television screen, shook his head, and cleared his mind of the jumbled thoughts. Arsenal legend and French football icon Rémi was only 45 years old, relatively young for a head coach. He took over at the beginning of the season, replacing Claude Puel, whose team had a poor season last year. As a French powerhouse, Lyon's record is legendary. However, last season Lyon encountered trouble. In the league, Lille won the title, while Lyon finished third, behind Marseille's. In the first round of the Champions League knockout stage, Lyon lost to Real Madrid. In the French Cup, Lyon was eliminated by Nice. In the League Cup, Lyon was eliminated by Paris Saint-Germain. Competing on 4 fronts, Lyon suffered a complete collapse. As head coach, Claude Puel was largely to blame. Therefore, after the season ended, Claude Puel was sacked, and Rémi Garde took over. Rémi Garde is also a Lyon legend, a product of Lyon's youth academy, and dedicated the prime of his career to Lyon. However, his peak was at Arsenal. In 1996, he joined Arsenal alongside Vieira. In 3 seasons, Rémi Garde made 43 appearances under Wenger. In the 1997-1998 season, Rémi Garde helped Arsenal win the Premier League title. Back in the day, Arsenal lifted the FA Cup, and Rémi Garde played a crucial role in that victory. Now, this Lyon and Arsenal legend is preoccupied with how to contain Ye Luo. Clearly, he hasn't come up with a good solution yet. After all, while Rémi was a well-known player, his reputation as a coach is rather lackluster, and he hasn't achieved much as a manager, making him a relatively mediocre figure overall. This is actually quite normal. A good player isn't necessarily a good coach, and a good coach doesn't need to be a good player. Mourinho was just an unknown player, and in terms of playing achievements, Rémi Garde far surpasses him. But in terms of managerial achievements, Rémi Garde is nowhere near Mourinho's level. Just as Rémi picked up the remote to turn off the TV, the screen flashed. The image of current UEFA president Platini appeared. It was an interview with Platini on France 1. It's unclear what questions the host asked. But Platini's words made Remy put down the remote. We are investigating some clubs' financial problems, and if they violate financial fair play regulations, I think we will take action. Platini said with a very official smile. The host looked interested. For example? These clubs will be fined, or banned from European competitions? Yes, we will take very strict measures. If these investigated clubs cannot maintain their financial balance before 2012, then they will be punished. Platini said. For example? Can you reveal which clubs? Of course, it's no secret, it's those clubs that have received investment from consortiums, such as Málaga in La Liga, Platini said. The host was stunned. He shifted his body slightly, seemingly not expecting Platini to mention Málaga. It's important to know that there are only 2 days left until the match between Málaga and Lyon. Lyon is currently the only Ligue 1 team in the Champions League, and Platini is French and also the president of UEFA. He directly mentioned Malaga's name in the media. This seemed somewhat inappropriate. However, Platini smiled slightly, seemingly sensing the host's unease and anxiety. It's nothing, we're very frank. The investigation into the financial issues won't affect the team's performance in the Champions League. Could we possibly manipulate the matches? Platini leaned forward, as if he had told a huge joke, and laughed heartily. The host on France 1 laughed too. His unease and anxiety vanished. Yes, Platini is French. He would definitely do something for the benefit of French football. Currently, Lyon is the only Ligue 1 representative in the Champions League knockout stage. If the sole Ligue 1 representative is eliminated in the round of 16, what will become of Ligue 1? What will become of French football? If this continues, Ligue 1's title as the fifth largest league will be surpassed by the Dutch Eredivisie and the Portuguese Primeira Liga. Moreover, Platini is no longer just a football player. He is now the president of UEFA, a political animal, and every move he makes has a deeper meaning. The host smiled at Platini. If Platini wasn't afraid, what was he afraid of? So he followed up on Platini's topic, asking, but Málaga is on fire this season. They're currently top of La Liga. If they win the Champions League but are penalized in a financial investigation and can't participate in next season's Champions League, wouldn't that be? Of course, it's not good for the defending Champions League champions to miss next season's Champions League. Platini gave that meaningful smile again. So I think it will be a great match, and the really strong teams will advance. So will you go to the Lyon Olympic Park to watch this match? The host asked. Why not? Of course, I'm not going as UEFA president, I'm going as an ordinary Frenchman. Platini smiled. He really kept his personal and professional life separate. Remy Gard turned off the TV, his eyes flashing. His team seemed to see some hope of advancing. After all, Lyon was the only remaining representative from Ligue 1. It seems they've gained some incredibly powerful supporters. Shameless. Utterly shameless. After the TV program aired, many Spanish journalists complained privately. Unprecedentedly, the UEFA president showing such favoritism towards one team before a major match. Málaga is finished. We know all about what Platini has done, haha. The 2008-2009 Champions League semi-final, the Stamford Bridge incident, a Madrid journalist sneered. Hey, you need evidence to back up your claims, a Catalan journalist retorted. The so-called Stamford Bridge incident refers to the 2008-2009 Champions League semi-final, Chelsea hosting Barcelona. Before that, Chelsea had drawn 0-0 away to Barcelona, a very good result. Back at Stamford Bridge, Chelsea only needed a win to advance. However, that match became extremely controversial. In short, the final result was Barcelona advancing to the final amidst great controversy, where they defeated Manchester United 2-0. Guardiola won 6 titles in his first season as Barcelona's manager, marking the beginning of his Dream Team era. After the match, the media questioned the game. Of course, they wouldn't accuse Barcelona of bribing the referee. Barcelona didn't have that ability, and they were unlikely to do such a thing. Therefore, the only possible culprit was Platini, who had repeatedly expressed his admiration for Barcelona and Messi in public. This was also a contest between UEFA and the Premier League. With the Premier League fully entering the era of big spending football, the competitiveness of Premier League teams began to rise. From the 2006-2007 season onwards, for 3 consecutive seasons, 2006, 2007, 2007, 2008, and 2008, 2009, at least 3 English teams were among the Champions League semi-finalists. And these 3 teams were all the same: Manchester United, Chelsea, and Liverpool. The only difference was one more team, AC Milan in 2006-07 and Barcelona in the other 2 seasons. In fact, from the 2004-2005 season to the 2008-2009 season, for 5 consecutive seasons, at least one Premier League team reached the final. The 2007-2008 Champions League final even became an all-English affair, with Manchester United and Chelsea vying for the title. Therefore, Platini, already dissatisfied with the money-driven nature of football, took action to prevent the 2008-2009 Champions League final from becoming another all-English affair. He allegedly rigged the match against Chelsea. All of the above is media speculation, without any evidence. It's just hearsay and conspiracy theories. Everyone is just watching for entertainment. However, Platini has repeatedly expressed his dissatisfaction with the Premier League's excessive pursuit of money. He believes it's detrimental to football. Thus, financial fair play, FFP, was born. This policy requires UEFA-affiliated teams to maintain a balanced budget, with all transfer funds coming from their own operating income. This was a devastating blow to many teams acquired through foreign investment. Málaga, unfortunately, ran afoul of FFP regulations, continuing to violate them after their introduction, naturally drawing Platini's ire. Now, with Platini speaking out before the Málaga vs Lyon match, saying UEFA is investigating Málaga, it's highly unusual. Many Spanish media outlets are worried that Málaga might be targeted. First, Platini is French, supporting Lyon is normal, and considering the interests of Ligue 1 is also understandable. Second, targeting Málaga is a warning to clubs accepting foreign funding. For UEFA, a small club like Málaga is a good example, isn't it? However, these are all just media speculations. As for evidence, who can find any? Platini is the UEFA president, but he also has freedom of speech. Can a few words on television really influence the outcome of a match? Many French media outlets have said this. In China, fans are already cursing. Platini is shameless. Godfather. Godfather. What godfather? This is his real father, much more powerful than a godfather. What about Málaga? Are they really going to be taken down? Not necessarily. To be honest, I'm a little worried now. The fans were buzzing with discussion, their hearts filled with anxiety. But the final outcome would only be clear during the match. Chapter 144. I'm best at slapping faces. What does Platini mean by this? Financial fair play? The financial review won't end until the end of the year. What does that have to do with this year's Champions League? Don't you understand? Lyon is the only Ligue 1 team in the Champions League knockout stage this year. We, Málaga, aren't even a big club. They're just showing their patriotism. Isn't it because they think we're a small club and easy to bully? If Lyon's opponent was Real Madrid, Barcelona, or Bayern Munich, would they dare to be so blatant? What you're saying, Lyon wouldn't even get drawn against them. Maybe in Platini's mind, the only teams Lyon can draw are weak, not some traditional powerhouse, like us. Yet, Benfica seems weaker on paper, but they're still a powerhouse. Lots of legends. On the training field, the players' complaints rose and fell. Pellegrini, standing on the sidelines, frowned deeply. He was naturally worried about the potential problems that might arise in this match. The referee's influence on a match is immense. He doesn't even need to fix anything. A slight difference in the application of the rules between the two teams, or even a slightly biased call that leaves both sides' fans with something to say, can influence the course of the game. Of course, this only works when the two teams are evenly matched. Otherwise, imagine putting the Chinese national team and the Spanish national team in a World Cup-level official match, not a friendly. Even if you had the referee team join the Chinese national team, they'd probably struggle to win. Pellegrini sighed. He knew his worries were useless. Málaga wasn't a big club, and they didn't have any connections in UEFA. He himself was an outsider from South America. Although he had been Real Madrid's coach, he was basically a scapegoat there, a frontman for Florentino Perez to purge some veterans. So, he was quickly sacked under attacks from both Real Madrid fans and legends. Therefore, he couldn't rely on Real Madrid's connections. So, for this match, he could only prepare at a normal pace. As for the outcome, It was up to fate. Ye Luo had, of course, heard the players' discussions, but he hadn't expressed his opinion. After training, on the bus back to the hotel, Isco asked Ye Luo, "What do you think of Platini's comments?" Ye Luo shrugged. "I don't have any opinion. Look, our UEFA president is so eager to support Lion. If we eliminate Lion, wouldn't that be a huge slap in his face?" "Definitely." Benatna shouted from the back. "He's the UEFA president. Doesn't he have any pride?" "Perfect." Ye Luo smiled slightly, making a slapping motion with his hand. "My specialty is slapping." Hearing Ye Luo's words, Pellegrini, sitting at the front, smiled. He remembered the first time he watched Ye Luo play. He was sitting in the stands and witnessed Ye Luo slapping the stands across the face. At that time, he didn't know what was going on. Later, he found out that the general manager of the Chinese Football Association was sitting in the stands. This kid is from China, and he's not afraid of the general manager of the Chinese Football Association. What's there to be afraid of in front of the UEFA president? Hearing Ye Luo's words, the players also laughed. "That's right. I'm not afraid of him at all. We're going to eliminate Lion and slap Platini across the face." Isco shouted loudly. Hey, who was almost scared to death just now? Who wet their pants? You can't slander someone out of thin air." Isco glared and shouted. The players on the bus laughed. A cheerful atmosphere filled the air. Ye Luo smiled too. He looked out the window. For some reason, the stronger the enemy, the more excited he became. Enemies. Perhaps not just opponents on the field, but also those powerful figures off the field, trying to achieve their goals through various means. I'm just a player. So, I'll warn everyone in my own way. Bring it on. Match day. An hour before the match, the Lion Olympic Park Stadium was already packed. More than 60,000 Lion fans flooded the stadium, creating a frenzied home atmosphere. Just as the players entered the field to warm up, the fans suddenly erupted in cheers. Everyone hurriedly looked at the big screen, which was connected to the broadcasting network's live signal, intended to make it easier for fans in the stands further from the field to watch replays of exciting moments. And now, on the big screen, UEFA President Platini, accompanied by Lion Club President Aulas and General Manager Clark, walked towards the podium. The celebrities already seated rose to greet Platini and shake his hand. As a legendary French football star and now the president of UEFA, Platini naturally enjoyed great prestige within French high society. The entire stadium erupted in cheers for Platini. On the sidelines, assistant coach Marlaska, watching the players warm up, looked towards the stands and couldn't help but feel more worried. "We're just a small club, is it worth resorting to such tactics?" Marlaska smiled wryly. Malaga's players' warm-up was also affected, with players frequently glancing towards the stands. Platini's high-profile approach made many players uneasy. "So high-profile, is he taking advantage of the situation?" one player muttered. "Damn it, I don't believe Platini can clear his name and play again." Isco roared. "Stop watching, focus on warming up." Ye Luo shouted, glancing at the commotion in the stands. "Wait a minute, we'll make sure he doesn't laugh." The players perked up immediately upon hearing this. After both teams finished warming up, they returned to the locker room. Pellegrini had been waiting there for a while. After seeing the players enter and change into their gear, he said, "This match might be a little difficult, but I hope everyone can control their emotions. The rules might be against us. It's just a matter of rules, don't worry, coach. Yes, we're not kids. I'm calm. Let's score a few goals early. No matter what rules they use, they can't turn it around," the players said confidently. Seeing the players' confidence, Pellegrini felt a little relieved. When the Malaga players came out of the locker room and into the players' tunnel, the Lion players had already come out. Ye Luo looked at the Lion line and saw several familiar faces. For example, the future captain of both the French national team and Tottenham, goalkeeper Loris, and French striker Lacazette, now the young Lacazette. Ye Luo then looked at the refereeing team. The referee for this match was a young man named Magniak from Poland. He had gained some fame, but was still considered a newcomer, having officiated in the Polish domestic league before obtaining his international referee qualification. Last season, he officiated 2 group stage matches, his first time coaching a UEFA competition. This season, he has frequently officiated Champions League and Europa League matches, though not in high-profile games. He is considered a young referee that UEFA is actively cultivating. Platini sat in his seat, exchanging pleasantries with those around him. All this was naturally delighted. Having such a prominent figure as Platini publicly endorse Lyon meant that Lyon would almost certainly win this match. Malaga was eliminated because they lacked influential stars. You mean Ye Luo? He's only been playing in European competitions for less than a season. Even teams like Chelsea, with established stars like Lampard, Drogba, Sek, and John Terry, couldn't do much about it. What kind of trouble could Malaga cause? And this is Lyon's home ground. After all, Lyon is the top club in Ligue 1, winning against Malaga at home isn't exactly an upset, it's a normal result. Platini also wore a smile. He always seems to have this expression. Behind that mask, no one knows what he's thinking. Perhaps he's dedicating himself to European football, working tirelessly until his dying breath. Lyon's coach, Rémi Garde, believed that Lyon, playing at home, would quickly gain the upper hand. Off-field news would have a significant impact on Malaga. Although he wasn't sure about the referee's standards, he was certain they had the home advantage. Therefore, before the match, he instructed his players to press forward quickly, attack relentlessly, and score goals. But after the match started, Malaga's players seemed to have taken some kind of stimulant. They ran incredibly actively, were extremely energetic, and seemed to be in top form. They took control at the Lyon Olympic Park, dominating Lyon. This situation surprised the fans in the stands, the VIPs in the presidential box, and even Platini himself. Platini, of course, understood football well. He could see that his pre-match maneuvering seemed to have backfired. He had thought that bringing up the financial fair play regulations would unsettle the Malaga players and cause them to underperform. Now it seemed it had actually fueled their fighting spirit. Things seemed to be getting complicated. Platini tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest of his presidential chair. A UEFA official behind him frowned upon seeing this, a subconscious gesture Platini made when things were going wrong. He quickly leaned closer. Platini, however, shook his head slightly. He looked towards the pitch, intending to observe for a while longer. Chapter 145 Ye Luo has his own methods. The Spanish commentator was excited. Málaga, making their first appearance in the Champions League knockout stage, has been a pleasant surprise. They haven't backed down at all against a top team in Ligue 1, instead taking the initiative and launching a fierce attack away from home. Lyon is being completely dominated. Lyon's players were also somewhat surprised by the momentum displayed by Malaga's players. They had initially thought it would be an easy match at home. Home advantage and teamwork were all on their side. How could they possibly lose? But now it seemed that if Lyon didn't turn the tide quickly, they might not be able to hold on. In just 10 minutes, Malaga had 80% possession. And the possession wasn't just slow passing around in their own half, it was effective control in the attacking third. They had already touched the ball 18 times in the penalty area. Lyon, on the other hand, hadn't even managed to get the ball into Malaga's penalty area, let alone cross the halfway line many times. And the number of shots on goal spoke volumes. Malaga had only managed 4 shots in the first 10 minutes. 3 of those shots were on target, forcing Loris to make saves. From the very start of the match, Lyon's penalty area was under constant tension. Pellegrini stood on the sidelines, his face calm, but inwardly excited. He could see Lyon's form was off. They seemed to think they had it in the bag, so they were somewhat complacent and hadn't anticipated Malaga's aggressive attack. Now, they were starting to lose their composure under Malaga's onslaught. If they could score a goal at this moment, it would be incredibly beneficial for Malaga. That would be an away goal. Even if they were ultimately defeated 2-1, as long as they had an away goal, Malaga wouldn't have come away empty-handed. Pellegrini, wearing a cotton coat, had his hands clenched into fists in his pockets. In the 13th minute, something happened that nearly caused the Lyon fans in the stands to have their hearts stop. After receiving the ball on the left flank, Ye Luo feigned a cut-in, with Lyon players defending against it. Despite this, Ye Luo cut inside and unleashed a powerful right-footed shot. The ball was parried by Loris, who made a diving save, before crashing against a crossbar and going out of play. Ye Luo cuts inside, shoot. Oh no. The crossbar. The crossbar denied Ye Luo's shot. What a pity. Malaga has been attacking relentlessly since the start, suffocating Lyon. They were getting closer and closer to scoring. The Malaga TV commentator shouted, "That's it. That's it. So what if they were the top team in League One? So what if they were the team supported by the UEFA president? We will beat them. We are Malaga. We have Ye Luo. Long live Malaga. Long live Ye Luo. The Malaga fans in the stadium also voiced their opinions for the first time. The home fans were stunned by Ye Luo's powerful cut-in and shot. They hadn't even had time to recover. In the stands, Lion President Alice clutched his head, his face filled with shock. Platini's expression also changed slightly, but having held a high position in UEFA for many years, his face quickly returned to normal. After completing the shot, Ye Luo looked towards the presidential box. Of course, the distance was too great. Platini saw Ye Luo's face in their direction, but he had no idea that Ye Luo was watching his position. Ye Luo turned his gaze back and entered Lion's penalty area. The Lion players in the penalty area were on high alert. Lion's captain, centre-back Crass, was closely marking Ye Luo. Everyone knew that Ye Luo's headers were also very dangerous. Cazorla was assigned to take the corner kick. He looked at Ye Luo's position, raised his right hand, and kicked the ball towards the near post. Ye Luo, who had been roaming in the middle, made a U-turn and rushed straight to the near post, leaping high. Lion centre-back, Crass, also jumped up at the same time. The two collided in mid-air. Crass staggered, and watched helplessly as Ye Luo, in mid-air, completed a powerful header. Bang! The ball grazed the underside of the crossbar at the near post and flew into the goal. Goalkeeper Loris was completely helpless against such a close-range header. He could only watch as the ball flew into the net. It's here! Duan Zhuan shouted as soon as he saw Ye Luo leap high. Ye Luo, header. Goal. Beautiful. This is Ye Luo's first Champions League knockout stage goal. This is his 14th goal in the Champions League, continuing to rewrite a single-season personal goal record. Duan Zhuan's voice was extremely excited. In front of the television, all the Chinese fans jumped up, raising their arms in celebration. This goal gave everyone a little more confidence. Beautiful header. Spanish commentator Andres exclaimed. Ye Luo's lion-like header sent the ball into the goal. Absolutely stunning. He has almost no weaknesses, he possesses every weapon to put the ball in the net. On the ground, in the air, inside the penalty area, outside the penalty area, left foot, right foot, and his head. He's simply the most terrifying goal-scoring machine of this era. As Andres raised his arms in celebration, something suddenly happened on the field. The Malaga players angrily rushed towards the referee. Huh? What happened? Goal disallowed? Why? Ye Luo committed an offensive foul. Andres was stunned. This goal was disallowed? Duan Zhuan was also stunned, his face stiffened, and 4 words came to mind. Platini. This was a foul? Where was the foul? Ye Luo was already preparing to celebrate his goal. Hearing the referee's whistle and the gesture of crossing his arms to indicate the goal was disallowed, he was instantly enraged. He roared and charged at the referee. The other Malaga players who were about to celebrate also objected. They rushed forward, heading straight for the referee. Referee Machignac retreated, waving his hand to signal the Malaga players to back off. This can't be a foul. It was a clean ball. I collided with his shoulder with my back. My arm wasn't even outstretched. Judging from the action, if you insist on calling a foul, calling it a foul on him is somewhat justifiable. That guy had his hand on my shoulder. Ye Luo glared at Machignac, his eyes wide, like a beast ready to devour him at any moment. Back off. Back off. Or I'll pull out a card. I saw it, you fouled. No need to argue. One verbal warning, back off. Back off. Obey the ruling. A chorus of boos erupted from the stands. Of course, these boos weren't for the referee. They were for the Malaga players. In the stands, Lion fans made a card-pulling motion. Hey. Referee, show him a card. A red one. He's yelling at the referee, disobeying the decision. Send him off. Fans in the stands near the pitch were chanting. Machignac, of course, heard these voices. But he knew. Disallowing a goal was one thing. But sending off the opponent's key player would cause a huge uproar after the match. The higher-ups might not be able to protect him then. The referee who officiated the Champions League semi-final between Chelsea and Barcelona, Henning, was relegated to a secondary role afterward. Therefore, things couldn't be too extreme. A red card was out of the question. A yellow card was also out of the question. He even needed to find a way to appease the Malaga players. Just then, Lion centre-back Sissoko came up and shoved a Malaga player. Machignac decisively pulled out a yellow card, warning Sissoko. See? I disallowed a goal for you. But I showed a card to a Lion player. Fair, just, and transparent. My refereeing was flawless. Machignac, clutching his yellow card, stared at Ye Luo. He'd already shown a card to one of Lion's players. If Ye Luo persisted, he'd show another yellow card, and no one would have anything to say. Ye Luo took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. He knew the opponent was trying to manipulate their mentality, to mess with a Malaga player's mindset. Going up now would just be cannon fodder, achieving nothing. He glared fiercely at Machignac, his face darkening. This guy was tough. He turned to his teammates. Forget it. Let's call this one out, let's score another one. Let them have nothing to say. Ye Luo said, they just want to see us like this, waiting to pull out cards. Right. Calm down, we can't fall for it. Van Nistelrooy, as a veteran player, also tried to reassure his teammates. The Malaga players were calmed down. The game continued. The Malaga players, fueled by their determination, pressed forward relentlessly. However, in the 21st minute, Lion got a counter-attack opportunity. The moment Ederson, one of the two midfielders, made a through pass from midfield, Malaga's defense pressed forward, trapping Lacazette, who had rushed into the attacking third, in an offside trap. Lacazette is only 20 years old. Still very young. So he was easily caught offside by Malaga's defense. It was a clear offside. Lacazette was at least 3 meters offside. However, when the Malaga defenders raised their arms to indicate that Lacazette was offside, the refereeing team made no call. The linesman didn't raise his flag. The referee didn't blow his whistle. Lacazette, who had a one-on-one opportunity, didn't hold back. He dribbled to the penalty spot and shot, sending the ball into Malaga's goal. Ederson's through pass to Lacazette. He was rushing too fast, a clear offside. Huh? The referee didn't blow the whistle? This was such a clear offside. Duan Juan said in shock. Lacazette put the ball in the goal. But it's clearly a misjudgment. It's a clear offside. The referee just disallowed a goal by Malaga, and now he's ignoring an offside goal by Lion. This kind of match is simply. Duan Juan ultimately didn't utter anything truly shocking. After all, he was a host for the national television station. There are countless examples of national television hosts being fired for making mistakes. But Zhang Jun, the commentator providing commentary online, didn't have so many scruples. Offside? How could this be offside? The refereeing team made a major mistake. No. Maybe it's not a mistake. Anyone with even a basic understanding of the rules of football can see this offside. It's completely offside. Compared to Ye Luo's disallowed goal, this goal should be invalid. Zhang Jun's commentary was known for its detailed information and minimal personal emotional bias. But now, everyone could hear the anger in his voice. Isn't that offside? Holy crap, blatant cheating. So corrupt. All football associations in the world are in cahoots. Screw you. Fuck you. Jing. The Chinese fans were furious. This was completely messing with their mentality. Malaga's opening goal was called an attacking foul. This goal was offside. And by now, many people could see that the standards of the game were different for Lion and Málaga. Malaga's actions were called very strictly, but Lion's were very lenient. This completely different standard, coupled with the different calls for the two goals, completely stirred up the emotions of the Málaga players. When the game resumed, the mentally disoriented Málaga quickly conceded another goal. Just 2 minutes after the previous goal, Lions striker Lisandro Lopez received a cross from the wing in the penalty area and headed the ball into the Málaga goal. 2-0. In just 2 minutes, Lions scored 2 goals. The entire Olympic Park Stadium erupted. In the stands, Platini and the French celebrities stood up and applauded gracefully. 2 black minutes, Málaga conceded goals in quick succession. They're already 2 goals down. Málaga is incredibly unlucky. They were actually the better team in the opening stages, but now. Many commentators shook their heads, lamenting Malaga's fate. The French commentator exclaimed, Lion is 2 goals ahead. They have a chance to kill the suspense of the knockout stage in the first leg. They have a chance to make the second leg meaningless. Lion fans celebrated. The Málaga fans, playing away, were silent. The Málaga players looked blank. This experience was too cruel for them. They were the better team. But two refereeing decisions had turned the tide of the game. They were now 2 goals down. How could they possibly play this game? Many players had lost their confidence. They had never felt so desperate against Real Madrid, Barcelona, or Bayern Munich. The players stood with their hands on their hips, heads bowed. Only one person didn't. His gaze was fixed on the podium, where he saw the man standing. His fists were clenched tightly. Isco, go and call all the brothers over here. Ye Luo turned and roared at the dejected Isco beside him. Isco was startled, looked up, and saw Ye Luo's bloodshot eyes. He was immediately alarmed and instinctively did as Ye Luo said. When everyone was gathered together, Ye Luo said fiercely, "Someone doesn't want us to win. That's normal. But if someone dares to use such methods to make us lose, I won't allow it. But what do we do now?" Someone whispered. "What do we do? Simple." Ye Luo looked at the referee, Michignac, in the distance. "I'll go back to midfield later. Pass me the ball if you get it, and I'll handle it." Handle it? Everyone looked at each other, not understanding what Ye Luo meant by handle it. But they soon understood. After the game resumed, Lions players looked relaxed. They were 2 goals ahead. The game seemed to be completely under their control. And Ye Luo returned to midfield. His mentality seemed to have collapsed. He took every shot he could get his hands on. But shooting from such a distance in midfield? Wasn't that just reckless? Ye Luo's mentality is off. It's not his fault. Who told him to? Duan Zhuan said regretfully. Ye Luo is still too young. Andres sighed. Damn. So heartbreaking. Damn Platini. Holy crap. In China, many fans looked up to the sky and sighed, gritting their teeth. In Europe, many fans were also indignant for Málaga. What a pity. Málaga had the chance to be the biggest dark horse team in this season's Champions League. A commentator said. Just then, Málaga regained possession. The ball was quickly passed to Ye Luo, who was already preparing to shoot while running. He adjusted his footwork and exerted full force. Ye Luo, here it comes again. The commentator's tone was very calm. What use was Ye Luo's powerful long-range shot? The distance to the goal was too far. Wasn't that just reckless? Many people thought the same thing. At that moment, Ye Luo's eyes seemed to be fixed solely on the football. His right foot was pointed straight. He twisted his waist, the power from his core transferring to his right leg, the thigh muscles driving his calf, and finally, all his strength concentrated in the instep of his right foot. Bang! A deafening sound rang out. Everyone was instinctively stunned by the loud noise. Then the football vanished abruptly. The next second. Bang! Another loud sound. The football didn't fly towards the goal, but deflected slightly, striking the referee, Michignac, in the face. A spurt of blood shot into the air. Michignac, as if shot, collapsed limply onto the grass. Chapter 146. The competition has only just officially begun. Ye Luo shot without stopping the ball. It went wide. Referee Michignac. It hit him right in the face. He's so unlucky. Michignac seemed completely unprepared for the ball coming from the side. He even instinctively turned his head to look at the ball, and then Ye Luo's powerful shot hit Michignac squarely in the face. God, I hope he's alright. In the commentary box, the commentators shook their heads at Michignac's misfortune. In football, it's common for the ball to hit people. So no one thought it was strange. Ye Luo had indeed tried a long-range shot earlier, and the commentators were criticizing him. This time, his powerful shot went wide, which seemed quite reasonable. His mentality was unstable, he was full of anger, so he needed to vent with a powerful shot. Good shot. Just like that. That felt good. Fans online were also cheering. Ye Luo's powerful shot finally gave them a chance to vent their anger. Even now, few people thought being hit by the ball was that serious. No one could truly understand Michignac's experience. The moment the ball struck his face, Michignac felt as if his head had been deformed by the impact. A sharp pain shot through his nose. His head was buzzing. The whole world seemed to be spinning. He felt like he'd been smashed to pieces, sprawled on the ground, unable to find his hands, legs, or torso. The entire sound of the Lion Olympic Park Stadium seemed to be completely blocked out. All he could hear was a buzzing sound. The sky twinkled with countless stars. Who am I? Where am I? Michignac was dazed. Just then, Lions team doctor slowly entered the field. Probably just a nosebleed, several team doctors thought. The players on the field stopped playing, while Málaga urged their team doctor to hurry. They were still 2 goals down. Just then, Lion winger Bastos was passing by Marciniak on his way back to his own half. He was shocked when he saw Marciniak's face. His nose was broken. Oh no. Bastos immediately raised his arms. Team doctor. Team doctor. Quick. Quick. At this moment, the fans in the stadium seemed to sense something was wrong. Everyone craned their necks to look onto the field. The surrounding players also rushed over. Ye Luo also ran over, and after looking down at Marciniak's condition, he himself gasped. This was a nuclear weapon, not to be used carelessly. How tough was Ye Luo's coach? He already had great shooting power. After obtaining the S-level strength medal, his shooting power was almost maxed out. Add to that the shooting power boost from the explosive shot trait, and the speed of this shot was extremely fast. If Marciniak had been mentally prepared, it wouldn't have been so bad. The key point is that this guy's eyes were fixed on the other side before, after all, the ball was over there. When the ball came, Ye Luo unleashed a powerful shot without stopping it. Marciniak also happened to turn his head. Human reaction speed is limited, after all. Before Marciniak could even react, he was struck hard in the face. When the team doctors came in and saw what happened, they gasped in shock. They hurriedly called for a stretcher and ordered an ambulance from the stadium parking lot. His nose was broken. It couldn't be treated carelessly. At least for now, Marciniak couldn't continue officiating. The situation seemed serious, a commentator in the commentary box said in disbelief. Marciniak's nose is broken. Ye Luo's kick directly broke Marciniak's nose. The commentators were stunned. Human bones aren't that fragile. If a single powerful shot could break bones, who would dare to play football carelessly? Just then, the television screen briefly replayed Marciniak's unfortunate ordeal. The football rolled diagonally along the grass. Ye Luo took a running start, striding forward several times, and unleashed a powerful kick. Under the high-definition camera's lens, the moment Ye Luo's instep made contact with the football, the fully inflated ball, like a water-filled balloon, instantly deformed considerably, his instep deeply embedded in the ball. Just as the ball completely enveloped his instep, it suddenly bounced back, returning to an oval shape in the air before flying straight out diagonally. In that instant, Marciniak stumbled back 2 steps, then instinctively turned his head. The result was that the football slammed into his face like a facehugger, the impact contorting and deforming his entire face. The football also flattened further in that instant. After the football bounced away, Marciniak's nose seemed stuck, unable to recover, and blood gushed from his nasal cavity. My God, that was really bad for Marciniak. Ye Luo's shot was incredibly powerful. The commentators exclaimed in unison. Ye Luo's shot went wide, and by sheer bad luck, the ball hit Marciniak in the face. It was really unlucky. But accidents happen all the time in football. Referees getting injured is rare, but it's not unheard of. Duan Juan shouted. He said this, but a smile appeared on his face. Awesome. That damn referee. He dared to call that, now he's got his comeuppance. However, a devilish thought lingered in Duan Juan's mind, maybe this wasn't an accident? The Chinese fans were ecstatic, like they'd just eaten ice cream. That's great. That's great. Keep calling it that. Keep calling it like that. Karma, karma. While fans were leaving comments online, the Lion players felt a chill run down their spines when they saw Marciniak's miserable state. That kid's shot was incredibly powerful. Bastos gasped, muttering under his breath. When the Málaga players saw Marciniak's miserable state, they remembered what Ye Luo had told them earlier, this referee. I'll handle it. So that's what handling it meant. The Málaga players exchanged knowing glances and nodded tacitly. Everyone knew their captain had done it on purpose. But could they say anything? Of course not. Besides, getting the referee removed would benefit Málaga, otherwise, if he continued like this, Málaga wouldn't be able to leave the stadium unscathed. Isco winked at Ye Luo, giving him a I know everything, but I'm definitely not saying anything look. The other Málaga players were greatly relieved, their previous anger, anxiety, and impatience had vanished. With their captain there, everyone felt much more at ease. Ye Luo smiled slightly and then looked towards the podium. On the podium, Platini frowned. He had seen Ye Luo looking in his direction more than once. He increasingly felt that Ye Luo was looking at him. What did this mean? He had just injured a referee, and now he was looking at the presidential box. Was this a provocation? This guy was too arrogant. Platini's face turned somewhat gloomy. Fortunately, Lion was already leading by 2 goals, otherwise things would have been really difficult. The stretcher quickly carried Machignac off the field. With a broken nose, he definitely couldn't continue officiating the match. So the 4th official on the sidelines had already changed into his referee's uniform, put on his headset, and was ready to substitute for the main referee and continue officiating the match. The 4th official stood on the sidelines near the halfway line. Machignac was already on the stretcher, and the ambulance was in the parking lot, ready to take him to the hospital for treatment. The 4th official was also a referee from Poland, named Paweł Sokolnicki. Paweł couldn't help but feel a chill when he saw the miserable state of his compatriot Machignac. Just then, Ye Luo ran to the stretcher, patted Machignac apologetically, and then smiled slightly at Paweł, revealing a row of bright white teeth. Paweł felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat breaking out. Ye Luo seemed like a monster to him now. This guy did it on purpose. He definitely did it on purpose. Paweł was certain of this the moment he saw Ye Luo's smile. Considering what had happened on the field earlier, Ye Luo definitely had a motive. But now, no one had any evidence to prove it. Paweł took a deep breath. Why did Ye Luo wait until Machignac's stretcher was brought to his side before running over? He must have come with another purpose. This purpose was to warn him. Obviously. He had to take this warning seriously. Otherwise, Machignac's fate would be a warning to him. You can't judge a book by its cover. If you say someone did it on purpose, you have to provide evidence. Without evidence, it's just an accident. Paweł's legs went weak as he thought about it. He stumbled as he entered the field. He almost fell to the ground. Luckily, Ye Luo reacted quickly, stepping forward to help Paweł up. Referee, you should stand up straight, shouldn't you? Warning. Another warning. The alarm bells in Paweł's mind rang again. Stand up straight. What does that mean? It must mean he should be fair in his officiating. Yes, that must be it. At this moment, in Paweł's eyes, Ye Luo seemed to have grown 2 demon horns on his forehead. Ye Luo had transformed into a great demon king. Of course, Paweł nodded repeatedly. Ye Luo was a little surprised. This referee seemed quite easy to talk to. Little did he know, in Paweł's eyes, he was now a super demon king with horns and wings. The match was interrupted for 5 or 6 minutes due to Machignac's injury. When Ye Luo returned to his own half of the court, he smiled slightly at his teammates. Brothers, this match has only just officially begun. Chapter 147. Are there any other problems this time? The match resumed, and the first half was truly eventful. Wrong calls, a referee injury, and the 4th official taking over. You can imagine the aftermath won't be peaceful, said Andres, the commentator for Cope Radio, with a wry smile. The game has become relatively calm now. Lion has a 2-goal lead, so they've tightened their defense, preparing for Malaga's counter-attacks. Malaga's attack has also been affected by a series of events, losing its initial sharpness. However, the referee's decisions have become more normal now, Andres complained. Actually, there wasn't much time left in the first half. Given all the twists and turns in the first half, wrong calls, goals, attacks on the referee's injury, etc., it wasted a lot of time. So people expected a very long period of added time in the first half. But the added time was only 3 minutes. 3 minutes in the first half isn't short, but everyone who watched the first half knows that 3 minutes of added time is simply not enough. However, no one cares about that now. Malaga's goal was disallowed. A few minutes less added time is nothing compared to disallowing a goal and giving the opponent an offside goal. In the last minute before the end of the first half, Ye Luo took a shot inside the penalty area, which hit a defender and went out of bounds with a thud. Paweł couldn't wait to blow the whistle to end the first half. Ye Luo frowned and looked at Paweł. Normally, when the ball went out of bounds and the game time hadn't expired, he should have awarded Málaga a corner kick. But Paweł didn't. Paweł knew, of course, that the refereeing team had a task to complete in this match. Fortunately, Lion was now leading by 2 goals, otherwise he really wouldn't have dared to continue. Now, just one look from Ye Luo made him shudder. After blowing the whistle to end the match, Paweł covered his head and walked off the field. Some Málaga players were about to go up and say something. You cheated us out of a corner kick again. But Ye Luo stopped everyone. Don't cause any trouble, let's crush them in the second half. Malaga's luck in the first half was really bad, especially the referee Machignac's several key decisions that caused considerable controversy. The most crucial ones were those two wrong calls, one of which disallowed a good goal by Ye Luo, and the other of which gave Lyon an offside goal. These two wrong calls set the tone for the first half, and Machignac's standards in the first half were also somewhat questionable, said Spanish commentator Merenders in the commentary box. The French commentator nearby tried to smooth things over. Offside calls are all too common on the field. The situation changes in an instant. Whether it's offside or not, the referee has to make that decision at the precise moment. Referees are human, not machines. It's not surprising they make mistakes. A few calls in the first half were controversial, but that's normal. What match doesn't have a few controversies? So there's nothing wrong with the first half. As for Machignac, I wonder how he's doing now. I hope he's lucky. A serious nasal fracture would really affect his appearance. The commentators summarized the first half from their seats. After all, they were commentators, the mouthpiece of the media. Some things couldn't be said in public. But the Spanish and Chinese journalists in the stands were much less polite. Some were already thinking about how to write articles criticizing Platini and UEFA after the match. That's so unfair. UEFA often does this kind of thing. They talked about introducing Hawk-Eye technology to determine goals and eliminate goal line injustices a while ago, but Platini is against it. He opposes any machine intervention in match decisions. Otherwise, how can UEFA act like a parent to others? A group of reporters huddled together, mocking the situation. In those 45 minutes, they hadn't seen a single decision in Malaga's favor. Malaga's players were also affected by the differential treatment, their mentality in turmoil. If Ye Luo hadn't stepped up in the 30th minute and kicked Machignac's off the field, Málaga might have conceded more goals. After reviewing the first half, everyone's focus was on Machignac's injury. Was it an accident? In Europe, online, many Spanish fans firmly believed it was an accident. This must be an accident. Otherwise, do you think Ye Luo is a god? He can just kick the ball whenever he wants? Some French fans, however, believed Ye Luo did it intentionally. Ye Luo is known for his calm and composed demeanor on the field. He plays very maturely, but in the minutes before Machignac was injured, his performance was truly shocking. Have you ever seen Ye Luo lose his composure like that? No. Absolutely not. His behavior looked like he had a mental breakdown, but that's not how Ye Luo should behave. So, it was all a facade to get that last kick out referee Machignac. On Twitter, renowned French journalist Florent Tacourt, a contributing writer for France Football, frequently published articles in football media and has extensive connections within the industry. He sometimes provides accurate transfer information, making him quite popular. His analysis resonated with many, quickly garnering numerous retweets, likes, and comments. Yes, that must be it. Ye Luo did it on purpose. He definitely did it on purpose. UEFA should ban him. Many fans shouted under this tweet. At this moment, Spanish football legend Ye Luo stepped in. He wrote on his Twitter, Ye Luo has never lost his temper? That's because he has never encountered such a shameless ruling. Instantly, the popularity of this tweet surpassed that of Florent's tweet. That's right. Who wouldn't be angry with such a shameless ruling? Ye Luo is only 18 years old. He's still a child. During halftime, various figures gave their judgments and comments on the events of the first half. Everyone had their own opinion. In the locker room, although the referee Machignac had been dealt with by Ye Luo, Málaga still faced a problem. The team was still 2 goals behind. Thinking of this, the players' previous excitement disappeared. If they could still be excited when they were 2 goals behind, they would be too heartless. The atmosphere in the locker room was somewhat quiet. After calming down, everyone realized that their situation hadn't fundamentally changed. At most, the opposing team wouldn't dare to openly cheat anymore. But the difference in standards was still fatal. And Malaga's enemy wasn't the referees, the key was Platini. His frustration spread like a plague. If one person showed such emotions, the other players inevitably suffered. Suddenly, the Málaga locker room became even more silent. Pellegrini entered facing this sword. He knew that this time, the opponent was on a different level. Platini had repeatedly expressed his disgust for money-driven football in public. Therefore, Málaga was likely the target Platini was using as a warning to others. Pellegrini might not know the idiom kill the chicken to scare the monkey, but he understood the principle. Platini wanted to teach a lesson to a team like Malaga to draw more attention to UEFA's upcoming financial fair play review. Moreover, on the one hand, it was about curbing the injection of money into football clubs. On the one hand, if Malaga becomes a dark horse, wouldn't that be a slap in the face to UEFA and Platini? Pellegrini sighed inwardly. Malaga had walked right into the line of fire. This match was no longer just a footballing matter. Just as he was about to speak, a voice suddenly rang out. "What's all this sighing about?" Everyone looked up in surprise at Ye Luo, the speaker. Ye Luo clenched his fist. "I know you're worried about Platini. He's our opponent now, but what's so scary about him? He's just the UEFA president, so what? Can he beat us twice? Controversy? We'll score a few uncontroversial goals, goals they can't find fault with even under a magnifying glass." Ye Luo said loudly. "I don't want to swallow my pride. Since Platini dared to do this, then I won't be polite. No matter what you think, I'm definitely going to score. I'm definitely going to win this match." Ye Luo said through gritted teeth. "So what if he's Platini? The UEFA president is nothing. I'll fight him to the bitter end. I want to see what they can come up with in the second half," Ye Luo said viciously. He couldn't wait for the second half to start. His axe was already itching to strike. Pellegrini had been quietly listening for a while. After Ye Luo finished speaking, he immediately said, "Yes. We have no way out. I don't want to be eliminated in the round of 16. Guys, after all, this is still a football match. The referee can be controversial, but the course of the game and how it is played are in our hands. So, we need to put the referee's interference behind us, stay calm, treat this game like a normal game, and strive for a fair and square victory without controversy." Pellegrini shouted. The morale of the Malaga players was about to explode. Yes. If we could still win under these circumstances. How awesome would that be? Just imagining that scene is exhilarating. In the second half, as the players emerged from the tunnel, the Olympic Park Stadium erupted in cheers once more. For Lion fans, the second half was just a formality. A 2-0 led, and it was their home ground. They had a huge home advantage. They thought they could easily win the second half. The Champions League quarterfinals were in Lions' hands. The referee seemed unusually biased towards them, but Lion fans weren't bothered. They understood the principle of not taking advantage of a good opportunity. 2 minutes into the second half, Platini returned to the stands amidst a standing ovation from celebrities. He smiled calmly. He had nothing to worry about for the next 45 minutes. A 2-goal lead being overturned was a rare occurrence. Miracles were rare. Although there had been a small mishap in the first half. Overall, the situation was still under control. Just as Platini sat down, a gasp rippled through the stands. Ye Luo had taken a shot from the edge of the penalty area. If centre-back Chris hadn't deflected it, the ball would have nestled into the corner. Platini's expression briefly changed. But he quickly regained his composure and smiled again. An unexpected, albeit minor, surprise. Ye Luo showed no regret after the shot. He gave a thumbs up to his teammate who had passed him the ball. Then he entered the penalty area, preparing for a corner kick. Ye Luo's shot further energized the Malaga players. If it weren't for that damned referee, they would have been leading long ago. So what if you're the top team in Ligue 1? Without the referee's help, you're nothing, the Malaga players thought. Under their relentless attack, the relaxed expressions on the Lion players' faces vanished. In the second half, considering their 2-goal lead, Lions coach adopted a more conservative tactical approach. Rémi Garde believed that a 2-goal lead was secure enough to allow Lyon to retreat and utilize the speed of players like Lacazette for counter-attacks. They should attack when opportunities arise and defend when none are available. Even if they didn't score, maintaining a 2-0 scoreline would put Lyon firmly in the Champions League quarterfinals. Historically, no team had ever come back from a 2-0 away defeat to win at home. Therefore, Garde's tactical approach wasn't necessarily wrong. However, he overlooked Malaga's momentum in the second half. This aggressive style left Lyon with no chance to counter-attack. In the 51st minute, Ye Luo received the ball on the left wing. He feinted a cut inside, drawing the fullback Riviere towards the center. Ye Luo then cut inside and headed towards the byline. At that crucial moment, center-back Chris rushed out and tackled Ye Luo to the ground. Such an obvious foul was not going to go unpunished by referee Pavel. After halftime, Pavel reflected on his performance in the first half when he replaced Machignac as referee. Embarrassing. Utterly embarrassing. He'd actually been scared off by an 18-year-old brat. During halftime, Pavel thought about it and realized that Ye Luo might have had a deliberate intention, but the accuracy of the shot also had an element of luck. So, it was an accident. He didn't need to be so afraid of that kid. He was the referee. The judge on the field. The black-clad judge with all the power on the football field. The players should be afraid of him. How could he be afraid of the players? After a bit of self-reinforcement during halftime, Pavel returned to normal. But the foul definitely had to be called. However, it wasn't a free kick in a particularly good position. He called it. And that was that. Ye Luo and Isco ran to this position. This position was a bit off-center. Ye Luo winked at Isco. Isco immediately understood. The two had practiced this free kick combination several times in training. Isco took his run up first, and just as he reached the ball, he suddenly flicked it towards the center with the outside of his foot. At the same moment, Ye Luo also took his run up and rushed forward. Lions players rushed to block, but they couldn't stop Ye Luo's shot. Ye Luo unleashed a powerful shot. The ball skimmed the ground and flew into the goal at incredible speed. Ye Luo. Beautiful. Goal. Goal. The commentators roared. Ye Luo was just about to celebrate when the other Malaga players rushed over. Then the whistle blew. Not a signal for a valid goal, but an order for a retake of the free kick. Damn it. Ye Luo cursed. He stared at Pavel, about to go over, when he saw Pavel pointing at his whistle. Listen to the whistle. I haven't blown it yet. I didn't blow it. Ye Luo spat. He was speechless. This free kick attack sometimes leads to a quick counter-attack, sometimes not. In short, the referee controls the outcome. If someone claims they didn't blow the whistle, but you took the ball and it was blue, you can't refute that according to the rules. But Malaga is clearly at a disadvantage. This free kick combination can create a surprise once, but if they want to do it again, the opponent is definitely prepared, greatly reducing the chance of a goal. Ye Luo ran to the penalty spot and placed a ball. What do we do now? Isco asked. I'll just take it. I want to see what excuse he can give if it goes in this time. Ye Luo took a deep breath and looked at the referee. Pavel. This time, we'll listen to the whistle, right? Pavel felt uneasy under Ye Luo's gaze. He was worried that Ye Luo might kick him, so he nodded and moved to the side, so Ye Luo couldn't kick him. If Ye Luo dared to blatantly kick the ball in his direction, he would have reason to send Ye Luo off. Thinking of this, Pavel couldn't help but feel a little smug about his cleverness. Ye Luo waited. Waiting for the referee's whistle. The Lion players, who had felt like they'd fallen into an ice cave, now knew they'd escaped a close call and were more wary of Malaga's tactical free kick combinations. Thank goodness, Rainy Guard breathed a huge sigh of relief. Just then, a sharp whistle blew. Everyone heard it. Only then did Ye Luo turn his gaze away from the referee. Then, he took a run up. Bang! He powerfully struck the ball with the instep. The angle wasn't ideal, so Ye Luo went all out this time, aiming for speed. The ball soared into the sky and then plummeted downwards. Loris reacted when he saw the ball, but it was too late. The ball slipped between his hand and the crossbar, landing in the net in a deathly silence at the Lion Olympic Park Stadium. Ye Luo stared intently at Pavel. Any problems this time? He asked, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Pavel felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't find anything wrong with the goal, so he blew the whistle and pointed to the center circle. Ye Luo grinned. Damn it, he thought. Try blowing it again. He spat fiercely, then spread his arms and ran wildly in celebration. Chapter 148. So what if he's the UEFA president? 666,666. Awesome. Awesome. Blew it. Blow it again. I think this referee has really messed up again. On the Chinese internet, fans were spewing insults. Having another goal disallowed was already incredibly frustrating, and to disrupt Malaga's clearly practiced free kick tactic was even worse. And what happened? Ye Luo simply abandoned all tactics. He just unleashed a powerful shot. And the ball went in. With this goal, there was no excuse. Before, you could say you didn't blow the whistle, but that didn't count. Everyone heard the whistle, and it was a direct free kick. There was absolutely no possibility of it being disallowed. In the Lions stands, many fans opened their mouths, but found themselves speechless. At that moment, The Olympic Park Stadium seemed to have been turned into a vacuum by this ball, completely unable to transmit sound vibrations. Beautiful. Beautiful. Just now, the substitute referee Pavel disallowed a brilliant free-kick goal by Málaga. It should have been an indisputable goal, but Pavel disallowed it because he didn't blow his whistle, forcing Málaga to retake it. If it were an ordinary player, they would have been completely flustered and at a loss in this situation, but Ye Luo stepped up. He ignored all the unnecessary pressure and blasted the ball into the goal. Yes. Málaga scored. They withstood all the pressure and scored. Well done. The Spanish commentator, Andres, wasn't usually a biased commentator. Although he was indeed on Malaga's side in this Champions League match, his commentary style rarely featured such blatant support for a team. But now, even he broke down. Málaga had been targeted repeatedly. Even a clay figure has some fire. Malaga's fans were also very excited. Whether at the stadium or watching on television, Málaga fans all huddled together, cheering loudly. Although the team is still down by 1 goal, they see hope. Moreover, it's an away goal. Even if the game ends with a score, having an away goal back at home gives them more confidence. Back at the Rose Garden Stadium, the fans will teach those people a lesson. Not just the fans, the players are also incredibly excited. Even though they're still behind, everyone is celebrating wildly. Goalkeeper Caballero kneels in front of the goal, raising his arms in triumph, as if they've already taken the lead. This moment, they've waited for over 50 minutes. Including stoppage time, it's almost 80 minutes. Everyone is incredibly excited. After 2 goals were disallowed, Málaga finally scored their 3rd goal. Although they're down 1-2, they've finally scored a goal that no one can criticize. They surrounded Ye Luo, everyone rushed forward, forming a tight circle. The slower ones could only leap from the outside, landing on top of their teammates' heads. By the time everyone finished celebrating, Ye Luo's hairstyle was a complete mess. As the Málaga players returned to their own half to restart the game, Ye Luo raised his hand and pointed towards the presidential table. Platini had been in a good mood. He was chatting and laughing with the Lion Club president beside him. He was naturally in a good mood because Lion was leading by 2 goals in the first half. Even if the referee officiated according to the normal standards, Lion's chances of losing were slim. Moreover, although there were some controversies in the first half, they could all be explained. At most, you could say the referee made a mistake. What's the big deal? Every round of league matches, every round of Champions League matches, there are refereeing errors. Some people suffer, some people benefit. Platini wasn't worried about that. As the sole representative of Ligue 1, Lyon couldn't afford to be eliminated in the round of 16, otherwise, where would French football's reputation be? However, after Ye Luo scored, Platini's expression turned somewhat sour. Because this goal boosted Malaga's morale. They were only down by 1 goal now. There's always a chance they can equalize. If the match ends in a 2-2 draw, Lyon will have conceded 2 goals at home and 2 away goals, making their chances of overturning the deficit in the second leg at the opponent's home ground much slimmer. Of course, Platini can do some work, but he can't guarantee Lyon can eliminate their opponents under these circumstances. When Ye Luo pointed towards the presidential platform, Platini and the French celebrities around him were stunned for a moment. Then, everyone subconsciously looked at Platini. Why was Ye Luo pointing towards the presidential platform? The only possibility was that he was demonstrating against Platini. He probably thought that the controversial refereeing decisions Málaga suffered in this match were related to Platini. Seeing everyone's eyes on him, Platini, who already had something to hide, became even more unhappy. He actually had some goodwill towards Ye Luo because Ye Luo was from China. If a Chinese football star could consistently perform well in European football, it would be very beneficial for the promotion and dissemination of UEFA competitions in China. But now, he was starting to dislike this guy. Did this guy even know what respect was? Who was he? The president of UEFA. This guy just pointed at him like that, ignoring authority. It was just too arrogant. No wonder Platini had something to hide. The stands were so big. How could he be so sure that Ye Luo was pointing in that direction at him? Under Platini's gloomy gaze, the game resumed. On the sidelines, Lions coach, Rémi Garde, looked somewhat uneasy. After that goal, Malaga's morale exploded. And Lions' side? Their players were probably starting to doubt themselves. How could we concede a goal under such circumstances? If it weren't for the referee's help, we would probably be behind already, right? Under these circumstances, Lions players' morale was showing signs of collapse, even though they were actually the leading side. And Malaga's players? They were now showing some murderous intent. You guys can make these controversial calls, right? Then we'll win by sheer numbers. You blew one, I scored one. Ye Luo's goal gave the Málaga players a huge boost of confidence. Ye Luo scored his 14th goal in the Champions League, 13 in the group stage. That's incredible. Even more incredible is that he scored despite being in an extremely unfavorable situation for Málaga. This goal has boosted the morale of the Málaga players. At this rate, it wouldn't be surprising if Málaga equalized. Duan Juan shouted. At this moment, boos echoed throughout the Olympic Park Stadium. Lions fans had also realized what was happening. Leading 2-0 felt quite secure before. But now that they'd been pulled back, Lions fans suddenly felt their team was in danger of conceding a goal at any moment. And Malaga's attack was too fierce. For example, right now. Here it comes. Malaga's attacking fullback Monterrey sweeps the ball towards the goal. Chris blocks it out of the penalty area. Cazorla. Long shot. Beautiful. Loris saves. He saved Lion. Isco threw ball into the penalty area. Van Nistelrooy shoots. Whoosh. The ball goes just wide. Loris is getting anxious. He stands up and loudly criticizes Lions' defense. During this period, Lions' defense has been under constant pressure. Malaga's attacks are coming wave after wave, and goalkeeper Loris has become the busiest person in the Lion team. Lions players need to pull themselves together. They need to respond on the offensive end. Otherwise, with this passive defense, conceding a goal is only a matter of time. The commentator on France once said with a frown. This is also the expectation of many Lion fans. This is Lions' home ground. How can they be so passive? If this situation is not changed and they continue to defend in such a sorry state, then the next 30 minutes or so, Lion fans should prepare their heart medication. And if they could hold on, it wouldn't be so bad. But the key issue now is that Malaga's attack is so fierce, they could score at any moment. This is making Lion fans even more anxious. Remy Gard is shouting from the sidelines, hoping Lions players can push forward and keep the attack away from their penalty area. But the Lion players are currently under immense pressure and are practically deaf to their coach's commands. They're acting haphazardly, lacking direction and making no sense of direction. In the 58th minute, Málaga launches a long pass from their own half, sending the ball to Ye Luo on the wing. Ye Luo controls the ball, bringing it firmly to his feet, then pauses briefly, changes his pace, and dribbles forward along the byline, facing the on-rushing defender. Ye Luo flicked the ball to Cazorla with the outside of his right foot, then accelerated, making a diagonal run into the penalty area. Cazorla, understanding perfectly, used the instep of his foot to pass the ball directly in front of Ye Luo's path without stopping it. A simple two-pass combination ignited the battle within Lions' penalty area. Ye Luo's adjustment of his pace and shooting motion during his run completely threw Lions players off balance. From goalkeeper Loris to the other Lion players, everyone moved towards Ye Luo's side. However, this left other areas open. Ye Luo gently flicked the ball to the other side with his toe. Van Nistelrooy, arriving from behind, tapped the ball into the empty net without stopping it on the edge of the 6-yard box. How could the king of the 6-point box let such an easy scoring opportunity slip by? Ruud van Nistelrooy. This goal. Absolutely no problem. Dribbling. Two-man pass. Lob pass. There was absolutely no physical contact during this entire process. The Lion player didn't even touch the Málaga player's jersey. There was no foul at all. When Ye Luo lobbed the ball, there were 3 defenders in front of him, and Van Nistelrooy was even further from the goal than Ye Luo. Offside? If anyone dared to call offside on this goal, then football would be ruined. UEFA. Andres originally wanted to say UEFA, but he was worried about getting into trouble, so he changed his tune at the last minute. The referee absolutely wouldn't dare to do such a thing. This goal, there's absolutely no problem, no flaws, and no one has any chance to find fault. Sure enough. This time, referee Pavel didn't hesitate and blew his whistle directly, pointing to the center circle. There was no need to hesitate about this kind of goal. Anyway, their refereeing team had already done their utmost. Even his compatriot Machignac was injured for this match. If Lions still lost, it wouldn't be the problem. Pavel wasn't a Lion fan. To be honest, If someone hadn't intervened, he wouldn't have needed to favor Lyon. Now, if Lyon themselves lost under these circumstances, no one could blame the referee. Not even Platini. Van Nistelrooy was ecstatic after scoring. He roared and rushed to the sidelines, repeatedly punching the stands. The old guy was nearing retirement age. His peak was long past. Logically, a goal in a Champions League knockout stage, not the final, shouldn't have caused him such excitement. But he was genuinely thrilled. The series of events before made anyone who scored this equalizing goal incredibly excited. Málaga equalized. Unbelievable. They scored 2 goals in a row under extremely unfavorable circumstances to equalize. 2-2. Tenacious Málaga. Pellegrini and his coaching staff rushed to the sidelines with their arms raised, embracing each other. Equalize. 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 What does a 2-goal lead matter? We can still score. We can still score. Damn it. We can still score goals that will leave you speechless, the Málaga TV commentator roared. 2-2, what does that mean? It means Málaga has secured 2 away goals. It means that even if the game ended right now, Málaga would have a commanding advantage, and they could easily face Lyon at home. It means they've already won foot in the Champions League quarterfinals. The entire Olympic Park Stadium fell silent again. Many Lyon fans held their heads in disbelief, watching the Málaga players celebrating on the field. They had been equalized after leading by 2 goals. And judging from the previous situation, in the remainder of the game, Lyon wouldn't even be lucky to avoid conceding more goals, let alone score. Even if Lyon were lucky enough not to concede any more, the score would still be 2-2. Could Lyon win away on home soil? They were already so passive at home. On their home turf, putting aside the possibility of the referee favoring Lyon, Malaga's performance in this match alone demonstrates their superior strength. Loris sat on the ground, spitting and shaking his head. The other Lyon players also looked grim. A 2-2 draw wasn't the end of the world, but it meant they had to win the second leg at the Rosé Garden Stadium to advance to the quarterfinals, unless they managed a 3-3 or 4-4 draw away from home. But given Malaga's current situation, winning on their home turf seemed a significant challenge. All the Lyon players realized they had to make the most of their home ground and win this match. However, after equalizing, Malaga's morale soared. They saw a glimmer of hope for victory. Wave after wave of attacks crashed down on Lyon's defense like a tidal wave. Malaga's attack is formidable. Ye Luo, Van Nistelrooy, and Isco form a trident, supported by Spanish internationals like Cazorla and Joaquin. With such an attacking lineup, Malaga's offensive onslaught is unstoppable. Lyon, however, had to press forward relentlessly. They couldn't accept a 2-2 draw. But just as they were about to push forward, Malaga's attack became even sharper. Because Lyon's defense had more space behind them. In the 81st minute, Málaga intercepted the ball in midfield. Joaquin passed it to Ye Luo, who was making a run forward. Ye Luo received the ball, turned, and dribbled forward. At the same time, Van Nistelrooy stretched across the field, and Isco surged forward along the sideline. The 3 advanced almost side by side. Up front, there were only 2 defenders. 3 against 2. A fantastic counter-attack opportunity. Isco is open, the commentators exclaimed. Just then, Ye Luo had dribbled the ball to the edge of the penalty area. Facing 2 defenders, he didn't try to score himself, but instead passed the ball diagonally to Isco, who was making a run down the wing. Isco received the ball and dribbled it into the penalty area. There was no way around it. Lyon's 2 center-backs had to drop back. They were outnumbered and had to cover Isco as he surged into the box. But just as they were about to move in to defend Isco, he suddenly twisted his body and swept the ball back to Ye Luo's feet. Ye Luo took a few steps forward, his right foot already raised. Ye Luo. Many commentators shouted when they saw this move. Platini. You think you can eliminate me like this? Ye Luo stared fiercely at the ball, putting all his strength into his toes. Bang! The ball flew out like a cannonball, straight towards the goal. The trajectory was perfectly straight. It was about to hit Loris's head. But by the time Loris raised his hand, the ball had already whooshed past his head. His raised hands looked more like a surrender. The ball was too fast. Ye Luo, goal. Beautiful. 3-2. Málaga has taken the lead. They've completed an incredible comeback from 2 goals down. Wow. What a powerful shot. Right in the middle, right on Loris's head, but he couldn't do anything. The commentators showered Ye Luo with praise. He scored twice and provided an assist. He was the key player in this incredible comeback. After scoring, Ye Luo turned and ran towards the sidelines, signaling to his teammates not to follow. He had things to do. What is Ye Luo going to do? Many people wondered. Duan Zhuan's heart skipped a beat. He remembered the first time Ye Luo appeared in public. That slap in the face to Chang Zuiyuan, the general manager of the Chinese Football Association? Duan Zhuan was stunned. Sure enough, he saw Ye Luo run all the way to the stands below the presidential box and raise his right hand high. Holy crap, is he serious? Duan Zhuan was stunned. That's the UEFA president. But then he thought about it. What's the UEFA president? Ye Luo even dared to offend the Chinese Football Association, while he was still a Chinese football player. So, the one who received the same treatment as the program's source this time was the dear Platini. Platini, of course, had no idea what Ye Luo was up to. He was still shaking his head slightly, annoyed by Lion's conceded goal. Then, looking down, he saw Ye Luo had already run down to the stands, raised his arm, and made a slapping motion. Slap. A slap landed. Platini, huh? Want to be someone's father, huh? I'm not only going to beat up your good son, I'm going to slap you, the father, too. Fuck. Ye Luo slapped several times, pointing towards the presidential platform. In the media section, the French reporters were stunned. They couldn't imagine how a player could be so bold and unrestrained. However, the Spanish and Chinese reporters laughed. So satisfying. So satisfying. They never expected Ye Luo to do something like this. Going against the UEFA president. This was probably the first time a player had done something like this. The cameras then captured Platini sitting on the presidential platform. Now, Mr. Platini could no longer maintain his elegance and composure. His face was ashen, and his hands on his thighs were trembling slightly. He was absolutely furious. Who was he? The most powerful person in UEFA. Now he was being slapped and given the middle finger. Too arrogant, too presumptuous, too lawless. But Platini found himself unable to deal with Ye Luo in the short term. Yes, he wielded immense power within UEFA. But UEFA was, after all, just a football association, not Mossad. What could he possibly do against Ye Luo? At most, he could get referees to give Ye Luo special attention in UEFA matches. Could he really demand a nationwide ban for a player who slapped him? Provoking fans? At most, a red card. And whether that slap even qualifies as provocation is another matter. A yellow card would suffice. Of course, Platini wasn't going to swallow this insult. He was already plotting how to deal with the other side. A comeback, huh? Don't think you're safe now that you've gotten through this. Platini sat on the podium, took a deep breath, and forced a smile. UEFA president, you can't afford to lose your composure. Chapter 149 Platini, this victory is dedicated to you. Ho ha ho ha. Awesome. That's it. That's it. Ye Luo is practically my first love in football. I fell in love with him from the moment he slapped the program source. So satisfying. That's Ye Luo for you. No matter who you are. Whether you're the general manager of the Chinese Football Association or the president of UEFA, he'll still slap you. Awesome. 666,666 in an instant. Various comments flooded the live stream's chat. Ho ha ho ha. Ye Luo has once again used his signature celebration method. I won't say what it is, everyone knows. Zhang Jun, the commentator for the live sports broadcast, couldn't help but laugh. Human joys and sorrows are not the same. Platini was slapped so hard he couldn't sit still. But most of the players and commentators were laughing their heads off. Not just in China. It was the same in Europe. Even many French fans had switched sides. Anyway, only Lyon was unlucky. Lyon is considered the top club in France. But their fans are only a part of the population. Not all French people are Lyon fans. The commentator on France 1 shook his head. This is Lyon's third goal conceded. They were up 2 goals to Málaga, and for Lyon, this couldn't be worse. They're on the verge of elimination. Just then, referee Pavel ran over, holding a yellow card. Under Ye Luo's watchful gaze, Pavel nervously raised the card and then fled. Never before had a referee acted so cowardly in front of the players. But Pavel had no choice. He didn't want to get into trouble. Ye Luo didn't bother arguing with the referee. He'd been prepared for a card when he slapped the stands. If the referee turned a blind eye, it wouldn't be a problem. But this guy insisted on making a fuss, and given the current situation, the opposing team would definitely care, so a yellow card wasn't really an issue, it was within the rules. Provoking the fans, huh? What? You said the one who provoked Platini? Well, broadly speaking, Platini is also a fan. Although he's the UEFA president, he's not a staff member of Lyon or Malaga, so he's still a fan. Provoking a fan like Platini deserves a yellow card, no problem. This goal was scored in the 80th minute of the match, with about 10 minutes left. Everyone thought the match was about to end. Then, in the 89th minute, Ye Luo scored again. It was a long-range shot from outside the penalty area. He dribbled all the way to the edge of the box, and Lions players were terrified of Ye Luo's runs. This time, they made a huge, basic mistake in their defense. No one moved forward to block Ye Luo's long-range shot. Since that was the case, Ye Luo didn't hold back. He unleashed a powerful shot from near the edge of the penalty area, a powerful instep shot. The ball skimmed the ground and hurtled towards the goal at incredible speed. During the process, the ball touched the foot of centre-back Sissoko, causing a slight deflection, which led to Loris, who had already made a save, watching helplessly as the ball went into the goal from the other side of his body. Ye Luo. Long shot. Goal again. Unbelievable. 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 What can I say? What can I say? Many commentators held their heads in their hands, watching the scene unfold on the football field in shock. 2-4. 2-4. God. Lyon has conceded another goal. It was Ye Luo who scored again. A hat-trick. He scored a hat-trick, his 16th goal in the Champions League this season. How far will he extend his single-season Champions League goal record? I think Lyon has been eliminated. Malaga has already made it to the quarter-finals, which means that Ye Luo has at least 3 more games to extend his record. 16 goals. Absolutely unbelievable. The commentators went crazy. The fans and television viewers went wild. Many fans from China held their heads in their hands, unable to believe what they were seeing. Originally, it was thought that completing a comeback under these circumstances would be quite remarkable, but Ye Luo scored a hat-trick. After scoring, Ye Luo excitedly rushed towards the sidelines. But he was quickly hugged by Van Nistelrooy. "Don't do that again, or you definitely won't be able to play in the next match," the veteran Van Nistelrooy whispered in Ye Luo's ear. Ye Luo nodded in agreement. He didn't want to accumulate 2 yellow cards and be suspended for the next game. He was then overwhelmed by the excited Malaga players. Pellegrini, on the sidelines, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Ye Luo stop heading towards the stands. He then embraced his assistant, Mirasca. 2-4. 4 goals away from home, a 2-goal lead and goal difference. This scoreline essentially guaranteed Malaga's place in the quarterfinals. Who could have imagined that Malaga could kill the suspense in the first leg? While miracles can happen on the football field, Pellegrini believed that at their home ground, the Rosé Garden, they could definitely withstand Lyon's attack, especially since Malaga fears nothing more than an all-out attack. The television camera focused on Lyon's coach, Rémi Garde, a legend of both Lyon and Arsenal, standing on the sidelines, completely numb, his face blank. Clearly, he was utterly helpless in the face of this situation. At the Olympic Park, the Lyon fans had also completely lost their spirit. Some Lyon fans had already left early. Most of those who remained sat silently in their seats. Shameful, utterly shameful. The stadium had now become a celebration for the visiting Malaga fans. Seeing Rémi Garde's expression, many commentators lamented, "Poor Rémi, his team has encountered a completely unstoppable yellow." It seems Yellow still has at least 3 more games to play, and in the next match, Lyon might become Yellow's opponent in racking up goals. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, a substitute 4th official, a staff member of the Olympic Park Stadium, held up the stoppage time sign. This match had an unusually long stoppage time, 8 minutes. Clearly, when this stoppage time was decided, Lyon was only down by 1 goal, and they still had a chance to equalize. But now, many Lyon fans hoped the match would end as soon as possible. Because who could guarantee that Yellow wouldn't score another one in those 8 minutes? So seeing this unusually long stoppage time, Pellegrini smiled. A 2-4 score already put Malaga at ease. What if they scored another one? Pellegrini chuckled, watching Rémi Garde not far away, and returned to the bench, crossing his legs. Remy Gard was truly having a headache. He didn't know what to do in those 8 minutes. Attack? Look at the Málaga players' frenzied attack, then look at the Lion players' utterly dejected expressions. Let them press forward. Conceding a goal would be a matter of minutes. This score was already embarrassing for Lion, playing at home. If they conceded more, it would be a disaster. Not attack, accept this score? Lion would basically be finished. It was truly a headache. On the pitch, the Málaga players didn't care about any of that. They continued to attack. The last few minutes of the match ended under Malaga's siege. So, in the 97th minute and 30 seconds, when referee Pavel blew the final whistle, all the Lion players visibly breathed a sigh of relief. If the match had gone any longer, they wouldn't have had the confidence to defend. Match over. Match over. Spanish commentator Andres shouted, raising his arms. Málaga has basically secured their place in the quarterfinals. Unless a miracle happens. On the bench, Málaga's substitutes swarmed onto the pitch. The entire Olympic Park Stadium became a celebration playground for Málaga's players. Anyone who watched the match would not have considered it a normal game. In the first half, almost everyone thought Málaga was doomed. But who could have imagined that Málaga would emerge victorious? They scored 4 goals in the second half, reversing the score and essentially securing a spot on the quarterfinals. As soon as the match ended, Platini walked off the pitch with a grim face. He knew that because of Ye Luo's celebration, he, the referee, and the controversial decisions on the field would definitely become the focus of the media. If it were just that, it wouldn't be so bad. Platini had faced media scrutiny before. The key was the huge price he had paid. Lion had actually lost 2-4 at home. What does it mean to be utterly hopeless? What does it mean to have no shame? Platini stormed off, leaving the Lion Club president beside him extremely embarrassed. Platini's anger was undisguised. His dark expression made the French celebrities in the stands look embarrassed. Who could have imagined the match would turn out this way? The UEFA president, slapped in the face by a player, though not actually hit in the face. The gesture occurred during a live Champions League round of 16 match. Platini was thoroughly humiliated. All of this was because of that Chinese player named Ye Luo. After this match, Platini would definitely remember that name. Ye Luo, who had greatly offended Platini, was currently being interviewed in the mixed zone. I'm not very satisfied with this scoreline. We had many scoring opportunities at the end of the match, but unfortunately, we couldn't capitalize on them, Ye Luo said, shaking his head regretfully. Looking at him, one might think Málaga had lost. Ye, what was the meaning behind your second goal celebration? Although Ye Luo's hat-trick and Málaga's stunning comeback were great news stories, nothing compared to that celebration. A reporter couldn't wait to ask. Ye Luo replied sternly, "This is my signature celebration. Most people might not know it, but it's my way of paying tribute to some important figures. For example, I use this gesture to pay tribute to the general manager of the Chinese Football Association. Now I dedicate it to Mr. Platini. I think he would be very happy to see such a wonderful match. You might not know, but I grew up watching Platini play. My admiration for him is like a flowing river, like warm sunshine and rain. It's truly an honor to showcase our strength on this occasion." Many reporters initially thought Ye Luo was genuinely dedicating the victory to Platini, hearing about the tribute. But when they heard about watching Platini play since childhood, they realized how far-fetched Ye Luo's claim was. Platini was playing football before Ye Luo was even born. So, this was all sarcasm. The Málaga players, who were being interviewed by other reporters nearby, were incredibly frustrated to hear Ye Luo say that. Only after the interviews ended did they burst into laughter. "Damn, Ye, you're so good at talking. I almost fell for your act. You have the potential to be a great actor." What do you think Platini's expression will be when he hears that? It'll be hilarious. Ho ha ho ha. Everyone laughed together. Their laughter echoed in the players' tunnel. Regardless of the twists and turns of the match, they were the ultimate victors. At the post-match press conference, reporters' questions revolved around the controversial refereeing decisions. However, neither coach directly answered. Pellegrini was content with a win, not wanting to cause trouble and completely offend UEFA, otherwise Málaga would be in trouble. Remy Gard also didn't want to answer these questions. It was arranged by his superiors, and it had nothing to do with him. Besides, Remy was in a bad mood after the loss. Therefore, the reporters couldn't get any sensational information from the two coaches. However, They wanted to create a big story. Ye Luo's celebration was enough. The post-match media coverage of this game will definitely be quite exciting. Although both head coaches chose to avoid discussing the referee's issues, the media knows very well that the referee's problems will inevitably be discussed after the match. We'll see what kind of explanation Platini can offer then. Chapter 150. This matter is not over yet. Fans around the world couldn't help but burst into laughter. Of course, no one believed Ye Luo was genuinely paying homage to Platini. After all, as Ye Luo's fame grew, besides this performance on the field, his anecdotes became popular topics of discussion among fans, the most attention-grabbing being his feud with the Chinese Football Association. A world-class star would be immediately called up to the national team of any country in the world. But the Chinese national team was slow to act. How could this not attract attention and discussion? After the media and fans dug into it, this not-so-secret matter became known to fans and media in other countries. The conflict between Ye Luo and Chang Zuiyuan, the general manager of the Chinese Football Association, is now widely known. Now Ye Luo says he is paying homage to Platini in a way that is paying homage to Chang Zuiyuan of the Chinese Football Association. What does that mean? Everyone naturally understands. That very night, online media exploded. Many media outlets and independent media were discussing the controversial refereeing decisions in this match. The media particularly highlighted the 2 disallowed goals by Málaga and the inconsistent refereeing during the match. In the internet age, information spreads rapidly. Immediately after the match, Cope Radio's football news program that evening dedicated a full 5 minutes to detailing the referee's mistakes. The actions of Polish referee Maciejczak before his injury and substitution completely crossed the line of professional ethics. He and his team disallowed a perfectly good goal by Málaga. Ye Luo's header was flawless from every angle, yet he called an attacking foul. On the other hand, Lyon's Lacazette was at least 3 meters offside, but the refereeing team ignored this, awarding Lyon an offside goal. These 2 decisions had a serious impact on the rest of the game. Lyon capitalized on this, extending their lead to 2-0, but everyone knows that before that, Málaga had the upper hand. Without these 2 erroneous calls, the course of the game would have been very different. With Maciejczak's injury and subsequent substitution, Pavel's decisions continued to favor Lyon and disadvantage Málaga. For example, in the 53rd minute of the second half, what's wrong with not blowing the whistle for the free kick when there was no card and no prior indication from the referee? If a whistle is necessary in such situations, then quick free kicks shouldn't exist. One referee did this, and another did it. The advantage Lyon gained in this match cannot be simply described as home advantage. The misjudgments were repeatedly shown on television. Meanwhile, many football legends also voiced their opinions. "Yeah, this is a great victory." Yes, a great victory, everyone knows what I mean. Some clowns tried to do something, but the great Yara defeated them. Del Bosque, ugly scenes, this is simply a stain on football. In Spain, many football figures spoke out. Many retired stars also commented. Even current stars commented. DJ Drogba wrote on his social media, "I must remind everyone to revisit history, May 6, 2009, at Stamford Bridge." Everyone knew what Drogba meant. When current stars speak out, the storm of public opinion is already unstoppable. The online buzz surrounding this match continues to spread and burn. Meanwhile, in China, on Weibo, Poker, and other platforms, fans are celebrating the victory while also furiously criticizing UEFA and Platini. Ye Luo is awesome, Platini is an idiot, UEFA is an idiot. The UEFA president publicly stated before the match that he would investigate Málaga and publicly expressed support for Lyon, and then the referee performed like this during the match. Who would believe there was no foul play? Thank goodness we won. It has to be Ye Luo. At this time, there were also dissenting voices. Modexon and others specifically focused on the scene of Ye Luo's powerful shot at the referee and Ye Luo's celebration. "I don't believe that kick wasn't intentional. Maciejczak suffered a broken nose and needs surgery, all because of Ye Luo. Football should stay away from violence." Modexon wrote on his Weibo account. At the same time, many other accounts focused on this issue, accusing him of stadium violence, disrespecting the referee, disrespecting the fans, being arrogant and domineering, and damaging the national image. These people thought that since it was the middle of the night, their comments wouldn't attract much attention and could deceive some uninformed people. But who could have imagined that even in the middle of the night, how many fans who watched the game could sleep? so Madexin and his online army were attacked again. Also caught in the crossfire were the Chinese Football Association and Chang Soyun, and the hashtag paying tribute to Platini in the way of paying tribute to Chang Soyun became the top trending topic on Weibo. As the online frenzy continued to spread, the next day, major media outlets also made the game their front page. Ye Luo's post-match interview also made it into the newspapers. Ye Luo said this gesture was a tribute to Platini, so we'll pay tribute to Platini in the same way. Sky Sports England. I think only Platini would be out of his mind to believe Ye Luo was genuinely paying tribute to him. The Spanish media's reaction after the match wasn't as strong as the English media's. After all, since Platini took office, there have been numerous criticisms of the Premier League, and Premier League teams have been suppressed in the Champions League. These things have long made the English very unhappy. Especially since Platini is French. Although England doesn't usually beat France, they still consider themselves arch rivals. So the English media, which have always been at odds with the French, certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity for sarcastic remarks. Especially given the English media's low moral standards. For example, The Sun confidently reported, Platini called Machignac before the match. Yes, that was his doing. The accompanying photos showed Platini on the phone and Machignac holding a walkie-talkie, with added text, I hope Lion advances, Platini good job, boss, Machignac. Metro, on the other hand, analyzed Platini's performance in the stands, particularly his facial expressions after several key decisions and goals. Clearly, Platini was smiling when Lion benefited, but his expression immediately darkened after Málaga scored. The implications are self-evident. The Daily Telegraph called on UEFA to thoroughly investigate the match. This was a classic problematic match. Platini's pre-match comments and the referee's performance were both problematic. Whether there was any private connection between Platini and the refereeing team is something UEFA must take seriously. The English media's reporting style is very bold, bordering on reckless and unbridled in the eyes of other countries' media. But that's the style of the English tabloids. There's nothing they won't say. Not just other countries, not just Platini and UEFA, but even their own national team has suffered as a result. The English tabloids even exposed scandals involving the England manager before the World Cup, just to create a big story, leading to a collapse in morale and a defeat against Germany. Criticizing the FA, gossiping about players, and spreading rumors are commonplace. So attacking UEFA and mocking Platini was a trivial matter for the English tabloids. Faced with the media's frenzied hype and questioning, UEFA, of course, had to respond. Their response was also very official. There is no evidence of any foul play in this match. That was all. The more they said, the more mistakes they made. This was enough. Platini also stated, the referee's decisions did have some problems, but this refereeing team is very young, and mistakes are normal. As for the accusations against me personally, they are completely unfounded. I will uphold financial fair play, and as a Frenchman, I will support Lion. Machignac's injury is what we should be concerned about. Machignac and Pavel submitted their referee reports after the match, admitting to making some incorrect decisions, taking all the blame. This wouldn't affect Platini at all. At most, it would just be a case of the young referee being inexperienced and performing poorly. Málaga, after all, won. The Málaga club remained low-key and didn't say anything. Lion, of course, didn't want to escalate the situation either. So neither side cooperated, and the media's attempt to create hype failed. The media storm passed quickly, like a passing breeze. But is that really the case? The next match is the second leg at the Rosé Stadium. However, Lion is already far behind. Losing 2-4 at home, they need to win by 3 goals away or by 2 goals if the team scores more than 4 goals to advance. That's incredibly difficult. Furthermore, the referee's decisions will definitely be under scrutiny. Considering these two factors, Platini probably wouldn't choose this match to cause trouble. But this isn't over yet. Málaga needs to draw lots to reach the Champions League quarterfinals, right? End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.